Welcome back, everyone. This is your host, the DN WhatIf, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Nedzu found his perfect protégé? A special shout out to the original creator, TechnicallyAPerson. Please make sure to show your support by checking out their work from the description. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Melissa was practically vibrating in place the following morning, standing nervously next to Izuku. "You'll do fine," he said, nudging her in the arm. Melissa was grateful for his presence. She'd woken up much earlier than necessary and had expected to have to wait alone until both her uncle and her friend arrived. Luckily for her, she'd found Izuku already standing there when she'd gotten to the beach, citing something about having to stay out of his apartment due to extensive water damage. He didn't elaborate, and she didn't pry. Eventually, the small, skeletal form of Yagi Tashinori arrived at the beach, a look of mild surprise on his face. "You're here early, Melissa." He turned his head. "You too, Izuku. Will you be helping us out with one for all?" Melissa didn't hear her friend's answer, the sound of the ocean becoming a loud roar filling her mind. She screwed her eyes shut. What if her body rejected the quirk? What if the quirk rejected her? Would she even be able to use it? Sure, she was athletic even before the beach, and now the definition in her arms and legs was obvious even under a layer of clothes. But was it enough? Surely the quirk had grown since her uncle had received it. Did he really know the limits? And what if... Melissa? Are you okay? She started out of her thoughts, eyes blowing open to reveal worried green ones. He continued talking. "If you're too nervous right now, we can go get something to eat and maybe come back later." "No," she swallowed. I want to do this now. Please." Izuku and her uncle exchanged a glance, but continued regardless. Izuku stood to the side so as to not interfere, and her uncle approached her, briefly inflating to his muscular form. Now, it wasn't her uncle in front of her. This was All Might #1 hero, her mentor. And she was to be his legacy. She still wasn't sure how exactly the transfer was going to happen. She'd fantasized about it plenty, scenes playing out in her mind's eye over and over again in the past 9 months, sparkling lights swirling before coalescing into her chest, or some sort of wispy string drawing out of her uncle to take its place in her. She was beyond excited to finally see what it would be. Her uncle lowered himself down slightly, raising a hand into the air, and plucking a strand of hair from his head. "Eat this." The booming of his voice did little to regain the sense of wonder she'd felt moments before. At her side she heard Izuku trying his best to stifle some chuckles, and she couldn't help it, following his lead and breaking down into laughter. Toshi's confused expression made it worse. "What's wrong, young Melissa? What did I say?" She wiped some small tears from her eyes, no longer doubled over. "Nothing, Uncle Might. I was so nervous, and in the end it was so anticlimactic. The hair? Is that all I need to do? Swallow a single hair?" He chuckled. "Yes, Melissa. It must be transferred through DNA, and I must be willing. This is the easiest way to fulfill those conditions." She smiled, only grimacing slightly when she finally brought the strand of hair to her mouth. It got stuck on the back of her tongue, and she coughed, eventually managing to get it down after a lot of water and a lot of Izuku's still stifled laughter. She punched him in the arm for good measure. "So, now what?" she asked, when the hair was no longer lodged in her throat and she could no longer taste the foul-tasting shampoo. She didn't feel any different, not yet, at least. Was there supposed to be some sort of indication? "Now we go eat breakfast," her uncle said. "It may take a short while for the transfer to actually happen. Just give it some time, and then after breakfast, we'll come back to start your training." Izuku cleared his throat, and Melissa glanced over, having temporarily forgotten he was there. "Actually, All Might, wouldn't it be better to try and train her at UA? You did say, after all, that the power would have blown the limbs off her body several months ago. Doesn't it stand to reason, then, that it would still cause her some degree of damage until she's had practice with it? I think if she's going to practice a new, volatile, and incredibly strong quirk, then we need to be somewhere that specializes in that kind of training and near someone who can help heal her. Like Recovery Girl in this case. Clearly, her uncle had not considered these things if the look on his face was anything to go by. He straightened, poofing down to his Yagi form, and nodded. All excellent points, young Midoriya. I'm glad you're here with us. We will head over there after breakfast. What would you like to eat? After so much hard work, you both deserve a treat, no? I think I know a great place to get pancakes somewhere nearby. As they walked over to the place her uncle recommended, she couldn't help but smile. 9 months of excruciating work was finally coming to fruition, and she couldn't wait to see what she was working with. No matter what it ended up being, she was sure she'd be able to use it to its full potential. *******. All right, let's get started, Melissa. Izuku watched as a determined look crossed her face, her legs and arms already positioned into a crude fighting stance. She took deep breaths as Yagi coached her through it, and Izuku was on standby, taking notes next to Recovery Girl. Hopefully she wouldn't be needed, but regardless, she insisted on overseeing it all. They were all at the edge of one of UA's many fake cities, looking towards the buildings in the hopes that they could accurately determine how much collateral damage she'd have to watch out for once she was acclimated to her power. It was funny, the prospect of training not to increase power, but to limit it. There was something inherently heroic about that, Izuku thought. To activate your power, you must do the following. Izuku leaned forward, hoping to catch his wisdom. Maybe it would be applicable in other areas of heroics, who knew? You must clench your butt cheeks, and from the bottom of your heart, yell, smash. At this, Melissa's posture broke, and Izuku nearly dropped his notebook. How does that even qualify as advice? He muttered, not expecting to be heard. He was. Yagi scratched the back of his neck. Is that not useful? I must admit, the power came naturally to me, though my body type was much more suited for the brute strength portion than yours. But clenching your muscles will make your body more ready for the power that's about to flow through you, and having a word or phrase to focus on to call the power to you has always helped me in the past. Izuku blinked. That was certainly more well thought out than he'd initially thought, but it still would have helped to have that explanation right away. He muttered a quick sorry and picked up his notebook, excited to see the force she'd be able to generate. Melissa sucked in a breath, winding her arm and whole body back, tensing her muscles in preparation. Then, in the blink of an eye, she started to move, a yell tearing from her lips right as lines of bright red crossed through her arm. For a moment she seemed to glow with power, a hint of something blue flickering over her skin, before the pressure was lifted, and so was the entirety of the building they were staring at. Izuku blinked once, twice, unsure of what he was seeing. Didn't All Might say that she wouldn't be used to the amount of power he had at his disposal? His answer came with a strangled cry from Melissa, which tore his gaze from the destruction to his friend. She was standing, but only just, her right arm hanging limply at her side, a shade of ugly purple. He could see a dozen different odd angles, and even more small rivulets of blood trailing down to pool at her feet. It took Izuku minutes to get out of his shock, but it took Recovery Girl only seconds, and she rushed over to catch her as she fell, laying her on a stretcher that the medical bots had brought over almost immediately. Quickly, she planted a kiss on the girl's shoulder, the closest uninjured patch of skin, and Izuku watched in horrified fascination as the arms snapped back into place, only having to be guided by Recovery Girl's hand in a few particularly troubling places. The bruising began to disappear along with the bleeding, and soon it was back to a healthy shade and shape save for the blood already caking onto her skin. With a few words she sent the bots back to her office, Melissa already unconscious from the toll of the hero's quirk, and Izuku followed numbly, the #1 hero by his side. They didn't speak on the way there, each running over everything they could do to prevent this from ever happening again. *********. Wow, that was pathetic. Shut the hell up, third, you asshole. One for All has been getting immensely strong. It only makes sense that she'd need some time to get accustomed. You're biased, seventh, you always have been. You're too soft. The girl's going to get herself killed and take all of us with her. That's not necessarily true. I agree. She lacked control now, sure, but the power she used just now was incredible. If my estimations are correct, and they should be, that was only about 75% of the power she'll grow to have. With a punch like that, she'll have no trouble at all taking people down. And don't forget, third, she's still a child. She has years to learn and grow before she's sent to the wolves. Melissa opened her eyes, straining against an invisible force holding her back. She seemed to be surrounded by some sort of void, not exactly comforting, but at least she could probably safely assume that she was only dreaming. Still, that did little to explain how real it felt, nor the group of people having a heated debate in front of her. She squinted. Were they talking about her? The man, now identified as third, let out a growl. I still think that Midoriya kid would have been a better choice. He's got balls and he's got smarts. It's a pity that Rat got to him first. You would have rejected him, too, if he'd been chosen. In fact, when Toshi first thought about it, I distinctly remember you going on and on about how he would make a terrible successor. Well, that was before the damn Rat. The kid's badass now, don't you think? And do you really think he'd have reached that point with eighth? Third was silent. Exactly. Melissa is the perfect choice for successor, and Midoriya is perfect for playing a supporting role. Guys, everyone turned to look at the man who had spoken, vague looks of surprise on their faces. Did he not talk much? Instead of responding verbally to their questioning stares, he only nodded in her direction. She started, surprised, not having expected to be visible, and the rest reacted similarly. How is she here? She shouldn't be able to access this place yet. She's still too weak. Well, clearly not, you idiot, because she's standing right there. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense. Will you get off my case for a goddamn second? Now, you little. She tuned out of the conversation when she felt her legs go numb. Eyes widening, she looked down to see a gaping void where her legs should have been, actively spreading upwards. She tried to scream, only to discover she didn't have a mouth to scream with, and tried to scream again. A man with straight white hair noticed her panicked expression and came over to her. He gave her a soft smile. Welcome to One for All, Melissa. I'll see you again. The void reached her eyes and she woke up with a start, sitting up so abruptly her head began to pound. She groaned, moving a hand to her head. Melissa? The voice was groggy, and it took her a moment to place it. When she looked over, however, she had to hold herself back from bursting out into laughter. Her uncle was sitting stiffly, his emaciated frame not moving the slightest bit. His expression looked vaguely panicked, as though he'd been in that state for so long the expression was purely vestigial. But her focus wasn't really on him. In the plastic chair next to him was her best friend, Midoriya Izuku, still half asleep and cuddled onto her uncle, head tucked just under his arm. A small line of drool could be seen still clinging onto the corner of his mouth. Noticing her expression, his brows furrowed, and he started to get up, a questioning already half formed. He didn't expect any resistance, and when he found some, he froze. Melissa finally let out a laugh when she saw the look on his face morph from confusion to mortification, letting out an eep and jumping out from under Toshi. He scrambled to sit up straight in his seat, a notebook materializing into his hands as he cleared his throat. So, he began, now much more awake. That was certainly an explosive first showcase of your quirk. Melissa let out a nervous laugh. That definitely hadn't gone to plan, exactly. She hoped, really hoped, that she wouldn't somehow need to bulk up as much as her uncle before being able to use it. But if that was her only option, she'd do it, with no hesitation. She wasn't about to let Uncle Mike down. Not after everything he'd done for her. Izuku cleared his throat again and she realized she'd spaced off. So, can you tell me how it felt? Maybe we can figure out how to limit your power to a level you can safely handle. She nodded. It felt like a dam, I guess? All it took was a little give and it was suddenly rushing through my whole arm. It might just take some practice before I can really get it. Maybe I can try to just activate it over and over again? Izuku shook his head frantically. Oh. All the veins in your arm had already begun to burst just from the strain of having it active. We need a different strategy. He turned to her uncle, who seemed to be in deep thought. What was it like for you when you first used it, Yagi, sir? No need to be so formal, my boy, he said idly. He'd gotten used to it, apparently. After a moment he seemed to shake himself, focusing on Melissa. This probably has to do with both the time you've had it and the strength of the quirk itself. It could have a bit to do with your muscle mass, sure. I'm sure that was part of why it was so easy for me, initially. But as I kept getting used to the quirk, it kept getting easier to use, so much of it could be due to needing more time. He paused, considering. I've also spent several decades making it stronger. I can't help but think that it may have affected the base strength quite a bit, and seeing you throw a full-strength punch like that just now all but confirmed my theory. Actually, that was only about 75% of it, she said before she could stop herself. As one they turned to stare at her, not saying anything but clearly expecting an answer. She tried to backtrack. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but it didn't feel like it was completely efficient, and… Melissa, Izuku interrupted. You're a terrible liar. What happened? She sighed, slumping in her bed. She should have known better than to try and lie to him. Nervously, she began to speak, telling them as accurately as she could exactly what she'd seen and heard. When she finished, her uncle looked shaken, while Izuku only looked pensive. So it stockpiles more than just strength, huh? He mumbled. Looking back up to her, he pulled up his notebook, showing her the page he'd been working on. We can worry about that a bit later. For now, let's focus on what we know. Your punch was strong enough to create air force capable of decimating a building and cracking the asphalt below you into a crater. Your body has a limit that it imposes on itself, that seems to be around 3/4 of your power. For now, at least. And when it's focused on one part of your body, he stopped. Melissa, he began again, slowly. Have you thought about not limiting it at all? As in not to just a small portion of your body, but to its entirety? That seems to be how all Miyagi uses it, anyway, and he said it held less trouble for him. There's a chance that if you spread it out more it will lessen the strain on your body. Her eyes widened. If that was true, it wouldn't only make her stronger in terms of fighting, but in everything. She wondered if having it active would increase her mind's processing speed. Judging by her uncle's reactions while running at speeds almost too fast to track, that must be true. She wondered if she could exploit that through meditation. Having time in the middle of a battle to truly analyze your enemies was an invaluable resource to have access to. At the same time, she saw her friend's eyes widened, and he began to speak. Have you thought about using it to speed up my mental processing? I know. If I can master it, it'll be a game changer, she exclaimed happily. He jumped up. Just, we have to go try it. Come on, Yagi. The man in question took a weary look around, cautiously agreeing. When the sound of a cane against the floor approached, however, it changed to panic. He threw Melissa over his shoulder and ushered Izuku out the door, walking as quickly as he could without making much noise. I agree, but if Chio asks, I was adamantly against it. Got it? Melissa only giggled. Sure, Toshi, but I'm sure Nedzu already has the footage saved. Her only answer was a groan. *******. All right, let's do this, she whispered to herself, attempting to quiet down the roaring in her ears. Her uncle and her best friend had hidden behind a blast-proof wall, watching eagerly through a small slot. One of them, she couldn't tell who, raised a thumbs up, to which she responded with a shaky smile. It was easy to say these things in theory, but in practice it was nerve-wracking. What if what happened to her arm happened to her whole body? Her brain? There wasn't any recovery from that, was there? She shook her head. She trusted them. And besides, if she couldn't even activate her quirk, what was the point in having it? Taking another deep breath, she centered herself, reaching inwards to grasp at the slippery feeling of one for all. It felt raging, contrarian, like something that couldn't be controlled nor tamed, but rather shaped, guided into a form that fit it best. As she tapped into it, through the sudden rushing, she almost thought she could hear soft words of encouragement. She smiled. She could do this. Initially it rushed out like a tidal wave, pushing at the bounds she'd imposed beforehand. As soon as she released those bounds, however, it spread, washing over every inch of her body. She felt it in her legs, her arms, even her fingers, but she hesitated at her head. Was it really safe? Quickly she realized she didn't have much of a choice. The power in the rest of her body was more stable, sure, but not for long. The strain was building, and already she could feel more than hear the snaps that indicated fractures in her fingers. She gritted her teeth. All or nothing, I suppose. For a moment, when one for all reached her head, she felt nothing. But all too soon her brain was filled with information, almost faster than she could process. Her uncle's shampoo, the sound of a furious cane clacking down the path, even the small maniacal giggle of Nedzu in his office. She shuddered, and it caused debris to rain down around her. Breathing deeply, she pushed it down, shoving most of the power back where it had come from. It pooled there as though regretful at not being released, but nonetheless, it went easier than it had the first time she tried. Cracking her eyes open, she looked around to see the damage, only for brilliantly dark blue to flare up at her sides. All around her, almost protectively, was a ring of blue lightning, as brilliant as the sun. *******. Before Melissa actually managed to try anything with her Quirk active, Recovery Girl had found them. The scolding lasted over an hour, ending with very clear instructions not to return for a few days at least as punishment. It was an unfortunate setback, but at least Melissa knew she could use it without breaking her arm in dozens of tiny pieces now, so she'd probably be fine for the exam. Especially if she spent the next few days activating and deactivating her power. The more used to it she became, the easier it'd be to use it, she was sure. Ahead of her, Izuku was walking next to her uncle, bombarding him with questions about One for All. Now that he'd been officially admitted into UA, and the Aldra takedown was fully prepared, she supposed he'd need something else to occupy his mind in the time between now and the actual start of school. She just hoped he didn't overwhelm Toshi too much. His questions didn't let up once in the time it took them to buy tickets and board the trains back home, and she realized something was wrong. He was normally inquisitive, sure, but he wasn't letting any answers reach him. It was as though he was just distracting himself, distancing himself from his surroundings by immersing himself in theories and speculation. It took her an embarrassingly long time to figure out the reason. By then his questions had become a low murmur, just barely intelligible if you were sitting right next to him, and it didn't seem to be bothering anyone. Still, she caught furtive, not-so-discreet glances in his direction, almost always followed by a few glances back to their phones. She frowned, pulling her own out of her pocket. The minute she opened her news app she was bombarded with articles, videos, and headlines, and the pooling dread in her gut only became heavier as she realized what it was about. He'd released the information on Aldra, and his own name and face by association. Her eyes burned at some of the images, but even worse were the few headlines that seemed to go against the general current. They weren't numerous, but they were vicious, calling out the quirkless kid for not being able to take a joke, for dragging down the bright futures of the quirked kids, for getting in their way in the first place. For being a waste of time, waste of space, waste of the money spent on giving him an education. Angrily, she shoved her phone back in her pocket, pulling her friend into a tight hug. He stayed silent the rest of the ride home, despite Toshi's few awkward attempts at conversation. She just shook her head, passing her phone over. When he handed it back, his hands were shaking. The glances didn't stop even when they got off, some of them pitying, some of the curious. The few she saw contained venom were met with glares of her own, and they soon backed off. After a short while Izuku simply decided to hide his hair under the hood of his sweater, pressing closer to her uncle as they made their way back to his apartment. Didn't speak until they reached it. Melissa, he hesitated. I need you to promise me that you won't read absolutely everything. There's a lot of things that I don't really want you to find out. Not yet, at least. You've got enough things on your mind without this added on top. It can wait until at least after your exam. Okay? She gritted her teeth slightly, eventually giving in with a small nod. He smiled. Thank you, Melissa. For being my first real friend, and for your support. It means a lot. He gave a quick bow and headed inside. They stood there for a while longer. Uncle Might, she said, jaw still clenched. Bakugo wasn't even mentioned in those articles. His smile was sad. I know, Melissa. He patted her on the back, ushering her in the direction of their own apartment. I know. The morning of the exams, Melissa could hardly eat, the anticipation she felt making little room for actual food. Melissa, you'll do fine. I promise, there's nothing to worry about. She grimaced slightly at her uncle's concerned face, forcing herself to take a few more bites. He gave her a small smile. After all the training you've done, it'll be a piece of cake. I'm so proud of how far you've come, my girl. Finally finishing her plate, she gave a much more genuine smile. Thanks, Uncle Mike. I won't let you down. She gave a mock salute, before grabbing a set of keys and heading out the door. The anticipation continued to build, coming to near unbearable levels, and she pulled out her phone to ease it slightly. She smiled at the twin messages of encouragement, one from her dad and one from Izuku. She took a deep breath. She could do this. She could. *******. Katsuki felt himself get shoved, growling at the offending student. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he marched through the gates. He would ace these exams. And he would show the world he wasn't a coward. ******. Melissa paused at the gates, neck craned upwards to get a good look at the massive UA building. She knew, logically, that she'd been here before, just a few days ago in fact. But then, with her uncle and her best friend by her side, it all seemed trivial. Like something friendly, something welcoming, a far cry from the imposing figure it cut before her now. She closed her eyes, having decided that the first step would be the most difficult. Once she was inside, it was bound to get easier, she was sure. All the students around her were probably just as nervous, after all. Once she was walking among them, the knowledge that she wasn't alone would help push her along. She took the first step, eyes squeezing shut even tighter, and she let out a small sigh of relief when it landed without trouble. How embarrassing would it be to trip and fall on her way in? She moved to keep going when her other foot caught on a loose brick, and she quickly found herself rapidly approaching the floor. She tensed, arms moving quickly to shield herself while she tilted her body to roll off the fall, but she never reached the ground. Instead, she felt an impact on her back, a nauseating feeling taking hold moments later as she lay suspended in the air. Recovering as quickly as she could, she reoriented herself, swinging her legs back underneath her where they belonged. She heard a nearly silent release next to her, and she let out a sigh of relief as she felt her feet touch back onto the ground. She turned to the voice she'd heard, ready to thank them, when her voice caught in her throat. "Sorry for using my quirk on you. I just thought it'd be bad luck to fall right before the exams." The girl in front of her smiled brightly, the small blush on each cheek dimpling. "Well, good luck." She ran off, quickly getting lost in the sea of students. "You too." She sat there a moment longer, dazed. She was so cute. ******. The written exam passed by without incident, the questions complicated but doable. She reminded herself to take Izuku for ice cream afterwards. His tutoring on Quirk science specifically had been very helpful, and often she'd found herself using the memory of his voice as a reference. Of course, sections like math and chemistry had been practically nothing to her. She grimaced at the looks of pain and defeat on the other students' faces. It was a lucky she was interested in those topics regardless of study, she supposed. They were filed into a large auditorium, and she found her seat next to a boy who looked to have a support item integrated to everyday clothes. It took a lot of effort not to ask questions, but she was quickly distracted by none other than present Mike arriving at the stage. "Hello there, little listeners. Can I get a HELY?" She grinned, standing up with a flourish. "HEI." She trailed off awkwardly as her voice echoed alone through the auditorium. Clearing her throat, she sat back down, resolutely ignoring the few stares headed her way. Present Mike smiled at her. "Thanks, little listener. And welcome, everyone, to the practical portion of the UA exam." Melissa slowly recovered from her mishap, becoming more and more hooked on the premise of the exercise. Robots? Armed robots? Killing machine, armed robots. She vibrated in her seat, anticipation filling her. As strong as she'd gotten, just throwing a punch was far from the only thing she could do. Her dad had insisted on self-defense lessons since early on, and the past few days had been spent getting used to the feeling of one for all helping her through the movements. Unfortunately, her uncle hadn't been able to spar with her due to an uptick in crime taking away his little, buff mite's time. And Izuku was getting stronger, sure, but he was still a twig. She'd had nobody to practice on. A feral smile grew on her face as she pictured the robots being crushed to pieces under her heel, and a small giggle bubbled up through her mouth. This was sure to be fun. And you? She started, not having noticed someone other than present Mike talking. Cease your laughter at once. It's distracting, not to mention slightly disturbing. Please keep in mind the nerves of other applicants. She opened her mouth to retort, but present Mike beat her to it, explaining that the fourth robot pictured was worth nothing. She frowned. This had Nedzu written all over it, and she shuddered just imagining the havoc it could cause. She just hoped it wasn't too destructive, and that it wasn't aimed at her, specifically. She got one of her wishes, at least. The psycho released them in every testing area. She stuffed her things in a locker before making her way over to the bus that would take her to her doom. On the way, she noticed a boy with red and white hair headed towards a different bus. Was that the Todoroki kid Izuku had mentioned? She was glad he wasn't in her section, at least. She couldn't have him getting in her way. The bus was packed with over 24 students, which made sense considering how many people she'd seen outside. UA didn't have infinite space, after all. They could only provide so many testing spaces. She hoped this didn't mean the robots were limited, at least. It would suck to be placed in an area with someone who took them all out before you even got a chance. She didn't want to be the reason others gave up on their dream. Finally back outside, she scoped out her competition, recognizing the boy with support gear, along with the guy who'd yelled at her, and her mouth felt dry. She should go thank her for earlier, right? That's what one was supposed to do. Presumably. She swallowed, moving over jerkily. She was almost grateful when Glasses Guy stepped in front of her. What are you doing? Can't you see she's concentrating? You shouldn't try to distract the other participants. She started, taken aback. I wasn't. All right, everybody. Are you ready? It's time to go. The eardrum-piercing voice of present Mike filled the air, and moments later she was rushing forwards, making it out of the gate ahead of dozens of startled applicants. Behind her she vaguely heard a shout of, "What are you waiting for?" but she was too focused to pay attention. Soon she came across the first of many innocents to be slaughtered, its beady red eyes brightening as it presumably charged an attack. A large toot was painted onto its side. "Let's do this," she muttered to herself, cracking her neck and knuckles as she charged up 1-4. Louder, she shouted, "It's time to meet your maker, you metallic bastard." What? It was fun. In a streak of blue she sped forwards, at the last moment crouching into a spin that led her foot straight into the neck of the robot. Its head landed next to another one. Melissa grinned. She kept at it, using the sounds of dying robots in conjunction with her bright lightning to bring more towards her. It was efficient. She barely had to move, instead staying in a defensive position while doing the bare minimum to avoid their fire. Occasionally another student rushed in with her, which she didn't particularly mind. She'd already racked up about 30 points, she was sure, and not even halfway through. The problem, however, came from the other students sometimes getting themselves into dangerous situations. "What the fuck is wrong with these people?" she muttered to herself in English as she dragged the support gear guy away by the cape. A freaking cape, as he spilled his guts on the pavement. She sighed. "Rest here for a bit. Don't overuse your quirk, you can still fight without it." She turned, leaving him in a vaguely shielded spot to continue chasing down her prey. It was exhilarating, she couldn't lie. It hadn't been long since she'd had one for all, but the feeling of it coursing through her veins was giving her wings. She felt like she could fly, like the metal in the robots was nothing more than tin foil. She could go all out here and nobody would get hurt. She continued without stop for what felt like an eternity afterwards. Her feet were killing her, and so were her joints, and her knuckles were bruised and bleeding. But she'd never felt so alive, so in control of everything around her, and the pain faded to background noise in no time at all. A couple of times she even caught herself cackling in the face of red, glowing eyes, her smile not letting up as she tore through them with glee. She also found pride in the fact that she'd yet to damage a building, or even allow one of the robots to do so. As fun as it was, she had to keep in mind that it was a hero school, and this was meant to simulate the work she'd be doing. She couldn't afford to get sloppy. Eventually the bots stopped coming, and she slumped against a nearby pillar to catch her breath. Nobody had called for the end of the exam, so what was going on? She found her answer when the ground beneath her began to shake, an impossibly loud rumbling filling the air as a massive head peeked over the line of buildings in front of her. She froze. Goddamn Nedzu, what the absolute fuck was that? She felt rather than saw the crowd of people rushing to get away from it. It was like a stampede, furious and constant. She was seconds from joining them when her ears, enhanced by One for All, picked up the faintest of screams. It was a voice she recognized. Leaping over debris and weaving through crowds of people, she made her way in the direction of the massive robot, in a way that very much went against every one of her instincts. Why was she doing this? Help, please. I'm stuck. But she turned a corner only to spot the giant feet of what she could now see was the zero-pointer, as evidenced by the large zero painted onto its side. She saw where it was stepping and she almost felt like throwing up. She charged her quirk up as high as it would go without breaking her legs. She couldn't save anyone without them, after all, and ran as fast as she could, enhanced eyes taking in every detail of the scene in front of her. The girl, she still didn't know her name, but she was sweet and cute and pretty, was pinned under a large piece of rubble, arms flailing as they tried to reach behind her and onto the slab. She was largely unsuccessful, only managing a few fingers at a time. 5-touch activation. The leg continued its trajectory, thought it still needed another step of 2 to reach her. The debris it was causing to fall, however, was her main concern. Melissa finally reached her, crouching down and using her momentum to smash herself into the concrete fast enough to shatter it. Gingerly, she picked herself up, dusting the remaining dust from herself and patting her head to check for blood. Her hands came back only slightly red, which she took as a win. Her eyes snapped back into focus, and she turned back to the girl, who was now staring at her in utter shock and probably something else, but she was probably concussed and too full of anxiety to analyze it. She crouched. Get on. The girl started, pink cheeks becoming more pronounced. Huh. I said get on. Unless you want to get crushed. Another piece of concrete began to fall, and Melissa shot out, her left hand breaking along with the rough chunk of debris. She shook it off for now. The girl started at the movement, before hastily climbing onto her back, arms wrapped around her neck without squeezing. Idly, Melissa also noticed how she kept her pinkies high at all times. Blue lighting once again sprung out all around her, and she sprinted off back to the exit, knowing the exam would be over soon. She wanted to be as close to medical attention as possible when that happened. When the announcement was finally made, she stumbled, running a slight bit farther before her legs finally gave out. She managed to slow her descent with her good hand, landing on the cool ground with a quiet oof. Her eyes started to close. The last thing she heard was the girl. She really wanted to know her name, calling out for someone to go check on her. After that it was pure, blissful darkness. ********. Izuku's hand shook as he looked at the screen. What? How could you let that happen? They could have been seriously injured. Isn't there a failsafe, or something? Nedzu sipped his tea, grimacing slightly. There is, but Yagi wished to see his successor in action. Despite his pleasant demeanor, his true feelings were anything but. Judging by the twitch of his whiskers and flicking of his tail, he was not pleased. Izuku only nodded. I see you have things to talk about with Yagi. In that case, may I go see her? The Chimera only grinned, and he took it as an invitation to leave. He saw Majima about to comment, but a single look was enough to shut him up, the support teacher shuddering slightly under his gaze. Vaguely confused, Izuku only shrugged. He pulled up a hood before heading down. Fortunately, or unfortunately, from some points of view, his Aldra exposition had blown up massively, the media coverage so widespread he could barely leave his house without getting recognized. Of course, it was worse the closer he was to home, with old classmates and teachers trying to corner him. It was lucky he'd memorized the sewer system maps, but he still kept a microphone and camera on his person at all times, just in case. The only person or interest he hadn't seen since the whole media storm was, surprisingly enough, Bakugo. In fact, ever since the slime incident, he'd hardly been bothered by him at all. It was frustrating not being able to gather evidence against him alongside the rest of his classmates, But unfortunately, as long as he didn't do anything further, there was nothing he could do. Erased camera footage was erased, and that was that. He dislodged the vent overlooking the infirmary, dropping down onto his head and moving it into a roll. Popping up, he craned his neck to listen for the telltale clicking of a cane, figuring Melissa would most likely be there as well. What the fuck? The voice was silent, almost in awe, and he half turned to see whoever had said it. To his surprise, there was nobody there. I could ask the same question, he said at last. He heard giggling from the bed next to him. I'm right here, silly. Though I guess it makes sense you couldn't tell, I'm not exactly wearing clothes right now. Finally, his mind caught up, and he noticed the unnatural shape of the sheets. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't notice you earlier. I'm Midoriya Izuku, and I'm here looking for a friend. Again, she giggled. Hagakure Turu. And I know who you are, Midoriya. You're famous now, you know. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. I guess I am. Sorry, it must be annoying seeing my face everywhere lately. Don't be. Izuku startled, not expecting the amount of conviction in her voice. You're inspiring. I wish I'd been able to gather evidence the way you did, but seeing as I'm invisible, well, she trailed off. Anything would have been too conspicuous. You know? Izuku pushed down the rage that suddenly bubbled up in his gut, and smiled at her. That's unfortunate. But you're strong to have gotten through it all. Hell, you're doing the UA exams. That's impressive, you know? The pause. Well, you got through it all too. And you're already in the hero course, if rumors are to be believed. She sounded dejected. Quieter, she continued. And it's not like I made it in anyways. I spent the whole time pushing idiots out of the way of some crazy fire and ice kid with the quirk control of a toddler. She sighed. I barely got like 10 points, and just from stealing the ones icy hot didn't quite finish off. There's no way I got in. It's a good thing this is a hero school then. The sheets rustled, and he imagined she turned to look at him in confusion. He smiled. If UA only gave scores based off of fighting and not for embodying what it means to be a hero, it couldn't really be considered a good school now, could it? He stood up, not having realized he'd even sat down in the first place. I hope we end up in the same class. See you in a couple months, Hagakure. He quickly made his way through the infirmary, glancing into every bed to check for Melissa. She had to be here somewhere, right? He passed by several more beds, glancing at the colors of the hair, waiting for bright yellow. Blue, another blue, white, black, black, brown, red and white, more blue. Wait. He poked his head back into the curtained-off section he'd just passed. Shudo? The teen groaned, bringing a hand to his forehead as he sat up. Midoriya? What are you doing here? Am I hallucinating? Izuku chuckled. No, you're not. I came here to check up on a friend, didn't expect to see you here too. From the sound of it you gave those robots hell? Shudo winced. As it turns out, overusing my left half after neglecting it for years causes some degree of quirk exhaustion. He let out another soft groan, flopping back down. People kept interfering in my fight as well. It was difficult to corral them away with my ice. Izuku chuckled at the mental image of an exasperated Shudo funneling people away. Well, it's good to see you're doing better. He was about to leave when he remembered his conversation with Hagakure. He paused at the entrance. You should know, you weren't the only one hurting people away. There was a girl with an invisibility quirk who was just as occupied, if not more, by taking care of idiots. Shudo snorted. You should go say hello when you're cleared, and maybe apologize. I think your quirk hurt her. He nodded, looking down at his hands. Izuku excused himself, returning to his task. Where was she? In the very last bed. As it turned out, she was. There was a brown-haired girl in a plastic chair next to her, seemingly having dozed off. Izuku winced in sympathy. They must all be exhausted. Silently, he took the chair on the other side of the bed, tapping on his legs idly as he waited. The girl in the chair shifted, her hands moving, and he got a glimpse of pink, padded fingertips. He narrowed his eyes. ********. So, if it is a 5-point activation, that means her hands are part mutation, part emitter. It's probable that the conductivity between them is what creates the effect, and there are probably different foods that would help with that. Aside from regular training, of course. Eventually it may get to a point where she can use it with only 2 fingers, maybe even one on each hand. But what, exactly, is the effect she creates? On the cameras it looked to be able to lift heavy things, but that can't be everything, can it? What if? His muttering storm was cut off when he looked to the side and finally noticed that the girl in question was awake. Awake and staring at him in a mixture of shock, awe, and a bit of fear. Izuku blanched. Sorry. I was just waiting for Melissa to wake up, and I saw your finger pads, and I got excited theorizing about your quirk. He trailed off. He hoped she wouldn't be too mad at him. He squeezed his notebook shut, waiting for the inevitable questions, but she latched onto something else. Melissa, it was said quietly, almost like she was testing how it sounded. He noticed a tinge of pink on her cheeks, more intense than normal, and he smirked slightly. It was perfect teasing material. He cleared his throat and she jumped. So, he glanced around the room, desperate for something to talk about. He landed on the obvious. How do you know Melissa? The girl blushed again, almost imperceptibly. Well, she kinda saved me during the exam. The 0-pointer almost crushed me. He nodded. No, yeah, I saw that. I meant besides that, how did you two meet? Or was it just then in the practical? Her eyes widened. You saw that? Can I? She coughed. Never mind. We met at the entrance. She tripped and I used my quirk to stop her from falling. Izuku grew a sly smile. Ah, so it's a you save me, I save you kind of situation. I see. He chuckled as she sputtered, and the room returned to its relative silence. So, you said your quirk was able to stop her from falling? How's that? Oh, you were theorizing about it just now, right? Well, basically, *******. This time, when she fell unconscious, she was not greeted by the previous holders of One for All. Izuku would later theorize that it was due to Recovery Girl sapping away her energy, but she digresses. Regardless, it was nice to be able to rest without dreaming for a few hours. Her joints were still aching and her legs were sore, but nothing was serious anymore, and she once again thanked her lucky stars for Recovery Girl. When the haze in her mind finally began to let up, the first thing she expected to be able to hear was a good scolding. What she very much did not expect was to hear her best friend excitedly talking to the pretty girl from the exam. All I'm saying is that it doesn't make much sense. If you could remove gravity, things would shoot out into space immediately, or get so pressed onto the surface of the Earth they'd be destroyed. Instead, I think you make your own gravitational field, one that rests on Earth but not affected by things like centrifugal force. Melissa cracked her eyes open and quickly spotted Izuku pacing around the room, notebook in one hand while the other waved around wildly. In a chair next to her was his victim, hands pressed against her face, sans pinkies, and face vaguely green. I've been using it wrong my whole life, she moaned. Izuku stopped, a look of panic crossing his face. No. You've been using it perfectly, you just didn't have the right understanding of why it was working. You've grown it into a really strong quirk, honest. Melissa finally gave up on staying quiet, giggles filling the room. 2 heads snapped in her direction, twin shouts of Melissa, coming from both. She turned to the girl. I see you've become a victim of Izuku's analysis as well. She resolutely ignored Izuku's shouts of, I'm not that bad, to listen to the girl laugh. A blush dusted her cheeks at the sound and she looked away, catching Izuku's eye. He smirked and a small amount of dread filled her stomach. She hoped he didn't tell Toshi, she didn't think she'd survive him trying to give her the talk. Belatedly she realized the girl now knew her name, but she still didn't know hers. She cleared her throat. So what's your name? She cringed at how awkward it sounded, and Izuku just smirked again. Oh, I'm Uraraka Ochako, it's nice to meet you both. Her smile was blinding, and Melissa was saved from trying to regain coherent thought by the entrance of Recovery Girl, who quickly shooed them both out. Melissa sighed, ready for the scolding. *********. Eventually she was released, the cool air outside the infirmary soothing on her skin. She sighed, stretching her arms over her head. That had been rough. At least it was over now, she supposed. Eventually she spotted Izuku standing by the gate. She pushed down the disappointment she felt when she didn't see Uraraka, approaching him with a bounce in her step. "I survived." Izuku didn't jump, turning to her as though he'd known she was there. "You did," he chuckled. "After that stunt with the 0-pointer, I'm kinda surprised." She punched his arm. "Like you wouldn't have done something even crazier if you'd been in my place?" He laughed. "Fair enough," he conceded. "Now let's get home. Mom told me she'd be making katsudon to celebrate us both." The mere thought of that was enough to make her mouth water. She took a few quick steps out of the gate, before hesitating. "What about?" She had to catch a train. "Don't worry, I got you her number." Melissa sputtered. "What?" "I don't." Izuku only laughed again, handing her a slip of paper. Her face felt hot as she pocketed it. "Thanks." They didn't speak much as they made their way home, both of them exhausted. Izuku finally broke the silence a few minutes from his apartment. "You know," he started casually, "I could get her to be in our class." She narrowed her eyes, waiting for the catch. "And?" He threw up his arms in defense. "And nothing. I just want to be a good wingman. That's what friends are for, right?" She continued to stare at him. His arms fell back to his side. "Fine. I want the limited edition All Might figure he got for you on your 8th birthday." She gasped. "That thing is worth thousands. Plus, it's important to me." He rolled his eyes. "I know for a fact he gave you several, in case you broke one, and that at least 3 are still in the boxes. It's a fair price." She considered, before finally relenting. "Fine." She punched him in the shoulder. "Asshole." He laughed at that, and she joined him, the two of them at a standstill in the middle of the street. When it died down, she spoke again. "All right, let's head home." "Home?" She froze. She hadn't even noticed the slip-up. Did she really think of his apartment as home? She thought back to the countless evenings lying on the floor of his room, the dozens of meals she and Toshi had been invited to, the open invitation. She smiled. "Yes, silly," she said. "Home." And then none other than Midoriya fucking Izuku drops out of a vent like a meter from my head. And gets up like it's a totally normal, sane thing to do. Izuku flushed, hands coming up to cover his face in embarrassment while Setsuna cackled. Next to him Yamamo was holding a fist to her mouth to hide her own laughter, and even Shudo had cracked a smile. Izuku groaned. "It wasn't that weird." The laughing only increased. "It wasn't. I had to get to the infirmary. Why would I try to push my way through the hallways when I could just take the vents?" he enthused, desperately trying to get them to understand. The laughing did not die down. In spite of himself, he felt a smile tug at his lips. They'd only hung out like this a couple times, but this was the first with Hagakure. Izuku was glad to see she was fitting in seamlessly with the group already. This time they'd just gone to a nearby park, a few bentos open by their sides. In a twist of events, it had been Hagakure to somehow obtain Izuku's number and contact him. He smiled at the memory. Once school started he'd have to tell Nedzu. It looked like she'd be absolutely perfect for Nedzu's teaching. He cast a quick glance to the black-haired girl next to him. Maybe Yamamo too, he supposed. They'd both benefit from it greatly. The laughter finally died down, and Izuku cleared his throat. "So, I may have had a specific reason to get together today. Besides just hanging out, I mean." As one they all turned to look at him, and he grinned. "As you know, I have some pull with the UA faculty." He received a few chuckles. "So, to celebrate all of us finishing middle school, I decided to use some of said pull. Everyone, we're all going to be in class 1A. Together." For a moment, silence reigned. Then movement and cheers exploded all at once, specifically from Setsuna while Shudo got dragged into it and Yamamo did her best to calm them down. Izuku smiled, turning his head to Hagakure. "That means I got in," she said, shocked. Izuku chuckled. "You did. Congratulations. Your letter should be waiting for you back home." Quickly estimating the location of her hand, he grabbed it and dragged her towards the others. Realizing she still seemed a bit hesitant, he stopped, still holding her hand. "Hagakure," he started. "I know you're thinking bad thoughts. Don't. You deserve this. And before you start assuming things, I didn't do anything to your score. You got in because you're a hero, Hagakure." He smiled. Now let's go celebrate, yeah? Based on the clip in her hair, he assumed she nodded, and he dragged her into the chaotic fray that was an excited Setsuna and a vaguely confused but unwilling to be left out Shudo. It left a bitter taste in Izuku's mouth when they had to help get the grass stains out of Shudo's clothes so Endeavor wouldn't discover where he'd been. ********. Oi brat, your school letter came in. Which one did you try out for, anyway? Why do you want to know, you old hag? Katsuki swiped the letter from his mom's hands. Fuck off. I'm going to go read this in my room. He stormed off before she could give another retort, stuffing his hands in his pockets to hide their shaking. If he was right about the contents of the letter, there really was no going back, now. Melissa, your letter is here. Melissa started. She'd been relaxing in the Midoriya apartment, waiting for Izuku to get back from seeing his friends. She couldn't wait to meet them, but had already decided not to butt in before school started. Letter? She questioned as Inko peeled herself off the floor with Melissa's help. What letter? Your acceptance letter. From you, sweetie. Melissa opened her mouth to reply, then closed it. What's it doing here? I don't live here. Inko paused, considering. This is probably one of Nedzu's little tricks, she decided eventually. Now, would you like for me to give you some privacy while you open it? She swallowed hard looking at the letter. Can you stay here with me? She hated how small her voice sounded. Inko only smiled. Of course, sweet. Now, set it down, let's see what it says. Fingers shaking, Melissa moved to open it, hands fumbling at the last moment and sending a small disc flying. It landed with a thud on the carpet, a bright light coming out of it shortly after. She was more than a little surprised to see her uncle's smiling face seconds later. Melissa, I'm sorry I couldn't be with you when you received the news, but I hope that the fact that I'm the one delivering it will make you forgive me faster. She gave a slight, wet chuckle. In case you're wondering why, exactly, I'm the one presenting the admittance letters, it's simply because you're looking at the newest UA faculty member. I get to teach you, along with your class, how to be the next generation of heroes. Melissa's eyes widened. Her uncle wasn't the most tight-lipped person in the world, so how had he kept that secret from her this entire time? To be completely honest, she was kind of proud. Anyway, on to your results. As I'm sure you already know, you passed both tests with flying colors. Most impressive, however, was your practical performance. The hologram feed switched to a video of her ripping through robots with sadistic glee. Not quite the smile I envision my successor wearing, but it's a great one nonetheless, he joked. Anyway, you destroyed an army's worth of robots. Your total score in terms of villain points was 60. A truly impressive score, Melissa, and one you should be proud of. Beside her, Inko was already crying, patting her back in lieu of trying to speak through her tears. But that's not all. The video feed switched once again, this time to her rescuing Uraraka from the rubble. She heard Inko gasp and she winced, finally able to fully witness how little she'd planned that out. As a hero school, there was no way we could simply ignore such an act of bravery. And it wasn't an isolated incident, either. Several other clips played simultaneously, all of her rescuing other applicants. And so, Melissa, I'm excited to say you have received no less than 60 rescue points. That places you at 120 points, a close second on the leaderboard for this year, and well above even my previous record. Melissa, this is your hero academia. The projection ended, the last image being of her uncle saying a barely audible, "I'm so proud of you," as the light faded. She stood, shocked, a smile spreading across her face. The door slammed open. Melissa, have you watched it yet? She didn't answer, still staring at the small metal disc on the ground. She almost fell over when a green blur tackled her, regaining her balance at the last second. She chuckled down at Izuku. Yeah, I've watched it, she said. I got in. It still sounded unreal even to her, the words ringing false in her ears. She knew she'd gotten strong, sure, but second place? Of course you got in, Melissa, you're smart and strong. If you couldn't get in then how could anyone else hope to? She laughed. I guess. But I got second place. That's way above what I expected. Melissa. Even without the rescue points, you'd have made it in with flying colors. In fact, any other year you'd have beaten everyone by a couple dozen points at least. She shook her head. It's just hard to believe is all. She paused. Wait, if my score is so high, who beat me? And by how much? Izuku laughed. Getting competitive even before the start of the school year? He paused, a finger on his chin. Never mind. This is par 4. The course for you. She laughed and shoved him off her, playfully. Shut up, asshole. Just tell me. He stood up from the floor and smirked at her. Well, it just so happens it was my good friend Todoroki Shudo. Coincidentally, he's also got the quirk control of a toddler, or at least that's the level of control he has for half of it. And he beat you by a grand total of, he beat his fingers on the table to simulate a drum roll. 4 points. Do better next time, Melissa. She pouted in mock hurt, and punched him in the shoulder. You're such an asshole. I don't know how I put up with you, sometimes. You know you love me. Fuck off. She tried unsuccessfully to hide her smile. ******. Melissa, come on. We're gonna be late. Melissa walked out calmly, a smile on her face. Calm down, Izuku, geez. I was only a few minutes slower. Besides, she laughed, it's a train. It's on a schedule. We can't get there any earlier. Izuku shook his head. Don't come at me with your logic. Let's go. He grabbed her hand and tried, unsuccessfully, to pull her forward. She laughed again. He paused, and ominously turned back to her with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Don't you want to see Uraraka as soon as possible? She blushed scarlet, sputtering for a bit before allowing herself to be pulled. Ever since the entrance exam he'd been insufferable, honestly. That didn't mean he was wrong though. ******. The train ride there was relatively painless. Luckily, it had been about a week since Izuku had been recognized in public. To be completely honest, he was glad he wouldn't have to deal with it anymore. Consequences had already long since been doled out to, mostly, everyone involved, and other schools had taken notice of the problems that led to the fall of Aldra. At this point he couldn't care less that people had forgotten, he was just glad things had changed. He let a smile grow on his face as he spotted the enormous structure that was UA around the corner. He always felt relaxed here. In the time he'd spent learning from Nedzu, it had become a second home, one he looked forward to returning to. For nearly the first time he entered UA through the intended entrance. It felt strange seeing the building from this angle, but not in a bad way. It felt like a threshold, a division between before and after. It felt like a new beginning, a chance to, and he was falling. Great. For a split second he saw a blur of blue, before Melissa was in front of him, bracing for his weight. Instead it never came, and she fell on her face. Izuku chuckled as he reoriented himself into a standing position. Thanks for the almost save there, Melissa, but it looks like you were too slow. He felt his feet touch back down to the ground and he smiled. Thanks, Uraraka. The girl in question smiled. No problem, Midoriya. It's good to see you. Her eyes moved, focusing on something behind him. The blush on her cheeks spread. And you too, Melissa. How are you? I'm good, was the terrible reply. Izuku resisted the urge to facepalm. Even he wasn't this bad. Welp, he said, clapping his hands together. I'll let you two catch up. Meet you in the classroom. Before either of them could get another word out, he sped around a corner, slinging his backpack into a vent and clambering in after. It was time for a good first impression. Katsuki swallowed hard, fists stuffed into his pockets to stop them from shaking. He wasn't scared, he wasn't, but he couldn't quite say that the hag's reaction to his choice hadn't shaken him. He'd done his research. He knew what he was getting into, and only a coward would try to get out of it now. He wasn't a coward. He stepped through the gate. When he finally arrived at the vent overlooking the classroom, it was just in time to see Melissa and Uraraka walk through the door. In a drastic contrast to what he'd witnessed just moments before, they were laughing and conversing without any sign of the nerves they displayed earlier. He smiled. He'd done quite a bit of work as wingman so far, but from the looks of things he wouldn't need to do too much more. He laughed when the youngest ingenium kid Ida Tenya, if he remembered correctly, called Melissa out for seeing the true nature of the exam. The look on her face was priceless. Unfortunately, he hadn't silenced himself quickly enough, as he noticed Hagekure turning to look in his general direction. He let out a silent groan, something that didn't go unnoticed by two others, and dropped his head. Curse Melissa and the ridiculous situations she found herself in. Now he had to do his reveal before Hagekure messed it up to spite him. He punched the grate of the vent, letting it clang against the floor for showmanship, and flipped out of it. Casually he picked it up and put it back into place carefully, before sitting in his assigned seat. He made no eye contact, and did not elaborate. About a dozen pairs of eyes blinked at him. Before a single question could be asked, he held up a hand. Sensei's here. Those that knew him immediately sat down, the rest of the class following after a few doubtful moments. He made a mental note to get a picture of their expressions from Nedzu later. Moments later, a yellow lump dragged itself into the classroom, no visible features on it until it rolled over. The class stared, confusion amplified by current events, and they started slightly when shaggy black hair emerged and dark, tired eyes stared back at them. The sleeping bag began to unzip. "Good. You were already quiet when I came in. I expect this behavior every day." The man stood straight, bundling the yellow monstrosity into a ball and shoving it under his desk. "Everyone meet me outside Gym Gamma as fast as possible. Get changed first." Without further ado, he walked out of the classroom, leaving at least half the class feeling like they were dreaming. Izuku hummed. "Time to go, I guess." He began to strip. "Excuse me, that is inappropriate to do in the classroom." "Glasses guys, Ida's?" Voice died down when Izuku's shirt came off to reveal the UA gym uniform underneath. He blinked owlishly at everyone, but Melissa could see a hint of mischief underneath his expression. "What?" He said to get there as soon as possible. "I'm just prepared." Noticeably pushing down a smile, he left his things at his desk before leaping back into the vent. After about a minute of stunned silence, the sound of echoing cackles followed. "Well," Melissa started, slowly. "I guess now I know why he was so excited for today." Beside her, the invisible girl, Hagekure, cackled. "He's acting like a mini Nedzu. Oh, this is so much fun. I wonder how far he'll take it." "So, he's not always like this?" asked the tentative, hopeful voice of one of her new classmates. He had 6 arms and a mask covering half his face. Hagekure just laughed harder. "He's normally worse," she exclaimed gleefully. The boy paled, and a hand floated over to smack Hagekure on the back of her head. "Ponytail girl, Yao. Yao something or other," Yammo sighed deeply, before turning to him. "No, he's not. I think he just likes messing with the staff." "And Hagekure," she turned. "Stop messing with our classmates." "Yeah, that's for Shudo to do on accident," said boy, who was currently putting tiny pins and post-its onto a conspiracy board, glanced up. "What? Lizard girl?" Tokage patted him on the back. "I hate to say it, buddy, but at least half of what you do is incredibly confusing to people who don't know you." He turned back to his board. "What part of this?" He spread his hand over it as though to demonstrate it. "Is confusing?" Tokage squinted over his shoulder. "Is this detailing how Nedzu might be genetically related to Midoriya?" At the boy's nod, she burst out laughing. "What the fuck, Shudo? Gene splicing? Nedzu secretly being a human in a small fursuit? None of this isn't confusing." He huffed, pulling it back. "Then I guess you lack the intellectual ability to understand it." She laughed again, but her expression was sharper. "Oh, you want to go, pretty boy? Enough." The shout came from Yao Yaum Ponytail Girl. She pinched the bridge of her nose. "Let's just all get to the field. Sensei is going to punish us somehow, and Midoriya is going to have a field day. Let's hurry." Tokage, Melissa, and presumably Hagekure paled at her words, rushing out of the classroom. Melissa heard the rest of her new classmates scramble to follow soon after. She felt bad for her new classmates. This hadn't exactly been a great start. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. When Izuku reached the field, carefully timed only seconds after Aizawa himself arrived, he swore he saw the man age several years in an instant. It had been a bit uncomfortable wearing the gym uniform underneath the regular one, but if this was the result, it was more than worth it. He'd admit, it was difficult not bursting out into laughter at the man's vaguely uncomfortable expression. Still, he'd toned down the theatrics after his earlier display. As fun and harmless as it was currently to mess with the man, he didn't want to get in trouble. He wasn't sure what normal punishments were, but if they were anything like what he'd experienced in the past, it'd be best to avoid them at all costs. Unsurprisingly, the first one out after himself was Melissa. Even without the use of her quirk, she was insanely fast, and she'd known the layout of the school pretty thoroughly even before getting in. The rest of his friends and other classmates filtered out after her. He gave up on refraining from taking notes, and moments later his notebook was open in his hands, pen flying over the pages almost faster than he could track. There were so many interesting quirks just at a first glance. Someone with 6 arms, someone with what looked like earphone jacks dangling from her ears, someone with eyes much wider than should be possible. One guy walked in a bit later than everyone else, a bit of a strut to his step, with an incredibly large and probably impractical belt practically hanging from his waist. Support gear? He snapped out of his analysis when he heard Aizawa clear his throat. Quickly he tucked his notebook away, turning to completely face his teacher. That took longer than it should have. You are not here to have fun, so treat this seriously. You won't get another chance. A few of his new classmates shifted uncomfortably, and he frowned. It was true, but this was their first day. There was still plenty of time to get them used to the grittier side of heroics. The government likes to test students physically through a series of tests. However, they don't allow for quirk usage, which is illogical. His eyes flashed red briefly. Today, you'll be repeating those tests, but this time I want you to use your quirk at their fullest capacity. A small amount of dread pooled in Izuku's gut, but he also figured it was a good way to see how strong he was compared to people with quirks. Sure, it was pretty arbitrary, especially since he was sure some of his classmates wouldn't be able to use their quirks in the tests. Still, he could prove he belonged, prove that he could stand among his peers even if they had something vital he lacked. The dread only increased when a girl with pink skin, a secondary mutation, or something involving her quirk, yelled about how fun the exercise would be. He glanced back at Aizawa's face and cringed. Oh really? You think it'll be fun? He turned to a nearby scoreboard. Whoever comes in last will be expelled. Cries of indignation immediately rose, but they were silenced quickly by a red-tinged glare. Slowly, everyone lined up, mood now significantly dampened. Izuku shifted nervously in place. He'd be fine, right? Even if he didn't have a quirk, he'd spent months training. Sure, he wasn't at Melissa's level, but it was still more than some of his classmates had done. He took a deep breath. He could do this. He watched in slowly rising despair as Shudo used both sides of his quirk to cause an explosion, the ball rocketing forward more than a kilometer. It's fine, he thought. Not everyone can match that. His despair grew a bit more when Hagakure outdid him during the toe touch. It grew when Momo made a scooter to blow everyone away in the long-distance running. It grew when Setsuna flew straight over the long jump. It grew when Melissa did more sidesteps than anyone else had even dreamed possible. It grew when Ida beat everyone in the 100-meter dash, when the 6-armed kid crushed the grip strength machine, when a blonde girl used floating horns to dominate the high jump, when another blonde-haired kid shorted out the machine itself. He was consistently in the top quarter of the class, sure, but Eraserhead was still eyeing him critically, and pretty much everyone else had gotten at least one incredible score. He chewed the inside of his cheek and stuffed his hands in his pockets to hide their shaking. Ignoring the worried looks he was starting to pull from his friends, his thoughts raced, calculating points for every placement he'd had so far, assigning a final placement for everyone as he went. If everything went the way he was expecting, that would land him in about 8th place, but he couldn't rely on that. What if there was some other criteria? Some secret way their teacher was judging them, something he was looking for, something he lacked? His eyes tracked the ball as Uraraka made it float out of the atmosphere. How could he hope to succeed to do? Well, to even compare when the people around him were capable of so much? He clenched his fists. What was the point, if all he'd be is a liability? Why was he still even? Aizuku? Are you okay? Izuku startled, green eyes meeting black ones. He took a deep breath. Yeah, Momo, I'll be fine. Thanks. She gave him a tentative smile, and he tried to return it. If it helps, I doubt he'd really expel someone on the very first day. I'm sure this is just his way of making sure we all do our best. Izuku had to hold back a snort. He knew full well how often Eraserhead expelled students. Either way, he appreciated her effort. He gave her a smile, this time a bit more genuine. Thanks, Momo. They glanced back in time to hear their teacher call Izuku's name for the ball toss. In moments the dread that had been accumulating returned at full force, and he took a few deep, steadying breaths as he moved up to the circle. All he could really do was his best, and if it wasn't enough, then he'd do his best to improve. The ball felt rough in his hand, and he focused on it, pulling every ounce of focus he could manage into the task at hand. And he shook his head. He took a step back, pulling his arm back, and with a grunt of effort turned his body into the throw. He missed the glint of red glowing at his back as he let the ball fly. It cleared the line of trees he could see up ahead, but only barely. Still, it was at the very least over 100 meters away, an incredible score, leagues better than he expected, and solidly better than well over half the class. He whipped around, a cheer already forming on his lips, but it faded quickly at the look he saw on his teacher's face. He dropped his smile, shoulders coming up to his ears. He'd messed up somehow. He just hoped it hadn't been too badly. Midoriya. He flinched at the way his name sounded on the man's lips. It felt like a curse, something vile. He pulled into himself further. Yes, sensei? This is a Quirk assessment test. Again a flinch. He wished he'd learned to suppress those. So please tell me, why have you not been using it? Ignoring the sudden muttering at the revelation, he opened his mouth to reply, but someone beat him to it. Some quirks aren't exactly useful for these tests, sensei. Izuku startled at Hagikure's voice. She pressed on, a tinge of something bitter tainting her words. I haven't been using mine, either. Is there a reason you're bringing this up with him and not me? Or is it just that you can see what mine does and not his? Izuku's breath hitched. What was she doing? She didn't need to defend him. She was risking her place at UA. He wasn't worth this. I haven't really been able to use mine, either. Not in a way that isn't technically cheating, anyway. Izuku's eyes snapped over to the boy with blonde hair. He looked nervous. It's not exactly fair to dash. Fair? This time the glare was directed towards the boy. Fair is a concept you'll have to get used to not having if you're going into heroics. Do you think villains will give you a fair fight? Do you think natural disasters will give you a fair amount of time to rescue people? He scoffed. Things are rarely fair. Sometimes life deals you a hand that's full of nothing but shit. And sometimes that means you have to work 10 times as hard as everyone else just to reach their starting line. I know some quirks are mental, and some are difficult to control, and both of those mean putting in more effort, which is exactly why I'm asking. Now if you'll please let him answer the question I addressed to him, I'd be grateful. He turned his eyes back to Izuku, and moved his hand in a go-on motion. Izuku gulped. Well, he started. He couldn't stand the stares he felt from the rest of the class, even the curious ones from some of his friends. With a start he realized some of them still didn't know, and fuck, this wasn't how he'd planned on telling them. The thing is dash. It's not hard to answer, Midoriya. His eyes once again flashed red. Why haven't you been using your quirk? Because, he fought to keep his voice steady, but it still fell to a whisper. Because I don't have one. Speak up. Izuku winced and took a steadying breath. Because I don't have one, sensei. The man in question looked incredulous. You don't have one what, Midoriya? I don't have a quirk, he gritted out. Sensei. The class fell stiflingly silent, and he fought to keep his composure. Everyone looked stunned, save for Hagikure, who'd known ever since the Aldra incident, and Melissa for obvious reasons. He hadn't planned on letting the class know so soon, before he could properly gauge what their reactions would be, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment directed towards his teacher for forcing his hand in such a public way. You'd already know this if you bothered to read your students' files, he muttered, too quiet for him to hear. But it's fine, it's not like it's your damn job or anything. At least, he thought he'd been quiet. The terribly concealed snickers coming from the general direction of his classmates indicated otherwise. He froze. I don't read my students' files, Midoriya, because I prefer to see what they're like without any preconceived notions of what they'll be like. Tell me, barring maybe your case, is there anything else necessary to my teaching that I would have gotten from everyone's files? Apparently Izuku's filter was long gone, because without hesitating he replied with, how about the fact that Melissa's quirk came in a month ago? Again the class plus Eraserhead was stunned into silence, and he clapped his hand over his mouth. He sent Melissa an apologetic look, which was returned by a smirk. She was barely holding herself back from laughing at him, and it showed. Eraserhead sighed, the expression on his face making him look like he'd aged decades in moments. Anything else? Izuku kept his mouth resolutely shut until he saw Shudo waving his arms in the back. His eyes widened when he caught the meaning of his seemingly random charades. He opened his mouth again. Shudo's father, Endeavor, the number 2 hero, is abusive. Eraserhead opened his mouth, considered for a second, groaned and walked back inside the building without another word. Shudo was stifling his laughter so hard he had to be held up by Setsuna. Izuku shook his head at him fondly, before turning back to the rest of the class. Class dismissed? I think. He started in the direction of the nearest vent. I'm going back, anyway. I'll see you guys back in the classroom. That was only technically a lie. First he had a stop to make to decompress. He'd be back in the classroom before lunch, at least. He really didn't want to deal with any questions right now. Normally, the sight of his student would only fill Nedzu with mischievous glee. But emerging from the vent by his desk merely a couple of hours since the beginning of class was worrying, to say the least. His ear twitched, and he put on a smile as human as he could make it. Midoriya, to what do I owe this unexpected visit? Aizawa's been treating you well, I hope? Midoriya gave a minute flinch, and he filed the reaction away for later. Once he found out exactly what had happened, he'd be having words with the man. Midoriya seemed to pick himself up, and Nedzu waited patiently for his response. He didn't have to wait long. He had good intentions, I'm sure. It ended with me being forced to tell everyone I was quirkless. And, well, I'd been hoping to put that off a little while, at least until I could get a good read on my classmates, and I guess I'm just kind of upset I didn't get the choice, and dash. Midoriya, he interrupted gently. Breathe. In front of him, his boy student ran through the breathing exercises he'd taught him, back when hyperventilating and panic attacks were more common. After a few minutes he calmed down enough to continue. I'm just upset he didn't give me a choice, is all. I would have told him in private, or even just whispered, but well, he sighed. It's all right. He didn't know, and it's not really his fault. It's going to be a pain answering questions now, though. Nedzu turned around, serving another cup of tea. If you say so, he said. They both knew he wouldn't really leave it at that. He'd have to have some words with Aizawa later. Would you like some tea? But that could wait. His student nodded and sat down, nursing the cup carefully between his hands. Thanks, Nedzu. He nodded slightly as he turned back to his computer. Of course, Midoriya. Now, what has the rest of the day been like so far? What do you think of your classmates' quirks? He never pulled his attention away from his computer, but both knew full well he was still capable of listening to the sudden flood of mumbles and muttering from the green-haired boy in the office. Nedzu could think of no better way to spend his morning. ********. Momo was worried. Izuku had run off immediately after the quirk assessment, and had yet to return, despite it being so close to lunch. She worried her lip. Oh, relax, Yamamoto. Greenie's fine. I'm sure he's just sitting with the rat right now. He'll join us for lunch. Momo turned to look at Setsuna, who was sporting an obviously fake smile. She sighed. I know. I'm just worried he won't talk to us when he does come back. The other girl's smile dropped. Yeah, but well, all we can really do is be there for him, right? She glanced at the clock on the wall. Damn, finally. I've been starving. Toru pumped her arm in the air. Let's head to the cafeteria and save him a spot, before it gets too crowded. They took a moment to yank Shudo away from a conversation about cryptid sightings with the blonde kid, Kamakiri, and headed down to the cafeteria. He followed them, which wasn't exactly unwelcome, but considering the conversation they were planning on having, she'd have preferred him not be there. Well, she wasn't going to be the one to tell him no, and Shudo seemed to enjoy his company. She hoped he didn't say anything to make Izuku close off. She was only marginally surprised to see Izuku already waiting for them, 5 trays of food already sitting in front of him. His eyes widened slightly at the sight of Kaminari, before his expression turned to guilt. "Hey, Kaminari. I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't get anything for you. That's alright, dude, I wouldn't expect you to. I'll be back in a second." Without a second thought, he ran off, ducking and dodging through the crowd with ease. Momo looked back down to the food, surprised to see her favorite food placed in front of her already. How did he know? About her favorite food and also her classmate's name? She'd spent the morning with him and still hadn't been sure. She shook her head. Never mind. He had his ways. "Hey Izuku. How's it going?" said Shudo around mouthfuls of cold soba. Momo was slightly worried about how quickly he seemed to be eating it, almost to the point of inhaling it, but held off her concerns for a second to focus on Izuku's answer. He turned his head slightly, sheepish. "I'm alright, guys. Sorry if I made you worry. I wanted to go spend some time with Nedzu, and maybe avoid questions for a little while." Shudo nods, still inhaling soba. "That makes sense. I've heard fathers do tend to bring people comfort during difficult times." Izuku choked on his own food, a plate of katsudon. "What?" he said after recovering, one hand wiping the food off his mouth and chin. "Nedzu's not my dad. You don't have to hide it anymore, Izuku, it's okay. I know you put on a front most of the time, but I've figured out the truth." Izuku seemed to debate whether or not it was worth continuing the debate, and eventually just sighed and turned back to Momo, Toru and Setsuna. Momo interrupted him before he could speak. "You have nothing to apologize for, Izuku, we understand." She gave him what she hoped was a reassuring smile. The look he returned looked constipated. And about what I said to Aizawa?" "We already knew, Izuku," Momo said when it became clear he was struggling. "It's alright. You don't owe us an explanation, but just know that we care about you all the same. I don't think there's much that could change that, now." "Yeah. You're stuck with us," yelled Toru. Momo winced and sent apologetic looks to the tables around them as Setsuna joined in, loudly declaring she'd never leave their side. Even Shudo glanced up from his food long enough to add a thumbs up to the conversation. Momo smiled. Midoriya gave them all a teary smile, twin drops of moisture threatening to spill from the corners of his eyes. "You guys dash. Hey guys. I'm back." Without hesitation, Kaminari sat himself next to Shudo, digging into his food. He seemed completely oblivious to the sudden stunned silence at his arrival. "So," he said between mouthfuls of food, "is it true you don't have a quirk?" He was looking directly at Izuku. The atmosphere became tense, and Momo's mouth was agape. How could someone be so socially oblivious? Izuku looked like a fish out of water, mouth opening and closing until he just nodded. Kaminari seemed to light up. "That's so cool. Holy crap, you made it in here with skill alone. You must be badass." He looked back down to his food. "I doubt I would have been in even the top 90% without my quirk." Izuku seemed relieved, shoulders slumping and a small smile gracing his face. "It was pretty tough. I had to fight Shudo. He didn't hold back." Next to Momo, Setsuna snorted. "That's one way to put it. You two really went plus ultra and almost sent each other to the hospital. You should be grateful Chio works here." Toru spit out her drink. "What? When were you going to tell me? Who won?" Shudo's face scrunched up. "Is that really that important? Greenie did," grinned Setsuna. Icy Hot caused a huge explosion and blasted himself out of the arena. Greenie stayed in by spraining both ankles on an iceberg. Momo rolled her eyes. "It wasn't an iceberg, Setsuna. Don't be ridiculous." The girl in question slumped slightly, and Momo grinned. "It was a glacier." Kaminari stared in awe at Izuku, which only served to make him even more embarrassed. He was trying unsuccessfully to hide his face, which was now beet red. Momo Setsuna was cackling, and while she couldn't quite tell, she thought Toru seemed amused and vaguely frustrated at their recklessness. Shudo was attempting to look like he was ignoring them. It wasn't working. The laughter died down, and conversation turned to classes and what everyone was looking forward to. Unsurprisingly, Izuku pulled out his notebook within seconds to show them all the pages of UA staff he still needed signed. Kaminari narrowed his eyes at the sudden appearance of the notebook, but didn't question it. Internally, Momo laughed. It was something that continued to confuse them all. She could remember how strange it was seeing it for the first time. Eventually, the conversation began to die down, no new topics of conversation springing up to bridge the gap. Slightly awkwardly, Kaminari cleared his throat. So, first names, huh? You all must be close. They all paused. Had they really all been using given names? For how long? She knew that Shudo was because of his father, but with everyone else she'd hardly noticed. Before she could give an answer, unfortunately, Shudo spoke up. Setsuna groaned. It started because I don't want to be reminded of my father at all. Have you ever heard of Quirk marriages? You see, Kaminari, ever since I was a small child he only ever saw me as a project, a weapon, his masterpiece dash. With that, by the end of lunch, and Shudo's backstory, Kaminari was cemented into their group. Nobody had it in them to protest. *******. Melissa stopped herself from joining Izuku's friend group on their way to lunch, instead hoping to ambush him after school altogether. That did mean that she didn't have a plan now, though. Who would she sit with? She could ask Uraraka, sure, but who else? She wanted to make friends, but she knew full well she sucked at that. And what if Uraraka didn't want to eat with her at all? Would she have to eat alone? What if? She was cut out of her thoughts by a hand grabbing her by the wrist and tugging her out the door. Come on, Melissa. Let's go. I heard the food here is amazing. Melissa was glad Uraraka was facing forwards. It was easier to hide her blush that way. She failed to notice a similar one on the other girl's face. When they got to the cafeteria, they were immediately inundated by a crowd of students. Luckily, the line for food was passing by quickly, but Melissa mainly worried about the availability of tables. By the time they got their food, it was likely they'd have to find a place outside. They moved through the line quickly, trays piled up with amazing food, but when they looked out over the sea of people it was clear no tables were open. Should we find a place somewhere else? I know the campus pretty well. Uraraka chuckled. I'm sure you do. Maybe we could wait. Again she shot an arm to grab Melissa, and she had to scramble not to drop her tray. When they arrived she saw that the same guy from before, Ito, she wants to say, had been waving them over. She shot him a grateful smile, and was saved from having to ask his name by Uraraka. Thanks, Ida, she said. Melissa accompanied it with a smile. The boy in question pushed his glasses up on his nose. Of course. I believe that, as Hero Corps students, we all must cultivate positive relationships. It wouldn't do to let you go without a place to eat. Melissa chuckled nervously. Yeah, thanks. The three of them lapsed into a vaguely uncomfortable silence, which Melissa was fully aware of, but she didn't really know how to fix that. Didn't people normally have conversations? She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, someone plopped down right next to her. Melissa barely had time to turn her head before her vision was filled with yellow hair and large blue eyes. Hey! A chipper voice said in English. Hi, she said. Somehow, the girl's eyes got even wider, and she smiled. You speak English. I'm so relieved. I thought I was the only one. Oh, I'm so glad. I don't speak much Japanese at all. What's your name? I'm Pony. Pony Tsunatori. The girl's face kept inching closer and closer to Melissa's, and she was forced to scooch back a bit. She laughed at her enthusiasm. I'm Melissa Shield. It's nice to meet you too. Behind Pony she saw Uraraka frown slightly, most likely due to the language barrier, and she tapped Pony on the shoulder. She gestured at her classmates. Back in Japanese, she said, this is Pony Tsunatori. She says she doesn't speak much Japanese. Again switching languages she continued, pointing over at her friend. This is Uraraka Ochako, and over there's Ida. Crap, she'd forgotten to ask his full name. Luckily he filled in before she could flounder too much. My name is Ida Tenya. It's excellent to formally meet a fellow student. Pony scrunched her face a bit, but seemed to understand what he was saying eventually. She smiled again. Yeah. It's great to meet you, Ida. Her Japanese was stilted, jerky, and vaguely awkward, but it was enough. Ida nodded in acknowledgement, and Pony nearly jumped in joy. Melissa smiled. For a small, nearly insignificant moment, Melissa let herself hope that a conversation would spring up naturally. She was wrong. It died out immediately, and the language barrier didn't help with trying to get it started again. She sighed minutely. She wasn't cut out for this. She'd grown up on an island with little to no interaction with children her age, for fuck's sake. It shouldn't be up to her to start a conversation, right? Almost desperately she looked around for a distraction, or something to talk about, or quite possibly someone to save her. She found her salvation in the form of another one of her classmates. Again, she couldn't quite remember her name, but she was fairly sure it started with an M. Maybe. Possibly. Regardless, it looked like she was searching for a place to sit, and Melissa eagerly waved her over. It couldn't hurt, having someone else there to help the conversation move, right? Besides, in class she'd seemed fairly outgoing. With any luck, she'd be able to somehow salvage the situation. The girl, Muna? Miranda? Plopped herself down next to Uraraka in seconds, somehow having gotten through the crowd with an entire tray of food still intact. Melissa was impressed. Uraraka jumped slightly at her sudden appearance, but didn't seem to mind. She shot her a smile. Oh hey, Mina, right? The girl to Mina, that's what it was, grinned. Hey, thanks for waving me over. I was not looking forward to navigating that crowd for much longer. Melissa chuckled. Of course. It's like Ida said to us a second ago, we can't leave each other stranded like that. Out of the corner of her eye she saw Ida straighten up, a small smile on his lips. The conversation began to die down again, but this time Mina put a stop to it. Without a second's hesitation she jumped up, ignoring the small spray of food, and started to rapid-fire questions at everyone. Ida's expression at being called out for being a rich kid was hilarious, and even more so were the expressions everyone wore when she revealed she'd grown up on an island. It was incredible, she thought idly, how easily Mina could make people feel comfortable around her and each other. Conversation just felt so natural, almost like with Izuku, but it had taken them months to reach that point. She was half convinced Mina was magic at this point. She couldn't help but feel slightly sad when the bell rang, but she knew she'd get plenty more opportunities to talk to all of them throughout the school year. She was looking forward to it. Where is that man? Nedzu muttered to himself as he scampered through the vents. The moment Midoriya had left his office, Nedzu had rushed off to find Aizawa. He needed to have some words with him about how he treated students, and about proper protocol when it came to students' files. He wouldn't let this slide. He ran through the vents, paws making noticeable noise in the walls. Occasionally he saw one of his employees through a gap in the metal. The shivers they got at the sound made him feel moderately better about everything. He took a moment to detour by the cafeteria, his eyes quickly zeroing in on his student. He chuckled a bit at Midoriya's friend group, all of them staring at the Todoroki boy in resigned horror. He could probably guess what that was about, but he'd check the cameras later just in case. Eventually he reached the teacher's lounge, and sure enough he could see a yellow lump in the corner. His whiskers twitched in irritation. Didn't he have better things to do? He dropped out of the vent silently, his paws soft enough not to announce his presence. Out of the corner of his eye he spotted Yamada and Kayama at their desks, but neither noticed him. That is, not until he was standing in front of the sleeping bag. Aizawa, he said, voice full of fake cheer. A word, please? The sleeping bag groaned and shifted, the zipper opening to reveal a gruff face and about 12.5 files. What? Nedzu's smile became more strained. I'd rather it be in private. Why can't it be right here? Nedzu sighed. Very well. He pulled out Aizawa's desk chair, it never really saw much use, and sat down. I'd like to remind you about proper protocol when it comes to the information in students' files. This is an important matter, I'm sure you agree. The other man sighed. What did your brat tell you I did? Nedzu bristled but calmed himself. He didn't have to tell me much of anything. I reviewed the footage, Aizawa. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that it's important to actually read the information in those files prior to teaching the class. Aizawa snorted. You're getting rusty, Nedzu. You're telling me you didn't see through me? Nedzu simply narrowed his eyes, letting him continue. He sighed again, rolling his eyes. I skimmed the files last week, okay? I already knew. Nedzu sniffed, motioning at the stack of files on the floor and in his bag. What use do you have for them now, then? I'm combing through them all again because apparently one of my students manifested a quirk less than a month ago, which was barely even registered anywhere for some reason. Not to mention the fact that now I have to deal with Endeavor being an abusive father. Yamada let out a startled yelp. I'm giving them a more thorough comb through. I won't let something like this slip by me again. Nedzu's tail twitched. So it was another one of your logical ruses? Pray tell, what benefit could telling the students that you aren't aware of basic, important information possibly have? I know human psychology isn't your strong suit, Nedzu. He shifted in his bag. This way, I can gauge how much trust they have in authority. I want to see if any of them approach me, and take note of those who don't. It helps me figure out what kind of teacher they need me to be. He rearranged the files that had fallen. There's no harm in it, especially since I keep the information in mind regardless. There's harm in the way it impacts the students, Shoyuda. Nedzu agreed silently, but Yamada was largely ignored. So there was no need to ask him, especially not in front of everyone. He didn't specify, but it seemed Aizawa understood. He needs to get used to people knowing, and he needs to get used to the reactions some people will inevitably have. I won't sugarcoat things for him, and I won't let him leave my class thinking things will be easy for him. Because they won't. He had a point. Still, it was their first day. He could have afforded some compassion. He had to bite his lips to stop them from pulling into a snarl. In the future, Aizawa, I'd appreciate it if you didn't put students in positions that force them to disclose personal information or cause them unnecessary panic or anxiety. Causing a student to have a full-blown panic attack in front of their peers on the first day is not conducive to the level of trust you seem to be asking of them. Additionally, you should do more than simply skim your students' files. Please see that you make the necessary changes to your work ethic by the start of next term. You're a valuable staff member, Aizawa. It would be a shame to see you go. Nedzu straightened up, arranging the office chair back where it was before strolling out of the lounge casually, fake smile stretched across his face. He let it fall the minute he was back in the vents. It seemed he'd been giving his staff too much freedom. He'd have to do some monitoring. ********. The rest of the day passed by fairly quickly, with no further incidents. Melissa was extremely grateful. Still, she was anxious for the day to finish. Izuku had seemed pretty upset, and Melissa wanted to make sure she was okay. There was a part of her that wanted to know why he was so upset too. Was being quirkless really so bad? She shook her head, writing down the suggested reading titles for the history class. Their teacher was interesting to say the least, but he seemed nice enough. The blind jokes were getting a bit tiring. The bell finally rang, and Melissa eyed Izuku as he left, planning on checking up on him on the way home. She was stopped by Uraraka. Hey, I'm sorry, but could you wait for me for a second? I want to ask Mr. Takayuki about some of the reading material, but I don't want to walk to the station by myself, and I know it's dumb, but could you dash? Melissa cut her off with a small chuckle. Sure, Raka, I'll wait. They both froze. Raka? Where did that come from, Melissa? Quickly, she tried to play it smooth, smiling at her. I meant to do that, she hoped the look conveyed. She wasn't sure she'd succeeded. Uraraka ran off, face red, and Melissa let her smile drop. Why did I do that? She covered her face with both hands. After a short while, Uraraka finished asking her questions, and they both left. Melissa ignored the knowing look and smirk her teacher shot in her approximate direction. The majority of the walk was spent in silence. It felt slightly awkward, but at the same time, the silence itself wasn't bad. Melissa enjoyed being around Uraraka, even if there wasn't a conversation involved. That didn't mean she didn't miss the sound of her voice, though. They got to the station just in time for Uraraka's train, something they were both grateful for. The Midoriya house was close by, so Melissa stood on the other side of the ticket gates, waiting for the train to pull out. Uraraka seemed to hesitate for a moment, the blush on her cheeks intensifying for a moment, before she waved. See you tomorrow, Mel. She rushed into the train, and the crowd swallowed her. Melissa fought back a blush the rest of the way home. *******. Izuku was waiting for her at the base of his apartment building when she finally arrived. She shot him a questioning look. "Why are you waiting outside? I wanted to talk to you for a bit before we went inside, you know." Out of earshot. She tilted her head, confused. "But about what?" "Oh, I don't know," he smirked. "How about we start with the reason you got held up back there?" She started. "There's nothing to talk about there." "Don't see why you're bringing this up right now, Melissa, you're blushing." Well, it's not like it's because of Raka He stepped closer. "Raka? At nicknames already? You move fast, Melissa." She sputtered. "What does she call you?" Finally she regained her bearings. "That is none of your business," she said, indignant. What about you and that invisible girl?" Hakaga, Hagukutsuki Hikure Hagakure, he corrected, nearly wheezing. "Nope. Nothing." Melissa deflated slightly in defeat, but perked up a bit when Izuku's smile slid off his face. "There was actually something else I wanted to talk about before we go inside." Melissa frowned for a moment, before it dawned on her. Yeah, about that. Are you okay? You seemed pretty upset." Yeah." He let out a dry chuckle. "It was stupid of me to worry, really. I know them better than that." The last part was said quietly, and Melissa wondered if she was meant to have heard it. She sent him a questioning look. "Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. I talked to Nedzu for a little while, and he said he'd talk to Aizawa. And none of my friends cared. So it's all good." "Why would they?" He startled slightly, looking up at her. "What? Why would they care?" She crossed her arms, voice unsure. "Look, I know you've had some bad experiences in the past. But they're your friends. You know them, and they know you. Why would your quirk change anything?" She smiled, putting a hand on his shoulder. "They're good people, Izuku, and they care about you. Now you just have to start believing it." He closed his eyes, sighing. "Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Melissa." He took a deep breath, before straightening, seemingly pulling himself together. "Anyway, the main point I wanted to bring up was my mom. I don't want her to know I was forced to tell everyone like that. She'll only worry. Please don't tell her, all right?" The smile she gave him was a little unsure. "All right, I won't." There was a lull in the conversation, and Izuku's stomach grumbles. Melissa tugs at his hand. "Come on, let's get inside. I'm sure Inko has food ready for us." She, and surprisingly Toshinori, did in fact have food ready for them when they finally got upstairs. It tasted like home. "Good morning, class. My name is Yagi Toshinori, but you all may know me better as All Might. I will have the pleasure of teaching you all how to be tomorrow's heroes." Toshinori paused, looking at himself in the mirror. That pose seemed a little over the top, no? He wanted to seem normal, approachable, that is, for the kids. But how best to go about that? He groaned. He'd been at this for over an hour now. Why was it so difficult? Why was the thought of being responsible for the education of 40 children so nerve-wracking? He sighed, then clenched his fist. He'd faced countless villains, saved thousands of lives, stood off against nature itself. He'd even gone against the most fearsome villain since the dawn of quirks, for hell's sake. He could do this. He'd walk into class, and he'd be calm, normal, and approachable. He knew how to do that. ********. I am here. Coming through the door like a normal person. He'd entered the door in a bow, to demonstrate that he was not above his students, and had tried his best to walk through the door like any other person would. He was the image of approachability. Although, judging by the 2 amused and 18 stupefied expressions directed at him when he finally raised his head, he hadn't quite succeeded. Maybe he should hold off on introductions for a bit longer, then. He cleared his throat. "Grab your hero uniforms and meet me in training site D. Your foundational heroics starts here." He was about to leave when he heard a voice from close to the back of the room. "Uniforms?" It came from what seemed to be a set of floating clothes. Toshinori beamed. This was great. Questions were the foundation of learning. This meant his class was engaged. He turned to face her. If he remembered correctly, she was Hagakure Toru, one of the students with highest rescue points this entire year. Yes, young Hagakure, he boomed. You see, I consider the word costume to be a bit childish. When we wear these, we are telling civilians that we're here, that they're safe, and we tell villains that they should be afraid. These may be personalized for each of us, but they represent a union, a solemn duty to protect. This is why I call them uniforms and not costumes. In reality, this was not exactly his own idea. Gran Torino had spent hours drilling it into his skull, along with dozens of other similarly vital lessons. Still, he believed it to be an important ideal to keep, and he was excited to teach this and more to his students. He waited for a moment to see if anyone else had any questions, but nobody piped up. Slightly disappointing, but they barely knew him, after all. Once they got a chance to warm up to him, they'd be more active, more willing to participate, he was sure. He wasn't sure what he'd do if they didn't. He grinned slightly wider at the class. Well, if that's all, I'll be going. Again, meet me at training site D when you're ready. Remember everyone, go beyond. He pumped his fist in the air. Plus ultra. A few of the students caught on fast, Melissa among them. Plus ultra, they repeated, fists pumping in the air. It hadn't been everyone, but it was a start. He flashed Melissa a grateful smile and ran off. He hoped he hadn't lost his flashcards, somehow. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Momo knew, logically, that she didn't have much reason to be nervous. That didn't stop her heart from pounding hard enough to be heard as she stepped out to the training field. Were they jumping right in? They couldn't be, right? They'd had zero training. He couldn't expect them to just know what to do right away. That was ridiculous. She shook her head firmly. No, he wouldn't. She'd be fine. The thought didn't do too much to soothe her nerves, unfortunately. Absent-mindedly, she picked at the material of her uniform. All Might had said it was a uniform. It wasn't a design she was very proud of, but she felt it was necessary. After all, as her Quirk counselor had pointed out, she required as much open skin as possible. Still, she felt cold and oddly exposed. She'd get used to it though. She didn't have much choice. Unsurprisingly, when she did reach the field, Izuku was already waiting in a plain gym uniform, a smile on his lips as he chatted with All Might. Momo's brain froze. Since when was Izuku this comfortable with the number one hero? She'd seen the amount of All Might merch the boy kept in his room. How was he not freaking out at meeting his idol? Izuku jogged over to her, before doing what looked like a double take, and all thoughts of Izuku and his relationship to All Might were pushed out of her mind. Izuku's face showed nothing but polite confusion. Momo. What are you wearing? That's what this was about. Momo sighed. My hero uniform. Izuku gave her a funny look. Did you let your mom design it? Haha, very funny, she said, rolling her eyes. But no. Unfortunately, I have to have a lot of skin exposed in order to use my quirk. I gave input, but most of it was ultimately designed by the support company I used. Izuku looked doubtful. Are you sure? That doesn't look like it'll offer much protection if you fall. You couldn't have them develop something using your DNA? That way you could just create things through your uniform instead of just your skin. You could even potentially use it as an extra source of lipids, if it's made right. I hadn't thought of that, she admitted. Though I also didn't know it was an option. How can they create a material with my DNA? I think the most common way to do it is using hair. I'll have to ask Melissa for the specifics, though. She knows a lot more about it than I do. The rest of the class started to filter in, and Toru bounded over to them. Shudo, Setsuna and Kaminari lagged a bit behind her. Whatcha talking about? We're discussing our hero uniforms. Actually, Izuku gestured towards Toru. This is a great example of a DNA-infused hero uniform. It would be impractical not to have one, seeing as her quirk relies on a lack of visibility. I'm assuming the gloves and shoes can be turned on and off when you need to? It would make sense to be at least a little visible for your teammates. As Izuku fell into another muttering spiral, Momo looked at Toru in curiosity. How does it work? Did they really take your hair? Toru seemed to start for a moment. No. I'm not totally sure what he was talking about, to be honest. What does he mean by turning off my gloves? Izuku snapped out of his muttering spree abruptly, a look of horror crossing his face. Wait, he said slowly. Are you wearing anything right now? Momo was sure that if Toru were visible her face would have turned red. She fidgeted uncomfortably. Not exactly. I have boots and gloves though. That way I can protect my feet. And if I need to I can just take my gloves off to go super stealth mode. Izuku let out a sort of strangled sound, and Momo decided to take mercy on Toru before he gave her a long-winded lesson on costume design. Shudo. Noticed you're just wearing a gym uniform. You too, Izuku. Why is that? My costume's not ready yet, Izuku mumbled. But Toru dash. Shudo. What about you? He stood silent for a moment, and then mumbled something she didn't catch. Sorry, she asked. I made a last-minute design change. It's not ready yet. This piqued Izuku's interest. But was it to include your fireside? Now Shudo was even blushing. Something like that? A mischievous smile grew on Izuku's face. Can we see your old design? No, he yelped. It cleared his throat. Oh no. I don't think you'd be interested. It's an old design, after all. Setsuna stepped in, entirely too close to Shudo. Ooh, are you embarrassed, Sho? Come on. Show us. He shifted slightly, awkward. Can you let it go for now? The lesson's about to start. Surprisingly, Izuku nodded. Sure, Shuto. The other boy narrowed his eyes. You're going to get it from Nedzu later, aren't you? Izuku only grinned in response. Shudo sighed. Just promise not to laugh too much. Before Setsuna could interject with more jabs, Kaminari stepped in, thankfully. I still can't believe we're going to be taught by All Might, he said. What do you think he's like? As a teacher, I mean? Wait, that reminds me. Momo turned to Izuku. I saw you talking to him earlier. How were you not freaking out? Wait, he wasn't? How greeny? You're, like, his #1 fan. Izuku, for his part, just looked vaguely confused. I've told you guys how I know him already, though. Haven't I? They all shook their heads. Pretty sure I would have remembered that, Izuku, said Toru. But what about that time he tried cooking for us and burned the rice? I swear I told you guys about that. All Might cooks for you? Kaminari's bewildered voice went unheard. Momo narrowed her eyes. You told us that was Melissa's uncle, Yagi? Izuku's mouth formed an O. He chuckled nervously. Well, about that dash. All right, class, now that you're all here, we can do introductions. Well, my introduction. I already know who all of you are. All Might's voice boomed across the space, and everyone quickly moved over to surround him. He laughed awkwardly, then cleared his throat. I am Yagi Tashinori, though I'm sure you all know me better as Pro Hero All Might. Now it made sense. Kind of. Somewhat. The man who was apparently both the #1 hero and Melissa's clumsy uncle continued. This year I've been gifted with the opportunity to help train the next generation of heroes. I promise you all I will not take this lightly. Inside the classroom you'll learn about what it takes to be a hero, you'll learn proper procedure, and law, and even things like criminal psychology. You'll cover stealth along with combat and analysis. And every one of those is an indispensable tool to have, vital information to possess, but it will all be useless without putting it to practice. And that's where this class comes in. With me you will be taken to your limits each and every lesson. And each and every lesson, you'll come to surpass those limits. I am here to guide you past the barriers you've given yourselves, the limitations your very minds convince you are there. And we'll all do it together. Understood, everybody? Say it with me. He inhaled and everyone else did the same. Plus ultra. Momo was optimistic. So far, this was looking to be fun. She grinned. She couldn't wait. ********. The next half hour was spent going over caution and safety, before finally explaining the activity they'd be doing for their first class. Apparently, it was meant as a way for Mr. Yagi to figure out how much experience everyone had and plan lessons accordingly. That part was clear. What wasn't clear to Momo was why their evaluation had to be a full-on heroes versus villains battle simulation. It seemed like a recipe for disaster. She sighed. At least she knew she wouldn't do too badly. She already had some experience. It wasn't much, sure, but it had to count for something. Momo watched on with nothing more than idle interest as the teams were announced, completely random. Kaminari was paired with Ida, something that made her chuckle a bit inwardly. She'd met the latter a few times during formal events, and she was sure his personality would clash a bit with Kaminari's. Toru was paired with a purple-haired girl next, and Setsuna with a girl who seemed to have frog-like mutations. The next several teams contained no people she knew, and she allowed herself to zone out temporarily until her name was announced. Shudo's came next, and Momo grinned. She'd worked with Shudo before. Never in any sort of fight, but they were comfortable with each other. They'd do fine, she was sure. Both of the blondes were paired into the 9th team, and Izuku was announced last along with a boy who looked like he was made of rock. At his head, at least. He signed over at Izuku timidly, only to break into a much larger smile when Izuku responded likewise. The matchups were also, apparently, to be decided completely randomly. Momo sighed. So long as she wasn't paired against Izuku, they'd probably be fine. Not necessarily a shoo-in, but fine. Alright class. Is everyone prepared? All might seem to be putting some effort into being quiet, yet his voice boomed throughout the entire room. He was met with several enthusiastic cheers. Very well then. First, I shall select the heroes for the first match. He reached into a container and grabbed a slip of paper. Team 3. Off to the side, a brunette girl pumped her fist, though she looked nervous. Momo felt for her. You'll do fine. Now, as for the villains, he rooted around again, pulling out a different piece of paper. Team 8. That was Momo's team. Silently she apologized to the aforementioned brunette. All right, villain team. You have 5 minutes to hide the bomb and prepare. Get going. Hero team, you may use that time to study the blueprints for the building and coming up with a strategy. For a moment, nobody moved. Momo was unsure if he'd already given the all-clear to do so. What are you waiting for? Your time is running out. Go, go. Shudo was the first to react, grabbing her by the wrist and tearing off towards the building they'd be setting up in. What floor should we set it up in? He hissed. Momo considered. The building had 5 floors, plus a basement, from what she remembered of the blueprints. She'd have to check them again once they arrived, but they mostly followed the same structure in terms of rooms. There was a front door, 3 large windows per floor per exposed side, and an access door on the roof. All of them were easy access points, once reached. She wanted to rule out the roof access door immediately, along with most of the upper windows, but that girl. She'd shown her quirk off during the assessment. It was a gravity quirk, one that could in theory allow them to reach high places easily. And her teammate. She hadn't gotten the chance to really figure his quirk out, but he had an obvious bird-related mutation. It was most visible on his head, sure, but what were the chances that he could fly? The basement, she decided. We'll put the bomb in the basement, as far from the stairwell as possible. Use your ice to make it look like we're keeping it on an upper floor, while at the same time blocking access to the basement. Make it look unrefined, clumsy. If they see your precision, they won't assume that blocking the bottom stair was just an accident or a coincidence. Shudo nodded, curt. The building was already in view, bombs sitting at the front door. And you? I'll make some tripwires at different access points and hallways. They should let us know where they enter from, at least. After that I'll work on surveillance. Once I know what they can do, I can work on countering them. If we can end this through capture, even better. He nodded again, and without another word sprinted up to the 2nd floor to start throwing his ice around. Momo took the bomb underground, quickly setting it up in a maintenance closet. Returned, the entire 1st floor was slick with ice, and the stairwell leading down was so obscured Momo was sure she wouldn't have even known it was there if she hadn't just walked up through it. She rubbed her arms against the cold and took a deep breath. 3 more minutes, their timer said. She pinched the skin on her palm and drew out a long thread, as close to spider silk in composition as she could manage. I can do this. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. I can't do this. Ochako wouldn't lie. She was panicking. I wish Melissa were on my team. She knew that was pretty hypocritical of her to think, considering how just 15 minutes earlier she tried to point out to Ida how in real-life matchups they wouldn't get to pick their partners for taking down villains. Still, she knew Melissa. She liked Melissa. They'd be making plans in no time, working together seamlessly. Okay, maybe that wasn't realistic. Still, it didn't change the fact that she and her teammate had been sitting in awkward silence pretty much since they'd left for the exercise. So, Tokoyami, was it? The other boy simple-eyed her, nodding slightly. What do you think we should do? I mean, they both seem pretty powerful, and I'm not sure how we can counter them, much less beat them if it comes down to fighting, and she trailed off, unsure what else to say. The other boy simply kept walking, eyes focused ahead. Once again she gave up on conversation for the time being, simply continuing to make her way to their destination. She pulled out the blueprints. May as well take a look on the way, right? It wasn't until the building was solidly in sight that her partner seemed to shake himself, finally turning to her. I apologize, he said. I was conversing with my darker half. They had some interesting ideas. Ochako had no idea what to make of that. Probably best to just ignore it. She moved to a nearby bench and spread out the blueprints. Where do you think they hid the bomb? We should try going straight to it. I'm not very good at combat, especially not in such close quarters. It's meant as a gentle poke to see if he is, but apparently he doesn't take it as such. That sounds like a good plan, but alas we cannot know where the bomb will be placed, nor how well it will be guarded, he said. May I suggest, first, that we spend some time doing reconnaissance? Yeah, that makes sense, Ochako replied. But how? The other two are going to be patrolling, I'm sure, or else they have some other plan in mind already. She hesitated. I could float myself, I guess, to try and avoid them. But my stomach can't really handle that for very long, unfortunately. Worry not, friend, he said. My darker half shall pave the way for us to achieve victory. All we need is to succumb to the darkness. The closer we are to windows, the less they'll be able to do dash. Tokoyami was abruptly cut off by the sound of glass shattering, and Ochako whipped around to look. Her mouth fell open when she saw the cause. Nearly every window in the building had been broken, shards of glass raining down everywhere. Worse, however, was the cause. Spikes of ice as thick as her head, some even bigger, were bursting out, casting much of the building in shadow. She turned to Tokoyami, a flicker of hope in her chest and a small smirk on her lips. What was that you said about succumbing to the darkness? ******. Momo waited in tense silence for one of her tripwires to move. The 5-minute prep timer had gone off about a minute ago, and she'd immediately headed to HERT headquarters. She felt a bit like a spider, surrounded by all these threads. Maybe she should take more inspiration from nature in general, if it could give her so many useful skills. Once she'd hidden the bomb, she'd gone up with Todoroki to come up with a more specific plan. With her direction, he'd shot ice out of most of the building's windows. It was just enough to make it look like carelessness whilst also making the amount of tripwire alarms she had to make much more manageable. Now, including the front door, there were only 6 entrances or exits in the entire building. But which one will they trip? Where will they come in? And what's taking them so long? Abruptly, the lights to the building flickered and died. That explains their delay, I guess. She jumped when she felt one of the threads snap, but wasted no time getting into position. Shudo, they came in through the 2nd floor window. Work to intercept, I'm on my way. She tore open the door to the small office space she'd been using, quickly sprinting down a floor to reach the 2nd. With any luck, seeing her come from a higher floor would make them think they'd hidden it up there. She reached the 2nd floor and slowed down, creeping down the hallways in the direction of the windows. Where could they? A hand snapped out from behind a corner and instinctively she ducked, a bow staff popping out nearly immediately. Before she could swing it up into the offender's face, however, the figure made a sound. Momo. It was silent, barely over a whisper. She looked up only to be met with Shuto, finger to his lips. She nodded in understanding. Have you spotted them yet? She asked, careful of her voice. Oh. I got here as soon as I could, but they'd already vanished. Did they already go to the bottom floor? But why would they enter through here, that wait? They'd entered through the 2nd floor. Get down. she hissed, pulling him down with her. She felt a whoosh of air on her neck, before a string of cusses. Fumi. They know we're here. Understood. The sound of footsteps filled the hallway as Momo got back into her battle stance. Get ready to defend, Shudo. So far she'd heard two voices, neither of which was the girl's. There's someone else here. An ambiguous voice cackled. Very perceptive. I think I like you. She saw a glimpse of yellow in the dark before a dark shape swiped out at her. She only barely managed to block it with her staff. Thanks for making me so strong. I haven't felt so free in a while. So they'd somehow made this being stronger. Grit. She kept defending, her attacker leaving her with little to no time at all to recover or even think of pushing back. Behind her she could hear Shudo fighting someone else, presumably the bird guy. She gritted her teeth. Shudo's ice had already depleted a good amount of his stamina. If he wanted to use more of it, he'd have to use a good amount of fire. Unfortunately, such close quarters meant he could very easily hurt her or others badly. It was only moments after she'd noticed something was off. Shudo was fighting one team member, and she was fighting the mysterious being. Where was the girl? When a voice shouted out from behind her. Now, Uraraka? Momo swore. Don't tell me. Release. With an overly aggressive last swipe towards whatever she was fighting, she turned, leaping over to tackle Shudo away from a falling Uraraka. They crashed hard and rolled, sliding to a stop under the open window. They wasted no time getting back into battle stances. Across from them Uraraka struggled to stand, clearly nauseous. Noticeably green, she turned to Tokoyami. I don't think I'm good to fight for a little while, she said, clearly trying to whisper. Her teammate only nodded. Go search for the bomb. They came from the floor above us. We'll buy you time. Without another word Uraraka started stumbling up the stairs, and Momo had to stop herself from grinning. Their decoy had worked. Now they just had to figure out who Wii was referring to. To throw them off just a little more, Momo threw herself towards Uraraka in a clearly telegraphed move, allowing herself to be hit back by weight. What was that? Dark shadow, barked Tokoyami. Don't hurt our classmates. Oh, come on, Fumi. She's fine. Look. Slowly she stood back up, bracing herself on the wall for support. That had hurt much harder than she'd expected it to. One of her ribs might have even been cracked. But that wasn't her main concern. No, her main concern right now was the set of glowing, floating points of yellow light that looked suspiciously like eyes, and the darkness that seemed to shroud it in every direction. If she squinted she could almost make out a shape to it too. As it stood, however, it looked impossibly big. How much of the hallway did that thing occupy? Abruptly, it made to swipe her again, and she ducked to avoid it. She came closer to Shudo. What is that thing? Said thing screeched. I'm not a fucking thing. Claws reached out, gouging grooves into the walls. I am Dark Shadow. I am Fumi's Quirk. And I am not a thing. It ripped its claws out, and shards of debris rained down on the both of them. The shadow of the hallway seemed to pulsate, and Momo shrank back, waiting for it to envelop them. Losing visibility wouldn't bode well for them. They might be forced to run. Except, the shadow didn't reach them. Not entirely, at least. Claws emerged from the misty, inky black, but it never fully enveloped them. Momo scrunched her face in concentration before realizing. Shudo, it's because we're at the window. The shadow can't reach us as well here. Light must be able to weaken it. Within moments Shudo's entire left side was set ablaze, and the shadow retreated significantly. Experimentally he shot out a few extra plumes, low in heat but bright, and it shrank back further. She grinned. I'll take care of these too, Momo. Go get Uraraka and meet back with me. Momo knew it was the best tactical decision. With her gone, he'd be free to use more of his fire more freely. She nodded and sprinted up the stairs. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Uraraka felt horrible. They'd placed most of their eggs in the whole catch one of them off guard basket, but it hadn't worked, and now she was suffering the effects of staying in the air for so long. God, she wanted to puke. Unfortunately, puking wasn't on the agenda. She still had to find the bomb. She trusted Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, but at the same time she couldn't be sure how long they'd last. Yamamo and Roki seemed strong. She had to hurry. Methodically, she searched every room, even going so far as to pry open maintenance closets on occasion. But she found no leads until a stray ray of light caught on something in the air. Curiously, she tapped it, surprised when it didn't break. What was it? Placing a finger on it, she traced it slowly, making her way along it. To her surprise, it led to a window. The only open window on the entire floor. She grinned. So that was how they'd known where they came in. Well, unlucky for them, now it was going to show Uraraka to the bomb. She followed it deeper into the building, careful not to break it. For the first time, she regretted cutting the power to the building in the beginning. Sure, it had served them well for a while, but it made following the thread nearly impossible. Finally, though, she reached a doorway. She crept into it, cautious. Who was to say there wouldn't be any more tripwires in here? She had to stay vigilant. As vigilant as she could in this degree of darkness, anyway. Her hand passed along the wall slowly, tracing the concrete as it wrapped its way around the room. It wasn't long before her hand found itself back at the empty space that was the doorway. Was the bomb in the middle, then? She sure hoped so. Otherwise, she wasn't sure. A small squeak sounded from down the hallway, and she gasped. Then inwardly cursed herself for gasping. If that was Yamamoto, then she'd just alerted her to her exact location. Shit. If I can just reach the bomb. Desperately, she tapped herself before shooting straight through the doorway. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Light flooded back into the room just in time for her to spot the wall rapidly approaching her face, and she shielded herself quickly, flipping herself around in the air. Sure enough, at the doorway stood Yamamoto, flashlight in hand. Hey, Yamamoto. Fancy meeting you here. Her eyes darted around the room, but no bomb could be seen. It was a trick, then. I need to leave this room. Luckily, for a moment Yamamoto seemed confused. What? Uraraka took that moment to shoot straight into her stomach. The flashlight tumbled out of her grasp, casting the whole room in strange shadows. Too late, Uraraka realized that making herself weightless also made her very easy to wrestle. Forcefully, her hands were maneuvered behind her back, and she felt tape wrap around them. All Might's voice blared to life in her ear. Young Uraraka has been captured. She slumped in defeat, fingers moving awkwardly to press together. Release, she muttered. Then, I'm gonna puke. Yamamoto seemed to misunderstand the reason for her puking. Don't worry, Uraraka, you did great. I could really tell you pushed yourself. Just rest now, okay? Uraraka didn't answer, too busy trying to keep herself from hurling. They received another announcement from All Might, this time about Tokoyami's capture and the subsequent end to the game. Unfortunately, this had the unexpected side effect of breaking her concentration. She felt the contents of her stomach revolt against their confines, and her eyes rolled back into her head. When she woke up, she was going to be teased so badly, wasn't she? It didn't take long at all for the medbots to roll into the building, quickly taking Uraraka to Recovery Girl's office. Thankfully, it looked like she'd only fallen unconscious thanks to exhaustion and nausea, and not from any injury. By the time Momo had cleaned herself off and returned to the field, Uraraka was back on her feet near a group of friends, as energetic as ever if the hand gestures she was throwing up were anything to go by. Was she narrating the fight? Momo just smiled, deciding to wait a bit to make sure she was okay. Instead, she looked around for Tokoyami's feathered head, finally spotting him by a corner. He seemed to be conversing with himself, though she now suspected it had something to do with the other being they'd fought. She cleared her throat when she approached him, getting his attention. I'm sorry to bother you, Tokoyami. I was wondering if I could speak with... Crap, what was the name they'd said? Dark Shadow? She couldn't tell if Tokoyami's expression was blank by design, or if it was simply a feature of his mutation. Still, no emotion showed even as he nodded, presumably coaxing Dark Shadow out. It only took a minute before a sinewy black shape curled out from under Tokoyami's cloak. They kept their eyes, she assumed they were eyes, directed resolutely away from her. What is it? Their voice was strange, almost layered over with several others. Momo bowed. I apologize for my words during the battle. I did not know who or what you were, and I did not intend to offend you. She maintained the position for quite a while, until finally Dark Shadow broke the silence. I suppose it's partially my fault. I never did fully introduce myself, after all. Momo glanced up, only to see Dark Shadow puff up proudly. Any lights behind them flickered ominously. My name is Dark Shadow. I am Fumi's quirk, an entity to represent the darkness of the world. Their voice abruptly dropped back down to a normal level, and they extended a limb. It's nice to meet you. The hand felt cool and not quite solid, yet she still got the strange impression that she wouldn't be able to pass her own through it. I'm Yayarosa Momo. It's nice to meet you too. She hesitated for a moment before asking, are you male or female? I am neither, they chirped. Thank you for asking. Momo bowed her head slightly. Of course. Momo jumped slightly, surprised. She turned around only to find that Izuku had been the source. Come here for a sec. Again, Momo bowed slightly. I'll see you later, Tokoyai, Dark Shadow. It was a pleasure, she said, the last part directed towards the latter. Tokoyami responded in kind, while Dark Shadow simply waved excitedly as she left. Momo chuckled to herself a bit. When she reached Izuku, he was in the process of pulling Melissa and Toru off somewhere, Uraraka trailing behind in undisguised curiosity. Momo smiled at her when she reached them. Uraraka, how are you feeling? Oh, I'm fine, Yamamoto, don't worry. You? I'm all right, Uraraka. Thank you for asking. She turned to Izuku. So what is it you wanted me for? It sounded urgent. I wanted to ask Melissa about what I was telling you about earlier, he responded enthusiastically. She's an expert? I'm flattered, but an expert on what, exactly? Oh, I was thinking about Momo's and Turu's hero costumes. Do you think they could benefit from DNA suits? Melissa blinked. Probably. It depends on how their quirks work. But she turned to Toru. Isn't Hagakure already using one of those? Before she could answer, Izuku shook his head. No, she's just naked at the moment. What? Melissa asked, ignoring Toru yelling, but I have gloves and shoes on, guys. What do you mean she's naked? That's not who would approve something like that? What? Izuku nodded. I had pretty much the same reaction. So, what do you think? Well, it depends on how exactly her quirk works, really. If it's a mutation, then yeah, a DNA suit would be perfect. Or even if it's some sort of emitter that changes her cells into invisible ones, or something similar. The only way it wouldn't work is if her actual body is visible, but her quirk just passively makes it look invisible. But in that case, it shouldn't be too hard to just control her quirk into covering a generic bodysuit as well as her own skin. So what you're saying is we need to run quirk tests? Momo turned to look at him, surprised at the volume and speed of his question, only to see him standing inches from Toru with sparkles in his eyes. I'll book us a gym for after class. He was nearly vibrating. Next to him, Turu's hands were pumping excitedly in the air. I have no clue what that entails, she exclaimed, but I'm excited. And as for Yamamoto, Melissa continued, ignoring Izuku and Turu's antics, I'm not entirely sure what you'd want the suit for. How does your quirk work, first of all? It rearranges the lipids in my body into different molecular structures, pushing it out through my skin. It's the reason my costume offers such little protection. I'm not sure what Izuku thought would change with a DNA suit, to be completely honest. I thought it could work as a sort of second skin, he said, popping up right next to Momo without warning. Your creations could be pushed through the suit as well as your skin, meaning your entire body would be available, not just whatever you have exposed. Plus, maybe you could even add in some lipids into the suit itself, as an emergency energy source for when your body doesn't have enough left. That? Momo paused, considering. That sounds like it could work, somewhat. If the suit were similar enough to the outermost layer of my skin, it could potentially trick my quirk into thinking it's all the same. But I don't know how feasible that is. Melissa? She chewed her lip. Maybe? Skin samples are some of the easiest to get, so I don't see much of an issue. It all comes down to whether or not you can afford it, and whether or not you can find someone willing to try. They're notoriously hard to make. Oh, Momo blinked. Money is no issue. And if it really works the way you say it could, Izuku, I don't think it would hurt to try. Izuku smiled wide. Great. I'll look into someone who can help make it. In the meantime, we can experiment with Turu's quirk, so hopefully we'll be ready to order 2 suits by the time I find someone. Turu hooped and Momo smiled, until Izuku's own grew sharper. Now about those quirk tests. Denki's mind was all over the place. But could anyone really blame him? He'd just discovered he was being taught by All Might himself. He liked to think that was a big deal. What would the number 1 hero be like behind closed doors? Would he be quick, impatient, dismissive as a teacher just like all the rest of Denki's teachers? Would he be nice? Was he good at teaching? Did he have to go through some sort of teaching course? It wouldn't surprise Denki, to be honest. It was tough to get into UA as a student, but as a teacher it must be even worse. Not just that though. Now he was on his way to an abandoned building in a fake city to act out the part of a villain as a form of live entertainment for the rest of the class. It wasn't exactly that, sure, but close enough. He had his uniform on. It looked badass, by the way. How had they known to include so many useful gadgets? He'd been so vague about so many parts and so specific on others, it was a miracle it had come together this well, really. And his partner in crime did too, decked out in a full suit of armor. It was incredible. Was it comfortable to move around in it? Was it noisy in there? Maybe he could. And are you even listening? The curt voice knocked him out of his thoughts, and he rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Sorry, Ida. Got lost in my head for a moment there. The boy in question adjusted his glasses. I suppose it makes sense. There's a lot to be considering at the moment. What do you know about our opponents? Denki's brain scratched to a stop. We're up against... Shit, who was it? Pink Girl and the rock guy, right? Ida's eye twitched behind his glasses, but he just nodded. Right. Well, rock guy seems self-explanatory enough, I think. Not sure my quirk will work against him, unfortunately. I didn't really get the chance to see the other girl's quirk, though, so not sure about her. I believe her quirk allows her to create some sort of slippery liquid. It helps with mobility. His voice drops to a murmur. I should be careful around her. He straightens up abruptly. You said your quirk wouldn't work well against Kirishima. Why was that? Might not, Denki stressed. And my quirk is electricity-based. He's a rock. There's a chance he can just ground me, in which case I'll end up being dead weight. As per usual, right? Ida nodded. If it comes to it, then I think it would be beneficial for me to defend against Kirishima, and you can take care of Ishido. I'm ashamed to say that if she coats the ground we're fighting on in liquid, my quirk won't be of help. They stopped talking once they reached the building, both of them craning their necks up. It was a different building from the one in the last round, but similar enough that they had some ideas. Let's get to work, Denki said, resigning himself to a gazillion flights of stairs. Horn buddies. Twin voices echoed out in the empty street of the fake city, the building they were preparing to raid right across from them. The redhead spoke up first. What's our plan? Kaminari doesn't seem like a sneaky kinda guy, Mina started. I don't think they'll hide it anywhere weird. Let's focus on hardest to reach, instead of hardest to find. Ijiro nodded. So top floor? And if it comes to a fight? We stick together, she said. He flashed a grin, rows of sharp teeth glinting in the sunlight. You're damn right we do, Mina. Kaminari was getting on Tenya's nerves. It wasn't that he disliked his classmate. Quite the contrary, in fact. He was aloof and complained a lot, but he was kind. Seemed kind, anyway. Hadn't so much as batted an eye when Tenya had to skip steps whilst climbing the stairs to keep his legs even. Though, he supposed that could just be chalked up to obliviousness. It didn't really matter. The point was he didn't dislike Kaminari. But attempting to keep track of his ideas and plans was nigh impossible, and the amount of small pieces of rubble and furniture he'd left lying around because it's too small to affect anything or he'd missed it, was beginning to grate at him. Kaminari, I've cleared the floor, he said through the earpiece. Are you in position? The timer's about to go off. Yes, sir, came the reply, slightly static. Tenya sighed. He could almost hear the mock salute. Good. Remember to keep an eye on the door and don't make any noise. Yeah. We've been over it. Do you have a visual? Tenya moved slightly, neck craning to look down. They're still both across the street. I'm not sure they know how much time is left. Roger that. Let me know when they move. They both lapsed into silence, no sounds save for the occasional rusting of fabric. Tenya wasn't the most confident in their plan, but he had high hopes. The entire top floor, save for what few walls were present, had been cleared of furniture. Slightly below, on the stairwell, Kaminari was lying in wait to ambush the hero team so that the second they tried to pass by he could try to, at the very least, take Ishido out of the competition. Apparently it would also take Kaminari out of commission, something Tenya was still somewhat confused about. Still, his teammate had assured him that if he could get a clean shot Ishido would go down, so he'd just have to trust that he'd be capable of going against Kirishima. The small clock in the corner of his vision ticked down to 0, and a flurry of movement on the ground below made him jump slightly. Kaminari, they've started. Get ready. Gotcha loud and clear, Captain. Tenya took a deep breath. This was his first test. Time to see how he measured up. Kaminari, they've started. Get ready. Denki started slightly, Ida's voice cutting through the fog of anxiety that had been slowly collecting in his mind. Gotcha loud and clear, Captain, he replied, picking himself up from the ground and into a crouching position. The other team would probably figure out their strategy fairly quickly, but there was no telling exactly how long it would take. This building didn't have a basement, but it did have plenty of small rooms. Would they stop to sweep the first floor first? Or would they notice the lack of opponents and shoot for the next floor immediately? They'd be moving fast to find the bomb before the timer went out, which would imply they'd be fairly winded by the time they reached the top. Hopefully. Maybe. The point was, Denki needed them rushed and distracted enough to give him a clear shot. He only had one job in all of this and he refused to fuck it up. Only, the minutes began to tick by, and his heart was nearly beating out of his chest, and his mind kept wandering to speculation. Were they headed his way yet? Had they stopped to sweep every floor? Or had they somehow found a separate way up the stairs? Oh fuck, they must have, because why else would it be taking them so long? He needs to get to Ida, needs to not be dead weight. The door swung open suddenly, and his head swiveled, half of him expecting two people to crash on by in a rush. Instead, however, two pairs of eyes blinked at him, and suddenly the door slammed shut and Denki was left staring at empty space. Denki shook his head. It was fine. They'd seen him, sure, but they still had to go through the door to get you. The wall next to him exploded, and white filled his vision. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Tenya was beginning to get anxious. It had been over 7 minutes since the other team had entered the building. 7 minutes of tense silence, of counting the time on the clock, of running through every possibility over and over and over again. Nearly half the time already, and not a single sighting, not a single noise, not a single indication that they were coming for them. It was driving him up the wall. He fought the urge to sink down onto the floor once again. He couldn't afford to relax, not when the entire floor could become a battlefield at any moment. He paced the perimeter again, and failed to notice his calm fizzle out. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Rubble exploded around Denki, and he was thrown to the floor, tumbling over a few times before skidding to a stop, body aching. He didn't have time to react, however, before pink hands swiped out at him. He rolled, wincing as he passed over the loose remains of what once had been a wall, and popped back up to a standing position, electricity already surging around him. One shot. I have one shot. Mina. You're a better match for Ida, I'll stay behind. Kirishima pushed himself in front of her, in front of Denki, and internally he swore. Ida, he yelled, finger on his earpiece. Ida. Ishido's on her way up. He swallowed thickly. I couldn't stop her. A swipe from Kirishima forced his hand away from the earpiece, and for a moment all he hears is static as he jumps down to a crouch. Ida? Answer me. Kirishima pressed on, and Denki swiped out a leg, crying out when it hit what felt like solid cement. His earpiece stayed quiet, and Denki swore again. It had been his quirk. He'd charged himself up for a split second, and it had fried the comms, and now Ida had no way of knowing what had happened. He'd only know that Denki failed. He rolled out of the way of another punch, this one nearly embedding itself in the wall. The fuck am I supposed to do in this situation? He thought. None of his hits are landing, sure, but mine don't do shit. It was strange though. For the longest time he'd thought that in a real combat situation, he'd freeze, or panic, or fuck up. Not exactly promising for a hero student, but he figured he was there to learn to not do that. Instead, the moment Kirishima had destroyed the wall he was standing next to, his mind had cleared. His eyes felt like they were picking up more than they should be able to, body moving more on instinct than thought. Kirishima's punches and kicks looked so telegraphed Denki could almost laugh. It felt exhilarating. Still, he wasn't really a match for the other boy's raw strength. And he knew that using his quirk was a gamble at best. Would it matter that Kirishima's skin was made of rock? He could try and find out, but failing would leave Ida alone against two opponents instead of just one. He dodged again, this time landing close to the hallway by the stairwell. A door to a room nearby was ajar, and Denki scrambled over, Kirishima's pounding footsteps echoing behind him. Kirishima nearly blew off the hinges to the door, dust and debris flying through the room, and Denki's hand wrapped around the leg of an office chair. He swung. ********. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Tenya heard activity on the floor below. "Kaminari, what's your status?" He got no answer. He tapped his earpiece once, twice, 3 times, waiting for the small click to signify a connection, but it never came. What the? Footsteps appeared on the stairwell, and he dropped his hand, tensing into a crouch. "Kaminari," he called out, wary. "Is that you?" A voice giggled somewhere below, and Tenya frowned. "Sorry to disappoint, Ida. But I couldn't just let you sit this one out now, could I?" Tenya cursed internally, but didn't budge from his spot. What happened? Did Kaminari fail? That wouldn't be good. Fighting Ishido would be extremely difficult as is. Having to fight Kirishima simultaneously would not end well. Except, Kirishima wasn't coming up the stairs, was he? Ishido had now rounded the corner, apprehensive of coming any closer, but her partner was nowhere to be seen. Did that mean Kaminari's quirk did work on Kirishima after all? Had the redhead gotten in the way of Ishido? If so, Tenya supposed he should count his blessings. Still, there hadn't been any capture announcements. He shifted slightly in place, scowl deepening. If only his partner would use his earpiece. Ishido had moved slightly, as though trying to figure out the right angle to climb the staircase from, but was unsuccessful. She stopped a moment to think before standing a bit back, a slight smirk on her lips. "You gonna come down here and fight me, Ida?" she started. "Or are you going to stay up there like a coward?" Tenya's eye twitched. Did she really think that would get him, somehow? He reached to adjust his glasses, slightly askew, only to stop when he remembered he was wearing a helmet. He growled slightly under his breath. "If you haven't forgotten, Ishido, I am a villain. We're not exactly known for being courageous." She pouted. "Boring," she said, drawing it out. "Come on, Ida. Fight me. It'll be fun to dash." Whatever she was about to say was cut off abruptly by the collision of another body into hers, a tangle of limbs forming in seconds. Tenya squinted. Was that? The two separated eventually, a breathless Kaminari revealing himself at the edge of the stairwell he'd just come up from. He glanced over to Tenya, a sheepish, guilty look on his face. "I couldn't stop them," he said. "I'm sorry." Before Tenya could get another word in, however, Kaminari seemed to notice Ishido, still at the foot of the final set of stairs. He grinned. "I think I can fix that now, though." His body began to spark, stray wisps of bright blue slowly picking up in intensity around his body. His hair rose and Tenya could feel his own do the same. This level of power seemed excessive, he thought idly. He wondered why he hadn't shown this level during the apprehension test. Ishido backed up, hesitant. It was only a few moments, but to Tenya it felt like an eternity. Her eyes darted back and forth, movements skittish and frantic, before landing on something behind Kaminari, around the bend in the stairwell that Tenya couldn't see. She smirked, and Tenya only had a moment to try and yell out a warning before Kirishima bodied his partner to the floor. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Kaminari. Behind you. Ida's voice wasn't much more than a vague whisper in his ears, his hearing drowned out by the crackle of his quirk coiled around his body. This was his favorite part, really, the times when he held onto the energy, the split moments before he was forced to let it all go. He felt invigorated, energetic, not quite invincible, but the closest thing he could reach. His muscles spasmed and he gritted his teeth. That only happened when he started to lose control over it. He should hurry. He crouched slightly, arms glowing in front of him, until he remembered to pay attention to Ida's warning. It couldn't hurt to check, right? He lowered a significant portion of his energy and began to turn around, only to have his sight filled with hard, cracked skin. His back hit the ground hard, and in a panic he let out the rest of the energy he'd been holding onto. Denki's vision filled with bright light, and on top of him, Kirishima grunted. In a daze, he tried to wriggle out from under the other boy, but his movements felt uncoordinated, limbs the wrong size and floor beneath him tilting alarmingly. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and heaved, a startled Kirishima crashing off of him. Wait, you didn't give me a chance to capture you. Damn it, he cursed, lunging after Denki. Get back here. In a panic, Denki leapt away, towards Ida. That had to be his best bet, right? Yeah, that was the right thing to do. He lunged forward, feet planting unsteadily on the steps ahead, and vision swimming. He failed to take note of Ashido at the foot of those same stairs, waiting to pounce on an opportunity to climb to the top floor. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Kaminari began to climb the stairs, movements jerky and frantic, and Tenya swore. What had happened to him? He'd seemed fine a moment ago, before he'd started to use his quirk. That must have been it. Hadn't he warned him? Kaminari had mentioned that after getting a straight shot at Mina, he'd be out for the count, for the most part. But this Kaminari didn't seem to be incapacitated. Instead, he just looked dazed, unfocused. And the fact that he was still trying to stay in the fight. Tenya hoped his warning had helped somewhat, then. With any luck, Kaminari had been able to tone it down just enough to stay lucid. If so, Tenya just had to hold out until he'd recovered enough to jump back in. It shouldn't be too hard. Ashido and Kirishima were in a bottleneck. The staircase was a great place to defend from. He could buy some time. He had to. Kirishima was still on the landing, Ashido about halfway up, on par with a stumbling Kaminari. Tenya stayed still, eyes roving her for any signs of abrupt moves, until her own eyes wandered to her side and widened. When Tenya followed her gaze, so did his. Kaminari was grasping at the railing, leaning on it so hard that nearly his entire upper half was over the edge. His legs were shaking, eyes wide, but he didn't seem to really be seeing anything. Ashido's face scrunched in worry and she took a tentative step toward him, only for him to let out a warbled cry and stumble away from her, now even more precarious. Kaminari. Tenya tried to keep his voice low, didn't want to startle him, but, Kaminari. Get away from the railing. Kaminari flinched slightly, turning away from Tenya and looking forward, then down. His eyes widened for a moment, seemingly realizing how high up he was, and his breathing got faster, fists clenched tightly enough to make his knuckles white. Tenya cursed. I'm going to get him, he mouthed towards Ashido, and she nodded, scooting out of the way. His engines fired up and in moments he was behind Kaminari, a hand shooting out to grab the back of his shirt. Carefully, he tugged his partner back towards the middle of the stairwell, and sat him down. The tense atmosphere lifted, and Tenya sighed in relief, hearing both Ashido and Kirishima do the same. Tenya turned to her, about to ask if the match was still on, only to be met with an impish smile. Nice save, Ida. Too bad it cost you. Without another word she shot off, slime coming out of her feet and coating a solid half of the stairwell. Tenya cursed again, maneuvering Kaminari into a relatively dry spot. He looked at the mess she'd made. He might be able to make it up alone, but Kaminari still looked dazed, but his eyes were clearer now than they had been. Kaminari, he tried. You there? I need you to grab onto my back. I can't get you up if you're not hanging onto me on your own. For a moment he seemed to struggle to nod, but he did, And when Tenya crouched, Kaminari dutifully wrapped his arms and legs around his torso and neck. It reminded Tenya of the hugs he'd given his brother when he was younger. Koala hugs, Tensei had called them. Slowly, taking careful, deliberate steps, Tenya made his way up the stairs. Not for the first time, he was thankful they'd cleared the floor. It meant he could see where Ishido was almost instantly, and there were no bottlenecks she could exploit with her goo. She still hadn't found the bomb, evidently, if her slightly frantic searching was any indication. Tenya eyed the corner they'd stashed it, somewhat poorly hidden behind some of the furniture they'd cleared, and steeled himself. If he wasted any more time, it could all be over. He let Kaminari down in one of the only intact rooms on the floor, taking a deep breath before feeding his engines once again. The feeling of sparks in his calves was familiar, calming. In moments they were roaring, begging to go, and he complied, feet hitting the ground hard enough to send shocks through his body. Puddles of liquid littered the floor in every direction, and the constant leaping and dodging and last-second calls to avoid them was tiring. He hated running like this, walls around him, obstacles in between. It was restricting, almost painful. His legs itched to be free, to well and truly let loose, and he vowed to give them a chance to do just that as soon as class let out for the day. It didn't take long for Ishido to notice him. Instead of running, or searching faster, however, she stayed still, eyeing him apprehensively. Was she looking for an opening? Figuring out if she'd be fast enough to evade him? He hated to admit it, but she most likely could, if she took advantage of how difficult it was for him to turn. Regardless, it couldn't be a bad thing, getting in close. Best case scenario, he could fight her in close combat. He'd had training, and his kicks should be more than enough to lay her out. He kept moving, Ishido slowly getting closer, and finally she moved. Her stance changed and a hand came out quickly, flinging a small glob of her goo at Tenya's head. Was she trying to restrict visibility? He dodged only slightly, doing his best to keep his trajectory intact, but nearly stumbled when the liquid hit the side of his helmet and sizzled. Light pierced his helmet, and his eyes widened. It's not just slippery then? Can she control the acidity? She must, because otherwise the carpet would have begun to burn. She backed into another stance, this one a bit closer to the ground, and looked at him through the hole in his helmet. Her mouth pressed into a thin line, and for the first time, Tenya felt intimidated by her. "Surrender, kiddo," she said. "Or do you want to lose your entire suit on your first day?" Tenya scowled, crouching into a stance of his own. His heart pounded in his chest, loud enough to drown out everything else, and he took a deep breath. "I'm not Tenya Ida," he thought. "I'm a villain. Villains don't back down." His eyes hardened. "Never, hero," he spit out. "If you think I'll go down without a fight, you're mistaken." Her eyes widened slightly, and she smirked. "Very well then, fiend. Let us fight." Without another word, she launched into him, feet and arms spinning all over the place, forcing Tenya to dodge the occasional spurt of acid. She was agile, almost acrobatic, and with a start Tenya realized she was dancing. In the middle of a fight. Worse, it was working. He leapt back, trying to get to a spot with less slippery bullshit all over the floor. Moving was already difficult. With Ishido's agility as high as it was, he didn't want to make his life any harder. She caught up easily, floor slowly getting coated more and more fully, and Tenya was once again forced back. It wasn't that she had no openings, but they were just gone too quickly. And her movements were so rhythmic, so fluid, it was tough. He paused, slightly thinking it over. Rhythmic. Right, she was dancing, but more than that it seemed to be to an unheard beat Ishido's own head. He kept fighting, occasionally managing a glancing blow, but kept his focus on observation. Sure enough, once he figured out the beat, he saw the openings more clearly, more easily, earlier than before. He might have time to react if he could keep predicting them. He smiled lightly under his ruined helmet, light glinting off the part of his glasses that was exposed. "I can do this. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk." Denki was straight up not having a good time right now. He was somehow in a room full of discarded furniture, and everything hurt, and he could remember vague snippets of the last few minutes, but it was blurry and full of fear, and whenever he tried to figure it out, all he could see was a gaping chasm beneath him along with the feeling of absolute certainty that he was going to fall. He put a hand to his head, crawling slightly out of the only doorway he could see. He wasn't quite up to standing yet, but he had to see if things were still going, see if they'd left him behind, see if he could still help Ida after failing him so badly. The sound of a fight met his ears, and he grimaced, eyes narrowing in its general direction. Vaguely he could make out a pink blur spinning and flinging something out in every direction, a silver figure standing against the onslaught, and fuck, that was Ida. Okay, he needed to do something. He crawled forwards another little ways, a hand landing in a puddle, and he looked back at the pair still fighting. Ashido looked almost entirely covered in it, but Ida was making an effort to stay away from it. Denki took a deep breath, sticking his hand back in the puddle, trailing all the way from the stairs to the rest of the floor. I hope this buys you a chance, Ida. His hand sparked and he finally conked out. *******. Ijiro was fucking frustrated. He'd been stuck here, in the middle of the stairwell, for what felt like ages. Mina was up there fighting Robot Ida, and Kaminari might still be in the game, but he didn't know because the stairs were too fucking slippery to climb, and he still felt dizzy as hell from whatever Kaminari had done to him, and fuck, why didn't he use the railing from the beginning? He clawed himself up, entire front coated in slime, and sighed in relief upon seeing Mina not just hanging on, but pushing Ida back. He pushed off, using the slime to go even faster than he could if he ran. I'm coming, Mina. Let's finish this. It had taken a good while of pretending to be oblivious to her pattern, but Tenya finally thought he had a good chance of getting a solid kick in. Just a little more, he thought. Ashido spun on her hands, feet flying out. Tenya crouched. He feinted a punch, pulling back at the last moment. Ashido recovered quickly, but her arms were up now to fling more acid, and her side was exposed. He gritted his teeth. He powered his left engine, leg coming up for a kick, when suddenly the pools of acid sparked violent blue and Ashido collapsed. Behind her was Kirishima, flying forward too fast to avoid the kick now headed his way. Tenya winced as his shin met what felt like jagged rock, watching as Kirishima flew into the wall next to them, the acid making his momentum carry him right into. Kirishima has made contact with the bomb. Hero team wins. Toru was pumped. That was a lie, she was nervous as fuck. But acting like it wouldn't help anyone, and she really didn't want to let her teammate down. The last match had wrapped up pretty quickly, with not too many serious injuries to take care of. And since the locations were different each time, it wasn't like they had to wait for the building to get cleaned or anything before the next match, which was nice. Still, Toru mourned the loss of extra time to think, time to prepare, mentally. She had never really had much trust in her own abilities, but she'd been getting better. Really she had. Getting into UA at all had boosted her confidence significantly. Still, she wasn't feeling great about the match, especially considering her opponents. She turned slightly towards her teammate, trying to figure out what her deal was. She hadn't really spoken since they left. Was it something Toru had done? Or was she just shy? She hoped for the latter. So, you're right? The girl in question startled slightly, a hand coming up to twirl the dangly bit coming from her ear. Why yeah, she said. I'm Hagakure, she said, hands coming up in like always, over-exaggerated gesture. I'm looking forward to working with you. The other girl cracked a small smile, and oh, didn't Toru envy that she could make such small expressions of emotion, but she didn't say anything more, and it lapsed back into awkward silence. So, Toru trailed off slightly, trying to figure out something more to keep the conversation rolling. You can see what my quirk does, I'm sure. Again, the other girl quirked a small smile, giggling slightly. Yeah, I can. Right? So what does yours do? If we're going up against those two, we really need to strategize. Right? Jairu nodded sharply, seeming to steel herself. Toru could relate. She hadn't paid too much attention during the apprehension test, but she remembered Izuku going on about how strong Melissa was. Well, okay, so basically my quirk lets me hear things better? She winced slightly at her delivery, but Toru jumped on it. That's so cool. How does it work? Does it have to do with the things on your ears? Jairu moved a hand reflexively to cover the one closest to Toru, and she cringed. Had that been insensitive? Yeah, basically, she muttered. I have naturally better hearing, but also if I stab these into concrete or something I can get a better read on the vibrations or sounds that are close to whatever it is I'm jacked into. Toru buffered. Did you just say stab them into concrete? She all but shrieked. How tough are those things? Do you use them to fight too? I'd probably could actually, she said, voice sounding slightly odd. Lower she muttered to. Wonder why I hadn't considered that. She shook her head slightly. Anyway, yeah, they're pretty tough. If we get to a good spot, I could probably locate both out opponents and the bomb. She frowned. That being said, it's made from paper mache, right? Lighter materials are harder to locate. And then there's the problem of actually being able to reach the bomb, even once we know where it is, Toru continued. Both of our opponents, they're really strong. Our best bet might be to lure them away from the bomb first. Jairu's eyes lit up, and she smirked at Toru. Hagakure, I think I have an idea. ********. Melissa Aya. Pony launched herself at her pretty much the moment they'd left the building. I'm so glad we're teammates. I was so scared I wasn't going to be able to communicate with my partner. Melissa chuckled, gently prying Pony off of her. I'm glad to. It's best to get teamed with a friend, right? Pony's eyes seemed to sparkle. We're friends? Yeah. I thought so at least. Was I wrong? Melissa chewed her lip, somewhat nervous. She'd had so few friends her age. Had she misread something? God, why was it so hard? No, you weren't wrong. We're friends, Melissa, and it's too late to take it back. Pony had now latched onto her arm, almost pouting up at her. You're stuck with me now, she declared. Melissa laughed. All right, good to know. But it goes both ways, you know? She grinned down at the other girl. You're stuck with me too? Pony giggled, jumping off of her. I'd expect nothing less. Melissa spent most of the rest of the walk to their upcoming battlefield silent, simply listening to Pony ramble on. She imagined she'd do the same if she couldn't easily communicate herself with anyone else for most of the day. It must feel suffocating. Hey, Pony, she started, interrupting the other girl's current topic. Do you want help with your Japanese? It's not my first language either, so I might be helpful. She stayed silent for a moment, big blue eyes staring straight into Melissa. You do that? Of course, if you want me to. Not sure how great of a tutor I am, but better some help than none, right? Her hand came up to scratch the back of her head nervously. Had she overstepped or something? Pony's voice was a lot quieter than it had been when she said, I think I'd like that. A lot. Thank you, Melissa. She sighed in relief, then smiled. Sure. Now how about we get to strategizing? Sounds great. Pony said, pumping a fist in the air. Let's show them how great of a team we are. She paused. Who are we fighting again? Off to a great start. Jairu talked, more than she'd heard from her since the beginning of school, and suddenly Toru was back to being 8 and small and desperate for validation. Is my quirk good for anything? She'd felt like screaming. Can my quirk do anything but ruin my life? Her grandpa had sat there, a hand landing on her shoulder seemingly without effort. His eyes had always been able to meet hers without hesitation, and it was comforting, a balm over her frayed nerves. Peanut, I know it's tough. His eyes had held a deep sadness even then, she remembered. But you'll learn to love your quirk. It's a part of you. You should always try to love yourself, Peanut, even when it's hard. But I don't want this to be a part of me, she'd almost wailed. I can't even do anything with it. Now that's not true, Peanut, he'd said. I know you'll figure something out. Someday you'll come to do great things, I'm sure. And the best part is? You'll take everyone by surprise. They'll never see you coming. Toru listened to Jairu's plan, steeled herself, and made her own suggestions. The trepidation was nearly overpowering. But she thought back to giant spikes of ice and robots and lasers singeing her hair, and how could her classmates be scarier than that? Toru grinned at Jairu, and even though the other girl couldn't see it, Toru had a feeling she knew. A similar one soon grinned back at her. She wouldn't fail. Not when she had nothing to lose and everything to prove. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. So we've got the girl with purple hair and dash, what was her name again? Melissa knew this one. Haguro, something? The invisible girl? But do we know purple hair girl's quirk? Well, even if she showed it off, I didn't pay close enough attention, I don't think. I couldn't notice anything really significant. Pony sighed. Yeah, me neither. The pause. Wait, no, yeah, I did. Her ears. Don't you remember? She used them to cheese the toge. The vaguest of memories flitted into Melissa's mind. Sure, she said. Just in case, though, what did they look like to you? Well, I'm not sure about the details since it was pretty far away. But, out weirdly shiny tips at the end of each? Maybe metal? And the dangly bits themselves could stretch pretty far. Melissa but a finger to her chin. If it really is metal, maybe there's some sort of whip? Did you see if she could control them? If so, there's a great chance she can use them to fight, which is concerning. Mid-range is tough to win against, especially when you can get tangled up so easily, although I guess that depends mostly on how far she can really stretch them. That makes sense, Pony replied. I didn't see her use them for anything else, though, so they might not be too strong. Although I guess I might have missed it. She chewed her lip. I really hate not knowing. Melissa nodded. I feel you. And what if it's something else entirely? If she throws us something out of left field mid-match, it'll be harder to counter. She paused, going over the information she had. She had 2 extra, fairly thin appendages she could potentially control at will and at somewhat significant distance. They were most likely made of metal, on the inside at least, only poking out in the ends. They were connected to the base of her ears, and… Wait, why her ears? Generally speaking, when a quirk added some sort of limb or appendage for the purpose of mobility or defense, it would normally be attached somewhere with more support, somewhere solid. An earlobe, even a mutated one, couldn't support much weight, especially without pain. So could they really be for mobility? No, she didn't think so. Defense? Still a chance, but metal is one of the most conductive materials out there. A disadvantage when it comes to a lot of situations, sure, but going straight to her ear? She'd keep that one in the back pocket. She wasn't sure how efficient tendrils of metal would be for hearing, but quirks were weird as shit. Either way, she still thought the most likely purpose for them would be some sort of mid-range attack. With any luck, they would be harder to use at a closer range, and that was where she excelled. Apparently, she'd been thinking longer than she'd meant to, because Pony startled slightly at her sudden breaking of the silence. If we come across her, cover me from long range so I can get in close. I think that's our best bet. Pony nodded, then paused. What about the other girl? It'll be hard to tell where she is. Melissa chewed her lip. Right? And if she sneaks past us, the bomb's a sitting duck. Shit. That probably means we should stay near it, then. That way we force them to come to us, maybe get them into a sort of bottleneck. That's perfect actually. Let's go find a good spot, the less exits the better. We'll seal off any others and make sure the only available one is small. She grinned, the glint in her eye only slightly feral. Let's get to work, Pony. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. You ready, Hagakure? Toru stilled, taking a deep breath. I hope so. A soft snort. So do I. They both quieted, timer in front of them ticking down at once, too slow to bear and too fast to register. Toru stared, transfixed, as the glowing green number ticked down to single digits. Jairu was the one to break the silence again. You'll do great, Hagakure, she murmured. I'm counting on you. She swallowed thickly. I'll do my best. The timer hits 3. So will I. A reassurance as much as a promise. It reads 2. See you on the other side. The remaining seconds stretched into an eternity, final ding resounding like a gunshot in Toru's ears. In a moment Jairu had slipped into the building, and Toru steeled herself, slipping in before the door had a chance to close. They'll never see me coming. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Kyuka couldn't really remember a time she'd been more nervous than she was now. Most people liked to assume that having hearing as sensitive as hers would help, in situations like this, when she's alone and surrounded by eerie, echoing hallways. You'll know if anyone's nearby, they'd say. You can't get caught off guard. But that wasn't the way she saw it. Instead, to her all her quirk had ever done was accentuate how alone she truly was. She couldn't pretend some distant echo was a friend, couldn't pretend that any of the footsteps in the hall were on their way to see her. All around her the earth was alive, with people and animals and life, and none of it cared about Kyuka. Her quirk dealt with observation, they'd said, with knowing. No, her quirk dealt in isolation. And for a while, she'd hated it. But not now. Now she got a chance to use it. Now she could actually do something with it, and it was ridiculous to think this way, but she almost felt like if she failed she'd just be proving herself wrong. So yes, she was nervous. She didn't go far, sticking to the wall directly next to the door, and she allowed herself a few moments to catch her breath. They didn't get more than one chance at this. Both her jacks plunged deep into what she remembered was a load-bearing wall on the street corner, and she quieted completely, every muscle stilling until she was only aware of her breathing and the slow groans of the several-story building they were in. It was a kind of stillness that seeped into her bones, a quiet that bombed over her frayed nerves for just a moment. And then the information flooded in. Her body wasn't quite the epicenter, nor was it the strongest presence she was now aware of. Instead, dozens of different presences spread out towards her, the noises traveling like tendrils through every available surface, growing stronger through some sections and weaker through others. By the time they reached her, though, most had already diminished to the point where it was difficult to trace them at all, much less determine what, exactly, was at the other end. But she'd experienced this before. And so she waited, a hand braced on the wall next to her jacks, and the flood of information slowly ebbed down into something more manageable. The smaller, subtler noises made their presence known, and the directions they all came from crystallized into what she would describe as an almost map, but was so much more than that, really. As she'd requested earlier, Toru was gently slapping her hand against the furthest wall from her, on the opposite corner. It was easy to find, slow and rhythmic as it was, and within seconds she had a good idea of the dimensions she needed to search in. Had she not been so focused, she would have allowed herself a grin. Going great so far at least. Luckily, she didn't have to go too slowly. There wasn't too much activity on the floors above them, after all, and it was fairly obvious when she ran into some. They were both on the 4th floor, standing by an entryway just off the stairwell. One was standing just outside of it in clear view, while the other was inside around a corner. Presumably the bomb was inside, then, and they decided to try and corner them, or force them through a tight space. They must have been scared of Hagakure just sneaking in. Kyuka pulled out of the wall, turning on her intercom with a slight buzz. Hagakure, they're on the 4th floor on the right side just off the stairwell. One of them is pacing outside the door, the other is hiding just around the corner on the inside. I couldn't tell which was which. Understood. I'm heading up. Kyuka hesitated for a moment before pressing her fingers to the intercom one more time. Be careful. I'll be right there. She didn't get a response, but the crackle from the intercom shutting off came a few moments afterwards, and she took it to mean Hagakure had. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Be careful. I'll be re-dash. Toru didn't hear the rest of it, calm already curled up in her right fist. She winced slightly, feeling guilty for not responding, but she felt like it would be awkward to now. She shook it off. Not something to be worried about. She had things to do, people to capture, etc., etc., etc. She took a deep breath. The plan was simple, and she'd be fine. The plan was simple, and she'd be fine. Now if only she could start believing that. With the comm out of her ear, she became fully invisible save for the piece of capture tape clutched tightly in her left hand and the comm itself in her right. But so long as she was careful to plug up any holes in her grip, they, too, were invisible. All she had to do was watch her breathing and the way she walked. Trivial even. You don't get good at being loud without learning the things that make you quiet. Her steps up the stairs were uncertain at first, but they were quick. Step after step after step she climbed, toes breezing against the tile soft in that glancing way that had her wondering if she'd ever made contact at all, and the absolute silence that filled her and the space she was in felt oppressive enough to crush her. By the time she reached the fourth-floor landing, both her hands felt slick with sweat, but she couldn't afford to unclench them anymore. She was in view, or she would be soon. She let out a breath as quietly as she could manage and crept to the right. Sure enough, one of her opponents, Pony, she thought her name was, not Melissa, was standing pacing at the entrance to an adjacent room. The actual doorway looked narrow, while the space behind it was large, and even if she timed it perfectly, she wasn't sure she'd have been able to sneak in without bumping into the other girl or making a noise of some kind. Good thing that's not what I'm going for, then. She lowered her center of gravity, balancing more on her knees, and crept forward some more. The space closed so slowly it made her want to scream, but it was better than nothing, and soon she was just out of reach, just out of a range she was comfortable with. Her breathing was still silent as can be, and she centered herself. One shot. She waited for Pony's back to be turned, and in an instant her right hand uncurled, calm shoving itself in her right ear. With her now free right hand she pulled on one end of the capture tape, left hand hanging onto the other, and she lunged, wrestling first one and then the other of Pony's wrists into a loop she'd made beforehand. She tightened it, then leapt away as Melissa came charging out, her hand just barely missing Turu's nose. It wouldn't be any use speaking, so Turu ran, tearing down the hallway she'd come from as All Might's booming voice announced Pony's capture. Hands scrambling, she took the comm back out of her ear and shoved it into her left hand, grabbing it with just the tips of her fingers and lifting it to the height of her head about a foot or so to the left. Buy time. I just have to buy time. She hoped it would be enough. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. It happened several minutes into the wait. Melissa was somewhat relieved, really, when something finally did happen, even if that meant losing Pony as a support. The silence had been uncomfortable, especially when she was so used to Pony's voice offering a comfortable background. It had been necessary to hopefully catch Invisigirl, but it grated on her nerves as much as the passing time. The crash outside wasn't entirely unexpected. Melissa had leapt out of her hiding spot immediately, hands outstretched, but it amounted to nothing, and suddenly her uncle was announcing Pony's capture in her ear and a small pinprick was running down the hallway. The comm, she must have kept the comm in her ear for communication. Melissa stumbled only slightly, pushing one for all through her limbs and taking off after her in an instant. If she could just take care of her quickly, it should be fine to leave the bomb exposed temporarily. They turned a corner, Melissa only a few moments behind and rapidly catching up, and she grinned. The device was still visible, floating in the air and moving slower than before. She dug her feet into the floor beneath her and threw herself forward, arms outstretched, aiming just below the earpiece only to meet nothing. Her hands reached nothing but empty air and she tumbled, righting herself in moments only to see the comm fly unceremoniously to the floor. Shit. The world seemed to still, the only noise coming from Melissa's own heavy breathing, and she urged herself to calm down. Her ears and eyes strained, enhanced as much as they could be by One for All, but failed to pick up anything. How could she be so quiet? She crept forward, arms sweeping out slowly, not for the first time grateful they'd chosen an area with narrow corridors as their base. But she advanced, and she felt nothing. How could she find her? She made no noise, apparently, and obviously had no way of being seen. Had she already left? That'd be embarrassing, but she wasn't sure there were any alternatives. She swore, blue sparks coming up once again to propel her back to the bomb, only for the sound of cracking knuckles to come from behind her followed by white-hot pain to the side of her jaw. It wasn't enough to knock her off balance, but it was shocking enough to make her forget where she'd been headed for just a moment. How had she moved behind her? She whirled around, fists raised in warning, but again couldn't figure out any sign of her. It must have been her speed, then, that had been the problem. If she moved slowly, it gave her a chance to slip by her with minimal noise. She'd been sure she'd made her movements fairly tight, but clearly she needed to be more thorough. Moving abruptly, she crouched to the floor, arms spread, and sprinted forward at full speed. Her arms flailed slightly and a few meters forward, finally grazed something above her. She capitalized on it instantly, hand wrapping around an ankle, invisible figure thudding into the ground at the sudden anchor. She failed to keep a steady grip on her, though, and she squirmed out of her grip before she could roll out the capture tape. The sound of feet hitting the floor sounded just ahead of her, but they didn't seem to be leaving, and Melissa charged forwards again. Her hands swiped out again and again, crackling lighting wreathing them, but all she managed was to graze the other figure. She was small and fast, and Melissa could never quite tell what she was brushing up against, exactly. Was it an arm? Was it a leg? A torso? Her movements grew even more frantic, and she met air more often than she met any resistance. If only she could tell where the fuck she was, except suddenly the dust she just kicked up in a lunge shifted, for a moment. And maybe it wasn't much, but she'd finally seen her, and maybe this wasn't so impossible after all. But she needed more dust in the air. She advanced further, kicks and swipes oblivious and clumsy by design, until finally she spun with a clawed hand outstretched and dug a handful out of the concrete wall. Her fingers throbbed for a moment, but that was okay because now the air was nearly suffocating and a shape could be seen through the chaos. A single, isolated space, a void of clarity. Melissa lunged one last time, and finally made direct contact. The other girl squirmed under her grasp, a few pained gasps escaping her, and Melissa put all her weight on her torso while she rummaged around for capture tape. She needed to be fast. She'd already wasted far too much time here, and while the bomb was well hidden in addition to being somewhere easy to defend, it wasn't infallible. The capture tape finally freed itself from her belt and she held it up in triumph, only to catch a glint of silvery metal out of the corner of her eye. She jerked her hand away immediately, just in time for a thin tendril to snake through the roll of tape and embed itself into the wall beside her. ******. Hagakure. Get out of there now. Kyuka really didn't know what she was doing. This wasn't the plan, never had been. What was she thinking? What she assumed to be a leg came up to nail Melissa on the side of the head, and suddenly the sound of footsteps approached her along with a deafening, "Thanks, Gyre, but let's get the fuck out of here." And she found her hand being pulled along back to the room the bomb was probably in. Crackling lighting echoed down the hallway they'd just left, and all of a sudden Gyre's thoughts were quiet under the roar of adrenaline. They barged through the doorway the other two had been guarding, Pony now gone, and frantically looked around. The space was large, mostly open, but there were a few closets and rooms off to the sides and the bomb wasn't anywhere visible. Hagakure's voice broke the silence. "I go left, you go right?" She sounded out of breath, but Kyuka was more so, and so she just nodded in response. The sound of echoing footsteps left her side and Kyuka turned to the nearest room. She didn't get a chance to do more than a cursory glance before the air around her felt charged with static, and she exited into the main room to find Melissa charging not towards her, but towards a storage closet in the back corner. Was it really in there? She took off in a dead sprint, hoping to beat Melissa to it, but the other girl was charged with her quirk and too fast for Kyuka to even dream of catching, much less outrun. She slowed down, eyeing the rest of the room to try and decide if this was a bluff, but she couldn't quite tell. With any luck, Hagakure would finish looking through the rest of the rooms in the meantime. It didn't take too long for Melissa to notice her presence behind her, and she, too, slowed down. For a moment she seemed to concentrate, throwing her gaze behind her and to the storage closet, and her shoulders slumped in barely noticeable relief. Kyuka narrowed her eyes. If this was a bluff, it was a pretty good one. They both stood in tense silence for a moment, nothing but heavy breathing to break it, until a pair of faint footsteps padded up to her. She tried not to smile, not to react at all, but across from her Melissa's eyes narrowed and she realized she'd noticed, somehow. Hagakure must have noticed too, because she forfeited the silence. "I checked the rest of the rooms," she said. "Nothing. It has to be behind her." Melissa tensed slightly. Kyuka wanted to be excited, but this was far from over, about 8 minutes left on the timer, slowly ticking down, and an absolute powerhouse standing between them and their objective. Kyuka was a terrible fighter, and from what she knew at least, so was Hagakure. It was going to be tough. She leaned to the side slightly, over to where she was pretty sure Hagakure was, and whispered, We should both go opposite sides, try and divide her attention. If she tries to spread herself too thin, one of us can slip by her. And equally quiet, got it, responded, and, slowly, Kyuka inched to the right. On the other side, Hagakure stomped her feet, moving as obviously as possible to drive the point home. Melissa's eyes ricocheted between both sides, wide and anxious, and as one Kyuka and Hagakure tightened the space. *******. Melissa wasn't doing too great. She'd finally figured out how to tell approximately where Invisigirl was, but what use was it now when they were both closing in on her? It would be most efficient to try and go after just one of them, secure them, and go after the remaining one, but what was to say they wouldn't find the bomb in that time? If she were confident about the strength of her opponents, she might take the risk. The bomb was hidden in a room they'd covered up using an old storage closet, so even if they did reach it, they'd still have to move that out of the way. But how long would it reasonably take one of them to do that? Knocking it over couldn't be too hard, could it? No, her best bet was to try and stop them from advancing as much as reasonably possible. Could she stall? For how long? And could she hold her own against both of them at the same time? She just didn't know, and she hated it. They both inched forward even more, and she stood indecisive in the middle. She wasn't there quite yet, but she knew her back would be fully to the closet soon. She couldn't really move the bomb itself, not now, and it would be tough to try and herd them both out. The exit corridor was narrow by design, and it's not like they could travel vertically. She paused, an idea forming in her head. She'd be getting yelled at later, sure, but her opponents crept ever closer, and she slumped slightly. The fuck it? Plus ultra, right? Her slightly slumped form had clearly encouraged her opponents, who now had decided to creep in even faster, both of them almost taunting. Melissa took a deep breath. A few more steps. Just take a few more steps. Once again she charged one for all, an incredible surge rocking through her limbs before stabilizing, but this time she didn't let it settle. Instead, she pushed it further, encouraged it to grow and thrash and run wild. The errant sparks that usually surrounded her in an almost protective bubble started to snap at her, too, and she lifted her head to meet Purple Hair's eyes. She smirked. Detroit, she started, arm cocked upwards as far as it could go. Smash. So maybe that was a bit too much power. You think? Melissa cringed slightly at the dry response, and again when another chunk of building crumbled and fell. The preceding wave of dust did a good job concealing her sheepish face, and a large part of her was grateful that her calm had been lost among the rubble, even if it only meant a slight delay in the inevitable lecture. You two okay? Yeah, I'm fine, Gyru responded. Me too, said Hagakure. She'd finally learned her name, but I'm more worried about you. That really doesn't look good. No gesturing was necessary to know she was probably pointing at the mangled arm cradled near Melissa's chest. Once they'd cleared the falling building, they tried their best to make a sling and at least stabilize it, but it still throbbed and she couldn't wait for Recovery Girl to put her under for a few hours. Again, I'm really sorry about this. I really didn't think my punch would be strong enough to do dash. She waved her good hand at the crumbling building. Her punch had torn through not just the space immediately below them, but also sent a shockwave through the entire floor they'd been on. Windows had been blown out, walls all but vaporized, and Melissa shuddered to think about what would have happened had she not reacted quickly enough to pull Gyru and Hagakure out through one of the aforementioned windows. The landing had been jarring, but not nearly as bad as falling along with the rubble could have been. It's fine, Shield. Sorry, Melissa. Hagakure chuckled nervously. No harm, no foul. Plus, you've only had your quirk active for a month or two, right? You couldn't have really known. On the sidelines, Gyru nodded in assent. Melissa sighed and slumped a bit in relief, glad that they weren't too upset about it, at least. She knew her uncle would have something to say about this, though. A lot of somethings. She wasn't sure what more to say, and it seemed neither did they, because they spent some time in silence until the slight whirring of gears and the crunch of tires on rubble alerted them to the arrival of the medical bots. Melissa slinked over to the pair with a stretcher gratefully, eyes already feeling heavy, and gave Gyru and Hagakure one final nod before being carted off. Can't wait to see Recovery Girl. I'm sure she won't have any choice words for me. The thought made her laugh enough to jostle her arm, and the rest of the ride was spent in miserable silence. *******. Tsuyu liked to think she was a good judge of character. It was what had gotten her through elementary and middle school. People, especially children, tended to be insensitive assholes. Especially when there was something obviously, identifiably, conspicuously different about you. So knowing how to choose the people she spent time with? It was a skill she'd perfected, and one she took great pride in. It was because of this that she was so excited to be a part of Class 1A. She'd only spent a day or two around her new classmates, but for the most part they seemed like the kind of people she would gravitate towards back in middle school. It wasn't quite a feeling she felt that she could accurately put into words, but it was present nonetheless. And so when Tokage Setsuna, her teammate, asked her name, Tsuyu couldn't bring herself to hesitate before "call me Tsu" slipped from her lips. The obvious happiness it sparked in the other girl, coupled with the insistence of "call me Setsuna." Or how about Set? Wait, we're both greenies, oh my god, there's three of yous dash. Made Tsuyu smile so wide she was sure that any further and her tongue would slip out. You seemed fun so far. She hoped it would stay that way. ******. Yuga was hiding something and he felt like a piece of shit. But when had that ever stopped him from enjoying things? He'd always lived by live life in the moment, tended to disregard past and future alike in the effort to squeeze lasting memories out of the present. Life's mistakes should never take away from life's joys, his mother had always said. And friendships don't need to last a lifetime to be meaningful. Don't borrow grief from the future. Happiness is a choice. Wonder can be found anywhere at any time. Don't ever let life slow down. She'd said a lot of things. And so he found himself, playing heroes and villains in UA, fully expecting his friendships to last a year or two at most. Because once they knew they'd hate him, but they don't hate me now, so I've still got time. I've still got a chance. Right, maman? His hand reflexively came up to check for tears and, with a start, he realized his smile had faded. It was up before his hand had even returned to his side, and he turned a blinding smile to his companion. Maze, pardon mon ami. I believe I've neglected to introduce myself. He stopped in his tracks, noticing his companion do the same, and bowed deep before spinning back into an upright position, hands sweeping out. G. Emapel Aoyama Yuga. At your service, mon chéri. He winked, and the towering man in front of him chuckled slightly, crinkles appearing in the corners of his eyes that told Yuga his smile was most definitely something he wanted to see, sometime. A pity it seemed to be constantly obscured. My name's Shoji Mezu, he replied, voice sounding like gravel yet somehow soothing. With a start, Yuga noticed its source was the end of one of Shoji's many arms, instead of under the mask. It's nice to meet you. Likewise, he responded, finally resuming his walk to the site of their battle. Shall we begin our strategy now, or once we arrive at our lair? He paused for a moment, before shaking his head. Oh, I can hear the other team somewhat nearby, and I'd like to see the layout in person anyway. Can you now? That was slightly concerning. How good is your hearing? Really good, actually. With any luck, I should be able to tell where our opponents are before they reach us. It'll hopefully give us a bit more of an edge when it comes to preparation. Magnifique! Yuga exclaimed, feeling anything but. He'd have to be careful around Shoji. Then we should find someplace fairly centrally located. It shall be your time to shine, my friend. The other boy's chuckles temporarily drowned out the anxious thoughts swirling in Yuga's head, and a part of him wished it would last forever. It didn't. *******. All right, so we've got a plan, yeah? Beside her, Tsu nodded, and Setsuna took a deep breath. All right, I'll be counting on you, Tsu. I've got this, Karo. Don't worry. Setsuna nodded, and they waited in silence for the final few seconds to tick down. She wasn't quite nervous, but, well, she'd never really tried this before. Not in this way or under this pressure. She'd never really had someone willing to help with it, anyway, especially when they realized what, exactly, they'd be doing. But her gut said to trust Tsu, and so she would. The buzzer finally sounded, and her hand shot over to latch on to Tsu as she willed her eyes to fly from her sockets. One stayed on the first floor, buzzing from room to room, and her second one zoomed up the stairs. With any luck, she wouldn't have to be that careful or thorough, just getting a glance of either of her classmates or the bomb would be enough. Paying attention to details was time-consuming and probably useless. Originally she'd thought of sending out one of her ears as well. But then she tried, and, well, sending her eyes out each in different directions while paying attention to the input from each one was disorienting enough already. Maybe with some practice she'd be able to do more, but as it stood it felt like her head was splitting in two. The objective was speed. Vaguely, she felt her body being gently guided forwards in the direction of the stairs. Sue would wait there until either she confirmed that the first floor was clear or until she found something and move accordingly. The closer her body to her eyes, the sooner she could get back and join the actual fight. First floor's rooms zoomed by one after the other. For the most part, all they needed was a quick glance, but sometimes the rooms would be missing windows, and the lights would be off, and she didn't really have a way to turn them on unless she wanted to consider smashing her eyeball into the switch. The time she was forced to spend hovering at the doorway until her eyesight had adjusted well enough to really check was frustrating, and she felt her knuckles clench around Sue's arm. She paused, took a deep breath, and relaxed her grip. "Sorry," she muttered, but gave no explanation. By now her second eye had reached the second floor, and already it was checking through some rooms, but it was slower. It was most efficient to have one eye actively moving locations while the other actually searched through rooms to avoid getting overwhelmed. She needed to wrap up the search on the first floor ASAP. Her first eye turned down the last hallway, only a small set of rooms left. She'd go through them fast, hopefully, unless... She sighed. Figured they'd be dark. She waited for a time at the entrance to the first room, taking the chance to focus more on her second eye while this one grew accustomed to the darkness. It wasn't long really, but it seemed to stretch out forever. Finally she could make out the corners and nothing else, and she moved it over to the second room of the bunch. Almost dawn. Light exploded outwards, and she cried out, hands clutching at Sue to avoid falling over completely. She desperately wished she could blink, rub her eye, do anything, but her eye was still a ways away and there were spots in half her vision and clearly she'd found their opponents. Middle of this floor, 2 hallways down, second room on the left. Setsuna got no audible reaction, but she did feel her body be gently sat down, and she allowed herself to just focus on getting her eye out of wherever it was. Except when she tried to move it, it just hit what felt like cloth. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Nedzu was having a great time so far. He wasn't sure why everyone was taking this so seriously. This was what, their second day? They had 3 years left to learn and grow. This was a bit of a test, sure, but it was also just a game. That being said, he still didn't want to lose. He and Aoyama had entered the building and immediately headed for the most tedious room to reach on the first floor, which also happened to have a great somewhat central position. They cut out all the lights nearby, set their bomb down in the furthest corner, and waited. All things told, it didn't take too long for something to happen. Nedzu had kept several eyes open in order to get the most he could out of the low light level, and so when an admittedly tiny shape floated into the doorway he was quick to point Aoyama in the right direction, squeeze his own eyes closed, and tell him to shoot. He winced slightly after, when he'd opened his eyes and realized it was an eyeball. That couldn't have been pleasant, with the sudden beam of pure light. He shuddered slightly to think what could have happened had Aoyama's beam actually hit the eye head-on, but that wasn't something to dwell on now. "Aoyama, do you have anything I could use to trap this?" His voice startled the other boy slightly, it seemed, but not too badly. He looked around for a second, sighed, and dramatically unbuttoned his cape. "I suppose I could offer my cape if it serves the cause so," he said. He moved to catch the still floating eyeball in it. "It's the finest of fabric. It shouldn't be too abrasive," he added. Nedzu hummed. "That's good." They sat there for a small while longer, but the silence was tenser this time. They knew their location had probably been compromised, but Aoyama would have an advantage when there was less room to dodge, and Nedzu was decent when his opponent couldn't run away as easily. Their best bet was to just defend. And sure enough, faint footsteps soon filtered into Nedzu's many ears. "Get ready," he muttered to Aoyama. "Someone's close." They each stood just around the corner from the door, waiting to ambush. The steps became louder, almost making a sort of slapping sound with every move, and Nedzu guessed it to be the frog girl, Azui. Slippery but small. If he could grab hold of her, Aoyama would be able to officially capture her pretty easily. The steps stopped suddenly just outside the door, and Nedzu could hear Aoyama hold his breath. He copied. Would it be enough, though? She probably knew they were there already anyway. Time ticked by slowly. Aoyama slowly gave up on holding his breath, but he did keep them as quiet as possible. Still, Nedzu couldn't hear any sign of their opponent. Had she left? Was she just really good at holding her breath? Slowly he extended an arm out from behind the corner, and eye rolling out at the end, but it resulted in nothing. She wasn't there. He titled his head, puzzled. He'd heard her arrive, no? Or were the footsteps another trick from the other girl, Protégé? She could float her body, evidently. She could theoretically bring her feet to them and just float them away. He sighed. She's not here, Aoyama, he said. And I don't think she ever was. His partner's face was the picture of confusion. What do you mean, mon chéri? We both heard her, non? I just checked around the corner. There's nobody. Evidently, Aoyama didn't quite believe him. Or he just wanted proof of his own, because he stuck his own head around the corner before committing and walking out to the hallway. Nedzu didn't take it personally, they'd only known each other for about a day after all. Don't go too far, he warned. We don't know when they'll actually show up. Already did, Karo? Neither Nedzu or Aoyama got more warning than that before Azui fell from the ceiling, directly onto Aoyama's back. He yelled in shock, and Nedzu's eyes widened. The ceiling? Really? He leapt after her immediately, but in a panic Aoyama was shooting his stomach laser, and Azui was apparently incredibly good at aiming him. Nedzu kept dodging, but the hallways were cramped and restrictive, and their own advantage was suddenly laughing Nedzu in the face. Eventually Azui seemed to get tired of fucking with them, thankfully, and with a few swift moves knocked Aoyama to the ground and bound his hands. Aoyama Yuga has been eliminated. Gently, she moved him over to a separate room, then squared up against Nedzu. He had to look pretty far down to meet her eyes, but they had a sort of intensity that made him unwilling to underestimate her again. Under his mask, he felt the attempted tug of a grin, and settled for having it appear on one of his arms. This'll be fun, he said. But instead of launching herself at him, she waited. And just before enough time passed for Nedzu to break down and ask, hey, what the fuck? A shape flew around him and into the room he'd been trying to protect. Once again All Might's voice boomed in his ear. Game over. Hero team wins. A noise snapped his head to the other end of the corridor, and an exhausted-looking Protégé stood, one eye missing and a handless arm outstretched. Give me my fucking eye back, she panted. Nedzu felt guilty for laughing. Koji didn't really feel like he belonged there. And by there he meant, well, anywhere really. Still, he felt like he belonged even less here in UA, and especially among Class 1A. He'd just spent the last hour and a half watching his classmates clash against each other, each one of them displaying skills so far beyond anything he could produce. How was he supposed to compete? His entrance into UA was a fluke, it must have been, because how could he stand against these titans? A tap on his shoulder snapped him out of his thoughts, and he turned to see his teammate looking at him worriedly. You okay? He signed. Yes, he signed back, but his hands were shaky and clearly Midoriya noticed because he gave Koji a reassuring smile. Don't worry, he signed, I have a plan. He paused. Sort of. Do you know their quirks? At this question Midoriya seemed to light up, grinning widely in a way that only made Koji slightly nervous. Moderately nervous. Alright, it made him super nervous. Sue him. Alright, so first we've got Zero Hanta. His quirk is tape, and it allows him to shoot a tape-like material out of his elbows. As far as I can tell, his elbows are also reinforced to be able to support his weight and retain full mobility, and he can also retract his tape. I think, at least now he was talking aloud, words flowing faster and faster. Koji tried to get his attention, to no avail. Which begs the question of whether or not this means he can reabsorb the tape into whatever raw material his body creates it from, which could be body fat like Momo. No, but it would be inefficient to transport lipids from the fat stores on his body over to his elbows without extra infrastructure. Still a possibility, but unlikely. What about Dash? Koji finally just tapped directly on Midoriya's shoulder, with a bit more force than maybe was necessary or intended. Instead of being annoyed or upset, however, Midoriya just rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "Sorry about that," he said in sign again. Was he doing it as a courtesy? I tend to get a bit excited about quirks. Koji waved his hands in front of him frantically. "Don't apologize," he signed, with as much emphasis as possible. He knew how it felt to be put down for being excited about a passion. "It sounded really interesting, but for now we need to strategize, no? Right?" he said, the same sheepish expression still on his face. "Anyway, then there's Ojiro Mashireo. His quirk is a mutation type, and it gives him a tail with, as far as I can tell, above-average strength and dexterity. The way he holds himself from time to time, especially during the apprehension test, would imply a background in martial arts, although how good he is and what type is anyone's guess. It's probably modified to incorporate his tail, though." Koji nodded, even more apprehensive now. "How do we counter them, then? I'm not a very good hand-to-hand fighter. I'd only be slowing you down. I'm not good at fighting either, to be honest," he signed. "Which is why we should avoid direct confrontation. My plan's going to rely on you pretty heavily, though. Are you up for it?" Maybe Koji didn't believe he quite belonged in Class 1A. But he'd still applied, hadn't he? If he didn't belong now, all he needed to do was carve out a place for himself along the way. "Tell me what I need to do." Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Hanta's arms were already killing him just thinking about doing what Ojiro was telling him to do. "Let me get this straight," he said. "You want me to tape over every doorway we come across until we find the other team? And make it so that there's no holes either of them could slip through?" His teammate had the decency to look sheepish. "Is that unreasonable?" Hanta groaned. Ojiro sighed. "Fine, new plan in the works as we speak." They'd both made quick time getting to the site of the battle, setting up early to try and take advantage of as much prep time as possible. They'd started off with general strategy, which clearly had been the wrong choice. "We have no way of knowing that my tape would actually stop them," Hanta elaborated. "Plus, there's no way I can produce that much of it as we go along. 3 or 4 doorways max." He sighed. "And regardless, I still don't think capture should be the way we go with this. Can't we just find the bomb and be done with it?" "I doubt it'll be that simple," Ojiro responded, the tip of his tail flicking to the side in an almost irritated way. "We already know that Midoriya doesn't have a quirk, which implies he's pretty smart, no? He couldn't rely on brute force or any kind of strength to get in like some of us. He'll definitely hide the bomb in a place we wouldn't dream of looking. I think you might be overestimating him, man." Hanta scratched the back of his head. "Still, if you combine that with the fact that we have no idea what Kuda's quirk is, it seems to spell trouble for us no matter what strategy we take, right? So I think it's better we take the direct approach. If we can manage to corner them, I'm pretty confident we can take them down." Hanta was rapidly running out of reasons to refute Ojiro's strategy. Still, something about choosing this strategy didn't sit quite right with him. Finally, he just sighed. "Fine, we're going after them both right off the bat. How do we go about it?" Ojiro grinned slightly, and his tail flicked again. "I'm glad you asked." Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Preparations had been a bit rough, but at least Midoriya hadn't asked him to talk to any bugs. At least, not once he expressed his reluctance. Still, it had pushed his quirk. His mind already felt heavy with all the commands he had running at once, and he was pretty sure that even just a few more would push him past what he was capable of. His throat hurt a bit too, but that was more from misuse than anything else. Would he have to start using it more if he was going to be a hero? The thought made him queasy. "I don't want to," he thought. "There's a reason I don't. I don't want to, I don't." "You okay, Kuda?" Midoriya's voice snapped him out of it, thankfully, and he waved his hands in what he hoped was a casually dismissive gesture. "I'm fine," he signed. It didn't look like Midoriya believed him. "If you're nervous about the battle, don't be," he signed, sunny smile on his face. "My plan may not be the most elaborate one I've made, but it'll get the job done." It wasn't quite what he was worried about, but it was easier to let him think that, so he just gave him a grateful smile and went back to his spot, trying not to think about using his quirk more often. At his side, Pancho the rat nuzzled his hand in worry, and he tried to reassure him slightly. He was fine. Really. He couldn't really stop his thoughts from wandering. Would Midoriya still be so friendly if he knew? Not many people knew. Not since years ago, not since Kasumi. His parents knew, he supposed, but he hadn't seen them in years either. And ever since, well, it's not like he'd gotten the chance to tell anyone, really, even if he'd wanted to. Nobody cared enough to bother learning sign. Which is why Midoriya puzzled him, slightly. It was one thing to know sign in the first place, but it was like he insisted on using it instead of regular speech around Koji. He didn't mind, really, but it seemed like an inconvenience. So why? He realized he could probably just ask, actually. He paused for a moment to gather up the courage, then tapped him on the shoulder. Hey Midoriya, he signed. Why do you insist on communicating with me in sign? I can hear just fine. Courtesy, but I also think it's a useful skill for heroes to practice, he responded. It's still hard for me when I have a lot to say, like a quirk analysis or a plan or something like that, but I also haven't had anyone to practice with in a long time. A wistful look appeared on his face. It's nice. Now Koji was curious. When did you learn sign? I've known it since I was a little kid. My dad couldn't talk, because of his quirk. I ended up learning sign right along with Japanese. That's pretty cool, Koji signed, noting the past tense in the back of his mind. It's like sign is one of your maiden languages. Midoriya chuckled, and Koji smiled under his mask. He liked Midoriya, so far. Maybe the rest of 1A wouldn't be so bad. They lapsed into stillness, instead of silence, get it? Koji occasionally likes to think he's funny, for the remainder of the time they had left. It had been genuinely impressive, what Midoriya had managed to set up in the span of around 10 minutes, and he was fairly excited to watch it play out. Get ready, he thought in Pancho's general direction. Your job begins pretty soon. Still, it didn't make the strain on his mind any easier to bear when it finally arrived. It was one thing, he found, to keep instructions idle, hanging in the back of a few dozen animal minds. They were simple. They didn't offer much strain, unlike. The point was, it was easy to keep instructions they weren't orders. He hated calling them orders on the back burner. It was a different matter when they activated, though. When each tiny mind suddenly had to deal with tasks sometimes far beyond their comprehension. It sucked at Koji's concentration, and the migraines were legendary. And so when the timer started, dozens of tiny minds washed over him like a tidal wave, threatening to drown him. They're on their way, he managed to sign out, and suddenly his shaky hands were being led firmly into the room Izuku had set them up in. He helped Koji prop himself up in a corner and went back to his own space, cannibalized technology set up in a ring around him. All right, he said. I'll let you know where they are, you get your army to follow. Ready? Think so, he signed, but he was half sure Midoriya hadn't been turned around to see his shaky affirmation. Koji swallowed his nerves, lifted Pancho into the air, and began to whisper. Before I forget, Midoriya said, louder than Koji thought the room deserved. Give this to Pancho. Without looking behind him, Midoriya's earpiece made a perfect arc towards Koji's waiting hands, and he pressed it into one of Pancho's tiny paws. Go, he whispered, and the plan scurried into action. ********. Mashireo's entry to the building was remarkably anticlimactic. Not that he really expected otherwise. Midoriya didn't seem like the kind of person to take risks to get things done quickly. Sure, Mashireo didn't really know the guy, but everything about him screamed careful planning and meticulous observation, even if the final plan seemed chaotic at first glance. So despite the lack of fanfare surrounding his entrance, he stayed low, quiet, and cautious. Just like I've been taught. Despite his efforts to keep quiet, though, it was still tough to keep his tail from swishing back and forth. It was what he supposed was a nervous tic, or some sort of instinct that came from his quirk, and repressing it was always a, pardon the pun, pain in the ass. The building wasn't the best tactical advantage, but he didn't think it was too much of a disadvantage for them either. At the very least, based on the information he'd gathered so far, he assumed it would be fairly balanced. There were so many rooms that he could hardly count them all, but they were all close enough to natural light that he didn't have to do much more than a quick scan, and there was a somewhat startling lack of furniture. Really, all he needed to be was quick. He didn't really think they'd be on the first floor anyway. The rooms soon began to pass him in a blur, and he took less care to conceal the noise of his footsteps. First floor should be cleared soon. He tapped a finger to the comm in his ear, hardly out of breath even as he ran through the hallways. "Zero, I'm almost to floor 2. How's progress for you G-?" Movement struck the corner of his eye and he trailed off, tail helping him stop in his tracks. "What the dash?" He crept forward slowly, back towards the room he'd spotted it in. His footsteps went back to full silence, knees lightly bent and tail swishing from side to side. The doorway crept ever closer, plenty of natural light streaming through the window in the wall, but still the movement did not reappear. He could, however, make out noise. It was eerie, and it set his skin crawling, skittering and scratching and soft thumps, sounds like nails on a chalkboard layered over screeches that made him feel like sprinting in whatever direction was opposite. Worse, it echoed, noises bouncing around and multiplying into a cacophony of nightmares. He forced his wildly thrashing tail into a stiff stance, advancing step by step into the room. He expected to find, well, he wasn't sure what he expected to find, but he expected to find something. Even if that something was coulda, and whatever quirk he had. Even if that something was an amalgamation of things he'd have trouble forgetting. Even if it was, but he didn't expect to find nothing. Which, of course, was exactly what he found. But he couldn't quite pretend that that made everything okay, now, because simultaneous with his approach had been a sudden muffling of the horrible sounds he'd been a bit too aware of just moments earlier. They weren't gone though, no, of course not. They were still there, but he couldn't pinpoint their origin. Was it coming from within the walls? Come on. In the ceiling, a single panel hung slightly out of place. Only one, leaving open a gaping void. And damn, Mashareo didn't like this. He hated it really. But this had to be one of their tricks, right? It had to be on purpose. They were doing this to scare him. He ignored the part of him that kept telling him it was working. He debated for a moment, before ultimately deciding to keep his back to the door. It was the safest bet, Prof. He'd already checked most of the first floor, and the noise was still coming from inside the walls, and he really didn't want to take his eyes off of those. The ceiling panel hung open a good half a meter above his head, a bit too tall for him to just peek in. There was no furniture in the room, either. He sighed slightly, then braced himself and jumped, leaving his tail to support the entirety of his weight while keeping as straight as possible. It was something he liked to avoid. It was pretty painful most of the time, and left him with a good amount of soreness the next day, but he felt he had to keep going. Was it possible that they'd hidden themselves and the bomb in between floors? It would have been smart of them, except for the part where it left them cornered if he or Zero were to find out. He managed an elbow into the space, braced against a beam to stop him from causing further paneling to collapse, and slowly lifted himself up. His other arm was lifted over his head, hopefully to protect him from any attacks once he got his head up, and the moment his head was past his eyes into the crawlspace, the screeching became unbearable, a frenzy of thuds making themselves heard throughout the room, and the ceiling collapsed. A lot of it did anyway. Mashareo lost his balance and his brace, falling to the ground roughly along with a good amount of debris. Clouds of dust billowed out on impact and he coughed, trying to get back up and reorient himself before they could launch a sneak attack. The dust was still obnoxious, however, and he coughed harder into his elbow before rubbing his eyes. He almost debated making a run for it until more movement caught the corner of his eye once again and he whipped around. A large, dark shape slowly revealed itself through the haze, rounded on the side, and was that the bomb? There was no way, right? Unless it had been in the ceiling, and he'd made the whole thing fall. He scrambled forwards towards it, hand outstretched, when something hit his leg hard, causing him to wipe out on the floor again. He turned to find his attacker only to spot nothing but faint traces of movement in the dust and a notable lack of human opponents. The broken panels still littered the floor undisturbed. After a moment of stillness, he allowed himself to relax slightly, turning back around to nothing apparently. The opposite side of the room was just as barren as the one he'd just been looking at. He shook his head rapidly and took a few deep breaths to reorient himself. Had he imagined that? He'd been so sure it was the bomb, but the dust was in his eyes and the noise was… Except the noise was gone now. Completely. His own panting breaths were the only thing to break up the unsettling stillness. This is Kuda's quirk, he breathed to himself in stunned realization. What conditions had he met, though? How did he activate the hallucinations? And could he control what they were? He felt slightly shaky. Did this mean he couldn't trust anything he saw or heard until the exercise was over? He waited in the room, alone, for another few steadying moments. Eventually the dust settled enough to reveal a tiny, black shape breaking up the monotony of the debris-covered room, and as a reflex his hand went to his ear. Crap, his earpiece must have fallen out in the scuffle. Sorry about that, Ciro, I had a bit of dash. Can you hear me? Head to floor 5, the voice said, frantic. Stop the enemy from reaching floor 4 at all costs. Mashireo's mind went blank. Izuku was keeping a close eye on the situation, and so far it wasn't looking great. In all his planning, somehow, he hadn't considered that Ciro would be able to reach the top floor as easily as he had. And so now Kuda had to deal with sending messages to animals 5 floors apart through an earpiece held by a rat, which, he now noticed through the one terrible camera angle in that room, had been dropped in the scuffle with Ojiro. Sure, Poncho had instructions to retrieve it if he dropped it, but how far back would it push them? How much progress would Ciro make downwards before Kuda's army arrived to slow him down the way they had Ojiro? Kuda, you might not be able to reach Poncho right now, but you need to send them to the 5th floor ASAP, he said, trying not to let the nervousness he felt slip into his voice. Ciro's on his way down. Behind him Kuda's mumbling became faster, a little more frantic. Speaking of Ojiro, he looked what Izuku would describe as sufficiently disoriented. What would he assume about Kuda's quirk? Speed? Teleportation? Hallucination? Their objective was to confuse, and from the looks of things it was working. Up until the point that he bent down to pick up Poncho's dropped earpiece, mistaking it for his own. Izuku started, then quieted. He was acting strangely. It was still him, still the same martial arts stance he'd noticed before, but it was significantly more lifeless, almost limp. And then he was sprinting upstairs. But he was skipping rooms and floors, and Izuku's mind raced. It didn't take much to put 2 and 2 together. He'd put in Poncho's earpiece, used for Kuda to relay instructions to his animal legion, and now was sprinting to presumably the 5th floor. Did Kuda know he could do this? Had he activated a special set of conditions? If he could normally control people's minds, he would have brought it up before, no? Unless it didn't always work. Unless the target's mind needed to be already confused and disoriented and given instructions that were close enough to their own current objective anyway. Izuku had theories. But for now, that's all they were. He wasn't going to waste Kuda's time and concentration right now asking about it, and he wasn't going to burden Kuda with the knowledge of who he was actually talking to. Kuda was giving this battle his all. Who was Izuku to get in the way of that? Ojiro? You okay? Frustrated, Hanta took his finger off his earpiece and ran along a little longer. How many times had he attempted to reach him in the past few minutes? Something must have happened to Ojiro already, if the absolute lack of response from him meant anything. They really shouldn't have split up. Why hadn't he fought it more? He sighed. At least he hadn't been captured yet, as far as he knew. After all Might had yet to announce anything. Still, a lack of communication was a serious blow to their plan regardless. But what had he heard, just before the audio had cut off? Ojiro had tried to warn him about something, hadn't he? Did that mean they were on the 1st floor? Or they were based further up and just set up a trap or something near the bottom? Hanta was frustrated. With the lack of information, the lack of preparation, even lack of progress, he was practically sprinting through the hallways now, and yet he hadn't seen so much as a single trace of evidence, neither on the 6th floor nor on the one he was actively on. He felt stuck. Still, it would be worse to actually stop. Even if he didn't feel he was progressing, he was definitely clearing rooms, and for now that was a good thing for him to focus on. He reached another intersection and ripped off a piece of tape to mark the corridor he'd just checked. He should have been about halfway through now, and then he could keep making his way down. Once again the rooms flashed by in monotonous, boring, tense stillness. If it made sense, the lack of anything made him even more anxious. Tension had done nothing but build since he stepped in through the top-story window, and he craved some release. And a few rooms later he got what he wanted. Sort of. I just had to jinx myself, didn't I? He thought wryly. From the general direction of the stairwell came the sound of footsteps, though they sounded lighter than they should. Was it Midoriya? He seemed like a pretty light guy. What was he rushing him for? That didn't seem like a good move. Unless it was a distraction for Kuda to show up? That would imply Ojiro was out of the picture. This doesn't seem very favorable. He crouched into the stance he tended to use before really getting into his quirk, arms low and back tense. If he could shoot his tape at him just as he reached the top of the stairwell. A blur shot out of the stairwell almost too fast for him to see, and he shot his elbow out, a long strand of tape shooting out almost perfectly straight. Only he was too slow. The figure vaulted over it, swinging into a static position on. Was that the ceiling? How did Midoriya? The figure shifted slightly, and Hanta finally made out enough of its silhouette to figure out it wasn't quite normal. He let out a breath, relaxing his stance. Ojiro! Don't do me like that, man. I got scared for a second there. Across from him Ojiro remained. Silent, and Hanta fidgeted in place. Did you decide to come over to me since we lost communication? Is the first floor cleared? Still, Ojiro swung, silent. Now thoroughly unnerved, Hanta took several steps towards him, pulling his elbow upwards to rocket himself towards the ceiling. Hey man, I need you to tell me what's going on. Before he could gain any height, Ojiro was suddenly crashing down at him, spinning in the air to swing his tail in an arc towards Hanta's head. At the last moment he ducked, rolling to the side, and put his hands up. Whoa man, what the hell? Pull yourself together. Ojiro seemed to ignore him, crouching into what was clearly a fighting stance and launching a flurry of blows. And Hanta was no pushover, but 5 limbs at once wasn't something to sneeze at. Blow after blow connected, and if it weren't for Hanta's elbows being bullier than the rest of him, he was sure he'd already be struggling to keep up. More so than he was currently, anyway. He stood suddenly, cocking an arm back as though to throw a punch, and Ojiro fell for the feint, pulling away slightly. Instead of swinging his arm, however, Hanta shot tape out backwards, hoping it would land on something he could use as an anchor to pull him away. Miraculously, he felt his tape tense, and wasted no time in spinning the tape back into himself as quickly as he could without hurting himself. It pulled him back almost fast enough to give him burns on his back, but it had the advantage of giving him some time to breathe. He fully expected Ojiro, apparently now his enemy, to chase after him. Instead, however, when Hanta leapt back up into his stance, he spotted his teammate in the same strange position he'd been in when he'd reached this floor, tail wrapped around some beam just above the stairwell. Was the bastard guarding the way down? That didn't make sense. What the hell? Ojiro, he yelled. Snap out of it, whatever it is. Ojiro didn't react, and Hanta grit his teeth. Was that even Ojiro? Or had they made a replica, somehow? Was that Kuda's quirk? Then he wouldn't be able to reason with him. I guess I'll just have to go through him. Shouldn't be too hard, right? Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Young Siro, Ojiro, Midoriya, and Kuda, the time is officially up. Villain team wins. Make your way back now, everyone, you did well. Hanta propped himself up, taking in ragged breaths. It had been, as it turned out, very hard. He couldn't quite muster up the energy to speak, and he heaved himself up from the floor just in time to see the thing that might be Ojiro startle from his sentry spot and fall to the ground with a big oomph. He rubbed his head for a second, before finally looking around. What happened? He managed, voice tired and face the picture of confusion. Hanta laughed. You bodied me is what happened? Suddenly he sobered, the rush of exhaustion catching him once again. Game's over. Let's head back. He stumbled a bit on his next step and turned to guy responsible. Help me down, will you? They limped back to the classroom in silence. Well, you all certainly had some interesting battles, didn't you? Toshinori was going to be honest. He had very little clue what had happened in some of those fights. The camera angles were limited, and the comms were only available to listen to when the participants were talking to each other through them, with the exception of that last one. Did Midoriya screw with those? Regardless, they'd all been incredible showcases of everyone's respective abilities. He was fairly confident he could at the very least offer some pointers. Now I know you're all anxious to end the day, but I'd like to go over each battle first. This may have only been your first exercise, but understanding where it went wrong or right is the first and most important step to getting better. He pointed at the first 4 students, beckoning them over. We'll be starting with the villains in each case. Young Todoroki, young Yaoyorozu, I'd like you both to start by telling us your strategy in the beginning of the match. I'd prefer you call me Shuto, Melissa's uncle, Shuto said in deadpan. Several heads whipped around to stare at Melissa. In any case, I wouldn't be much use. Momo's the one who came up with the strategy. Momo took this as her cue to speak up. We started by attempting to figure out our opponent's quirks. We thought it was too risky to keep the bomb closer to the roof, since we thought they may have easy means to get up there quickly, so we placed it in the basement. Uraraka's eyes widened. It was in the basement? And then I told Shuto to try and minimize the entrances and exits to the building, to make for easier monitoring. He did so in a way that we hoped seemed clumsy and unrefined, in order to get our opponents to underestimate his control over his ice. Just in case, she said. After that, all we needed to do was monitor where they came from, which I did from a room in the middle floor using spider silk. It was a good decoy to make them think that we'd hidden the bomb further up. The only thing that really threw us for a loop was Dark Shadow. We didn't bother accounting for a third person to fight, but once we realized that light was most likely their weakness, it made things a bit easier. Aw man. Toshinori's neck turned somewhat abruptly to spot a dark, shadowy entity seemingly floating from young Tokoyami. Dark and shadowy, huh? Toshinori chuckled. How'd you find me out? The being continued, looking despondent. It was kind of cute. The windows, young Shuto responded, and did not elaborate. Young Yaoyorozu picked up where he left off. You flinched away from them. I'm not sure we would have noticed if your presence everywhere else hadn't been so stark, to be honest, she said. You filled the darkness so completely that your reluctance to go into the light was more noticeable. Dark Shadow grumbled to themselves for a moment before retreating back into young Tokoyami, clearly annoyed. Toshinori turned to him and young Uraraka. What was your strategy, heroes? Young Uraraka shifted slightly, embarrassed. We fell for most of their tricks. We saw the big clunky ice and assumed. Shuto, she said his name tentatively, still unsure about using his first name. She received a simple nod in response, and she continued. We assumed Shuto wouldn't be great at fighting in tight spaces. The best part of our strategy was cutting out the power, since it made Dark Shadow stronger, and then climbing through the window. Didn't do us much good, though, even with the numbers advantage and my almost sneak attack. I thought that maybe I could sneak off for the bomb while Tokoyami and Dark Shadow held them back, but apparently I was looking in the completely wrong place. By the end her voice was more of a sheepish mutter, and her head was tilted down. Toshinori nodded and sighed. He'd gotten that from the cameras, but it was good to know their thought process too. He turned to face the class as a whole. Young Yaoyorozu and Shuto displayed remarkable trust in each other, he said. I don't mean to imply that they would have lost otherwise, but that trust was most definitely the deciding factor. Some faces in the crowd looked doubtful, and he continued. This is one of the most important lessons you'll all learn in UA. Trust in your partner is everything. On the battlefield, undercover, in rescue missions. Knowing which tasks they can handle by themselves, knowing when someone has better strategic thinking or when they're better at improvising, and having clear communication can lower the chances of civilian casualties drastically. That's not to say that the hero team lacked trust. Their display was uniquely impressive. The ability to cooperate effectively with a teammate you barely know is also incredibly important. But in the end, he said, trying to make his voice sound more delicate, they made one too many assumptions in the heat of the moment. He paused, eye roving over the small crowd of students. Young Uraraka still seemed a bit downcast, and he mentally gave himself a reminder to reassure her after class. For now, though, it was more important to get through the rest of the battles. He'd been holding his form for over 2 hours, now, and he still had some time left, but it was getting uncomfortable. Next up we have young Kaminari and young Ida. He motioned for them to speak up, and they seemed to spend a good minute arguing about who would explain the strategy. Eventually Ida started. He walked closer to the front of the class, and straightened his glasses. The rigidity of his back was impressive. We knew that the hero team lacked ways to reach the top floor easily, so we set up there. We spent our prep time clearing furniture to allow me space to use my quirk, and the debris gave us a good way to hide the bomb. We thought it would be too obvious to hide it in one of the little offshoot rooms. Young Kaminari chipped in. So we tried to disguise it. And then I was supposed to wait by the stairwell to shock them, specifically Ashido, since we didn't know if it would work on Kirishima the moment they came through, but they came in too slowly and spotted me dash. We thought they'd be in a rush, Ida said, cutting him off. Clearly they were more cautious than we expected. Afterwards, he paused, considering something. I'm unsure what happened after that moment. We lost communication. Kaminari winced. So they saw me, and then instead of using the doorway like normal people, they took down the wall I was next to. It knocked me down long enough for Ashido to rush past me. I tried to get her before she could escape, but Kirishima got in the way, and the little surge I did killed the comm. So that's why it cut out, Ida muttered to himself. Kaminari continued. Eventually I hit Kirishima with an office chair and ran to the stairwell. At this mention young Kirishima winced. Was the chair really necessary, dude? It hurt like a bite dash, he cut off abruptly, wide eyes focused on Toshinori. Truck? It hurt like a truck. And then Ida was camping the next floor. Ashido butt in, one finger pointed accusingly at young Ida. He didn't even fall for my goading. It was the worst, she said dramatically, hand over her forehead, palm outwards. Young Kaminari's eyes widened in realization. So that's why you were still there when I got there? He turned back to look at Toshinori. I tried to go through with my part of the plan, but Kirishima blindsided me. Ida warned me, though, so at least I managed to tone it down before I went. Full way. He whirled around to Kirishima. Actually, did you even feel it? It seemed like you just shook it off. I felt it a little bit, Kirishima answered, looking down at rocky, hardened hands. I'd never thought that my quirk could be useful this way. But wait. That was young Midoriya. Toshinori had been wondering how long it would take for him to pipe up. What do you mean by full way? What happened after you used your quirk on the stairwell? What even is it anyway? It looked like electricity, but dash. It's called electrification. I can discharge a bunch of electricity, but it kind of fries my brain when I go overboard. His words don't pause, but his hand does reach to scratch his neck sheepishly. I've increased the limit a lot, though, so when Ida warned me I managed to turn it down enough that it mostly disoriented me. I still don't remember too much of what happened for the next few minutes, though. Young Midoriya looked equal parts fascinated and concerned. What about long-term damage? Are you okay? How much can you discharge? Can you hold onto the charge? What dash? That's enough, young Midoriya, Toshinori chastised lightly. You can keep interrogating him after class. Young Kaminari, do you have anything else to add from the battle? He shook his head. Not much. Next thing I knew I was back on the top floor and I could see Ida and Ashido fighting. I noticed she was covered in her goop dash. Ashido gave an indignant squeak, and I figured my electricity might be able to get her through it. I'm not even sure if it worked. I passed out again afterwards. First off, never call my acid goop, Ashido replied, indignant and dramatic. Second, it worked a bit too well. I woke up after the battle ended feeling like I got hit by a truck. Sorry about that. Heh. She chuckled. Don't worry about it, it was a good move. Kaminari grinned, then frowned and turned to Ida. Wait, how'd we lose then? Did Kirishima find the bomb? Kirishima let out an involuntary snort and Ida let out a disappointed sigh. Not exactly. For a moment he stayed silent, and Toshinori wasn't sure if he was mulling over his words or just refusing to elaborate. Eventually, though, he continued. I was just about to land a hit on Ishido when your attack landed, Kaminari. At the same time, Kirishima dashed. Hold on. What do you mean you were about to land a hit on me? You'd been whiffing the entire fight. Young Ishido had an arm outstretched, finger pointed accusingly at Ida. He straightened up slightly, a hand pushing his glasses up on his nose and causing them to glint in the light. Because you have a tell, Ishido, and I figured it out. You see, you fight to a rhythm. All I needed to do was take advantage of the obvious timing you had dictating your every move. In those last moments, your side was completely open. Ishido slumped slightly, then perked up. Thank you for letting me know, Ida. Now it won't work for next time, she said, winking. Ida simply turned around, clearly disgruntled. Anyway, he said, as I was saying, as Ishido and I were fighting, Kirishima was rushing to help out. He was covered in Ishido's goop dash that was deliberate, Toshinori thought as Ishido squeaked again. And so he was moving with little self-control. Kaminari's attack caused Ishido to collapse, and the kick I'd intended for her landed on Kirishima instead. Kaminari leaned forward, unsatisfied with where Ida had left it. And a tense silence held for a moment, before young Ida finally broke down, sighing. I kicked him into the bomb. That's how they won. Silence reigned for another solid 10 seconds until it was broken by young Ishido's raucous, disbelieving laughter. She whirled around to Kirishima, laughter not dying down in the slightest. You told me you found the bomb on purpose? Kirishima's face was red. Well, how do you know I didn't aim myself over there on purpose, huh? Ishido's laughter did not get quieter, and she ignored his subsequent and increasingly desperate attempts to explain himself. Toshinori waited a moment before clearing his throat. For the first match, I told you all about trust. For this one I'd like to talk about communication. At the sound of his voice the rest of the class quieted down too, and he continued. Fairly often, on the field, you'll find there are barriers when you need to communicate with your partner. Some of these are unavoidable, such as Kaminari's calm blowing out. Could it have been predicted? Sure. Could it have been avoided? That's more difficult. But what's important to learn is how to make it work despite these barriers. Kirishima could and should have alerted Ishido to his approach, despite the fact that she was facing away from him. Kaminari should have made a gesture to alert Ida of his plan despite his exhaustion. These are not mistakes I can really fault you all for. You're students, and mistakes are natural. Just keep these in mind for when you train. These are the habits you need to build. Toshinori knew there were a few more things he could have mentioned about that fight, but for now what was important was to reiterate the most important aspect, and for him to have seen them in action. Several students in the crowd were nodding along, and he nodded too, pleased with himself. Any questions before we move on to the next? It was silent for a moment before a singular hand popped up near the back. Toshinori craned his neck. Young Shudo. Please, go ahead. Shudo lowered his hand and turned his head to look at young Kaminari, who turned to look straight back, a questioning tilt to his head. Shudo spoke up. Kaminari, are you and Melissa related? Toshinori wasn't sure what question young Kaminari had been expecting, but it clearly hadn't been that. He spluttered, struggling to form a response to the question. Why dash? I apologize. Let me rephrase that. Toshinori spotted a group of students trying desperately and failing to conceal fits of laughter in the background, and his concern for whatever the question was about to be skyrocketed. It skyrocketed even more so when Shudo turned to glance at him before returning to Kaminari. Are you All Might's secret love child? Now the rest of the class lost it, giggles and outright shocked laughter echoing through the room. Toshinori recovered before Kaminari. What made you reach that particular conclusion, young Shudo? It's all right, you don't have to hide it, he said, though I'm not sure why you're still trying to deny it. It's incredibly obvious. How? Melissa wheezed out, still catching her breath, some stray laughter still managing to cut through on occasion. How is it obvious? Well, my first clue was you, Melissa. Was that a corkboard in his hands? Where had he dash? We saw blue electricity coming off of you during your battle. Who else has electricity? Kaminari. Not to mention all three of you have blonde hair. Plus, The fact that Kaminari grew up in Japan means you could both still develop a close father-son bond. Add to that the fact that Kaminari is fluent in English, the main language spoken on Island. My evidence is airtight. It was spoken with the kind of confidence Toshinori often wished he had when facing the press. He couldn't tell whether or not he should be impressed. How was he even supposed to respond to that? Young Shuto, I have not had any children, and I'm sure I would know if I had. And Melissa doesn't have siblings. He felt he couldn't really just leave it there, though. Keep working on those deduction skills, young Shuto. I'm sure they'll be useful in your career. He finished awkwardly and coughed into his fist. A small chorus of giggles followed. Anyway, if that's all, we move on to the match between young Hagakure and Jairu against young Melissa and Tsunatori. Melissa, Tsunatori, please describe your strategy. It wasn't anything special, really, Melissa started, Tsunatori behind her bouncing slightly in place. Right? Young Tsunatori most likely would have trouble communicating their strategy to the class. We just wanted to create a bit of a bottleneck to prevent Hagakure sneaking by us, so we found a big space with a small entrance. Then we hid the bomb in a room by the back, and covered the entrance with a storage closet to make it harder to access. Holy hell, it was behind that thing? How did you even— Oh. Hagakure's voice started incredulous, then dropped in understanding. Super strength. Nevermind. Yeah. And then we made sure one of us was hiding, so that even if you ambushed one of us we'd be nearby to help without you knowing we were there. Joke's on you, Jairu's awesome and located both of you in under a minute, Hagakure responded. I knew you were hiding around the corner, and it let me dodge you when you dove out to get me. Melissa looked puzzled. How? Is that your quirk? The last part was directed towards a sheepish Jairu. Yeah, kinda. When I stab my ear jacks into a material like concrete or stone, I can sort of get a read on the sounds or vibrations attached to it. Tsunatori was pacing and you were fidgeting, so— That's pretty incredible, actually. Well, Pony nudged her in the side and said something Toshinori missed, and Melissa shook her head. How did you manage to get close enough to Pony without her seeing your comm? She was being pretty vigilant. I kept both my comm and the capture tape in each hand. If I grab something tightly enough, my quirk hides it too. It's something I'm pretty grateful for. I wouldn't want my food to be visible as I chewed it. Internally, Toshinori grimaced a bit. He could understand that. When young Hagakure mentioned this, however, he noticed young Midoriya perk up before furiously scribbling in his notebook. He'd have to ask about whatever that was later. Anyway, we figured you'd be more worried about me than Jairu, so the strategy was to have me capture one of you and distract the other long enough for Jairu to find the bomb. She chuckled. I did everything I could to keep you from going back too early. Sorry about your jaw. I really wasn't sure what else to do. Melissa laughed. No hard feelings. How'd you get me though? Was it all the dust? I'd thought that was a weird move until you started actually chasing me and not just blindly swiping. It was— Yeah, Melissa said, proud. Then she slumped. You all know the rest though. You both had me cornered by the bomb, and I thought that if I broke the floor beneath us it would stall everyone long enough for the time to run out. I really need to work on regulating my power output. The last part was more directed towards herself. But then she paused and turned back to her opponents. Wait, but if that was your strategy, why'd you come rescue Hagakure, Jairu? Young Jairu opened and closed her mouth a couple times, and Toshinori was fairly sure that whatever her response was would not be the full truth. I just heard you fighting right before I went into the room, and then I saw you about to capture Hagakure, and I figured that if I did nothing you'd be returning to the bomb room shortly anyway. I might as well have my teammate with me, no? Thank you all for sharing, Toshinori said, cutting in. You all did incredibly, though I would have preferred a match with fewer broken bones and less structural damage. In the corner of his eyes he saw Melissa cringe slightly. Regardless, what you all saw in this battle is a great example of what happens fairly often in real cases. I'm talking, of course, about drastic measures. When a situation is desperate, people are much more likely to attempt anything and everything with the hope of escape or victory. This can be applied to heroes and villains alike, and it's important to note that it's equally dangerous in both cases. Cornering a villain can lead to self-destructive escape attempts that can harm not only the villain, but civilians as well. The more desperate the villain, the more dangerous. And with heroes, risky stunts like that can lead to serious injury or even loss of life. It's why keeping a cool head is so vital, even in hopeless situations. Now, he said, I believe we have young Azui and Tokage against young Aoyama and Shoji, no? Go ahead, he said, motioning to the latter two. Young Aoyama practically flew to the front of the class, whipping around in a dramatic bow. It shall be my pleasure, monsieur, he said. Though I must admit our strategy was a bit, shall we say, basic, completed young Shoji. We figured that since we were both pretty good fighters in tight spaces that we should focus on defense. Plus, I figured that my enhanced hearing would let us know when they got close. An arm came up to scratch the back of his neck. I never expected them to send just an eye. One of my brighter ideas, I have to say, Tokage said, though I need a lot more practice using both eyes at once. Just a few minutes gave me the migraine of all migraines. Shoji seemed to perk up when she mentioned the use of both eyes. I could probably help with that. A little bit, at least. I'm used to having to process more input than average. I'd appreciate that. Thanks, Shoji. She turned back to the rest of the class. Anyway, my first I found them pretty quickly, and they proceeded to blind and capture it, she said with a playful glare directed towards both her opponents. I let Sue know where they were and waited for my other eye to get back to my face. I've got a question about that, actually, Shoji said, turning to young Azui. I have pretty good hearing, but once you reached us I stopped hearing anything. No breathing, no steps, no shifting. How'd you do that? I've always been good at climbing, so I wedged myself in a corner of the ceiling and held my breath until I could get the drop on one of you. I'm not sure what part of my quirk lets me hold my breath like that, or if it's unrelated, but it came in handy regardless. Shoji paused for a moment, thinking it over, then shrugged. In the background Toshinori heard Aoyama complain about how it was, well over 3 minutes. Young Shoji continued. Anyway, you all probably saw the rest. Azui caught Aoyama, then she stalled for time until Tokage got back and managed to touch the bomb. And then Shoji laughed at me for my lack of hand and eye, Tokage grumbled, though there was no real heat behind it. Shoji chuckled, giving a small apology. Toshinori cleared his throat again, and the class grew silent. For this battle, I'd like to point out something that wasn't really brought up during the summary. Young Shoji mentioned using the tight space as an advantage, but young Azui was able to turn that same advantage into a disadvantage by utilizing Aoyama's confusion. In the same vein, and possibly unknowingly, Azui turned Shoji's good hearing into a disadvantage by making him believe there was no way she could still be in the general vicinity. Being able to spin the battleground into a series of tactical advantages is as much a talent as it is an acquired skill. It requires quick thinking, adaptability, and resourcefulness, and it's one of the things we'll be working on throughout your time at UA. Keep a lookout for ways to turn different elements of your environment into advantages, and soon it'll come easily. He shifted slightly, glancing over the crowd. This last one was the battle he was most curious about. Young Midoriya, young Kuda, it's your turn to detail your strategy. He paused. Please be a bit more elaborate. We weren't able to hear most of your communication, and the cameras didn't grant the entirety of the picture. Sure. Midoriya bounced over to him, looking excited. A timid Kuda trailed a small distance behind him, and Ojiro and Siro made their way to the front from the other end. Most of the plan revolved around Kuda's quirk, to be honest, but there were a few things to take care of first. The main problem we had is that we didn't know where they would come in from. I knew Siro might be able to reach the top floor with his quirk, but could he bring Ojiro with him? Would they even choose the top floor? Or would they both go in through the bottom? There was also a good chance they would split up. So I hacked into the camera feed using whatever I could salvage from the building and the things I'd asked to be included in my hero uniform. That way we could, at least, monitor their location, and if we had to we could keep moving away from them constantly. But that wasn't ideal. At this point most of the class was watching young Midoriya in open interest. Toshinori was too. The plan so far sounded elaborate, but how would it lead to what they'd seen on the cameras? He noticed something a bit strange, though. Young Kuda, Ojiro and Siro seemed just as curious as everyone else. Did they not know either? I should probably take a moment to explain Kuda's quirk. He stopped himself abruptly, spinning around to look at young Kuda. Is that okay? The other boy nodded, and Midoriya continued. Basically, he can relay instructions to animals by speaking to them. It's incredibly useful for recon, but from my understanding of it, the more complicated the instructions, the bigger the toll on Kuda's mind. I think it probably has something to do with somehow lending his own brain power to the animals temporarily to allow them to process more than usual, but In the back of the room, Melissa coughed loudly and Midoriya paused, looking sheepish. He cleared his own throat. Anyway, we decided we'd use any nearby animals to create the illusion of numbers, creating confusion above anything else. At the very least, having large, amorphous shapes in some of the rooms would slow our opponent's search. Ojiro gained a look of realization. Was that those were animals? I was terrified, all thanks to Kuda's masterful direction. It honestly looked like I was watching a horror movie through the cameras. Midoriya cackled. It was great, but what happened afterwards? Ojiro asked, not looking offended in the least. I lost my earpiece in the hole. He waved his hand vaguely in the air thing. But that's the last thing I remember before the end of the match, after allegedly beating the crap out of my teammate. How did you do that? I'm getting to that, Midoriya said, and in the corner of his eyes, Toshinori noticed young Kuda's expression shift into something he couldn't quite describe. His eyes were wide, though, and pinned on Midoriya. Toshinori's gut twisted uncomfortably. Part of our preparations were to ensure a way for Kuda to communicate with Poncho, our rat informant, and thus to the rest of the animals we were working with. He can't modify instructions once they're out, so we needed a way to have his voice reach them from elsewhere. And since the plan was for the two of us to stick together, it wasn't a problem for me to hand over my comm for the greater good of the mission and switch them over to an unused frequency, just in case of interference. The silence in the room had become slightly tense, now. Kuda's expression had grown tight, a mix of horror and anxiety shifting to and fro. Should Toshinori tell Midoriya to stop? He tightened his fist by his side. What was it that had Kuda so nervous? Would it even help to stop Midoriya now? But the other team deserved to know what happened, no? Unfortunately, messing with Ojiro took a bit too long, and Zero was making more progress than we'd expected. We needed to get the animals to close to the top floor, but we hadn't had a good way of splitting our focus, so we'd focused on the ground floor. Kuda gave the instruction to stop Zero, but in the scuffle Poncho had dropped his earpiece. Toshinori finally realized what had happened, and his eyes widened along with many others. Young Midoriya she started, but Midoriya was speaking quickly and loudly and Toshinori's words failed to reach him in time. Ojiro, mistaking it for his, placed it in his ear and heard the command to stop Zero from reaching us. And so he did. The silence became suffocating. Kuda was frozen in place, eyes darting back and forth, hands trembling as several pairs of eyes turned to him. None held malice, but Toshinori was willing to bet Kuda didn't see it that way. He started walking towards the boy, moving around the class instead of through. But Midoriya wasn't yet finished, evidently. It must have been the adrenaline, I think. A real combat situation can sometimes heighten senses, and I'm guessing that because of how disoriented Ojiro was at the time, it created a specific enough set of circumstances for Kuda's quirk to be able to take control of a human mind long enough for us to win the match. Toshinori had finally reached Kuda, and he reached a hand out to him. Are you okay? Young Ko dashed. He was cut off by the boy stumbling away from him abruptly, falling to the ground. The hurt in his eyes was open, and his hands trembled even as they came up to sign, "Why didn't you tell me?" Now Midoriya's smile faltered. I thought I'd break your concentration if I told you. It's a quirk awakening after all, and those are pretty rare, and he didn't get the chance to finish his thought. Young Kuda scrambled up from where he was and ran out the door. Class dismissed, Toshinori said, voice strong. Get some rest. You all did well today. Quickly, he started walking out the door towards Kuda. It didn't matter that he wasn't sure where the boy had gone. He was hurting, and it was his job as teacher to help. All might wait. Toshinori stopped, turning. What is it, young Midoriya? I understand you may feel guilty, but please, let me handle this. No. Toshinori faltered, surprised by the vehemence to his words. No, Yagi. I need to talk to him. I didn't know, I couldn't, please. Do you even know sign? Of course I know sign, young Midoriya, he said softly. I appreciate your drive, but I don't think it's a good idea for you to go right now. You may apologize the next time you see him. He continued walking, only to be racked with coughs not a moment later, blood staining his smile and wetting his hand. He whipped it off on a handkerchief, frowning slightly at the sight of faint smoke coming from his fist. Your time's running low, Yagi, Midoriya said, behind him. Don't go overboard. You can supervise our conversation if you want, just please, you can even step in if you feel like I'm making things worse. He turned around. Young Midoriya, he started, then stopped. The boy in front of him looked a few words away from dissolving into a puddle of tears, tracks already splitting his face. Toshinori was surprised he could even get a word out. His injury ached again, and he sighed. Choose your words carefully, he said. I'll be monitoring you both, and I'll be there to talk to Kudo once you're done. Thank you, he mumbled, then ran off. A message vibrated his phone and he glanced down to an icon of Nedzu's smiling face. The words "come to my office to watch" blinking on his display. He hoped they'd be alright. ********. Koji wasn't sure what he was feeling, or even if he was feeling anything at all at this point. No, that wasn't quite right, he corrected. He felt angry. How unfair was it that everybody knew now? How unfair, how unlucky was it that a simple comm had been picked up by mistake and now he was on track to full isolation? Because he knew how this worked. He remembered how it happened, the first time. People don't put effort into getting to know the mute kid, less when they're scared of being controlled, scared of him. Except Midoriya hadn't seemed scared, had he? He'd seemed excited. He just tucked his head further down into his knees, furiously fighting any audible sobs. He wasn't fine, but he was used to it, and maybe he would be, eventually. He stayed there for a while, doing his best to take deep, steadying breaths until a pair of soft footsteps approached him. One of his teachers, to lie to him about how it was all fine? He didn't lift his head. Hey, Kuda. But it wasn't a teacher, and some of Kuda's anger bubbled back up to the surface. Logically, he knew it was slightly unfair to blame Midoriya. But he had been the one not to ask him about it, not to let him know, the one to spill it to everyone in the class. He spared a hand to sloppily sign that he didn't want to talk, but instead of the sound of footsteps retreating, he heard the crinkling of clothes and sliding feet that normally went along with someone sitting down. His anger bubbled up a tiny bit more. I came to apologize, came his voice, and Kuda thought how unfair it was that people could ignore him by just looking away and he couldn't do the same. And to Midoriya trailed off. I'm not really sure, he said, voice small. I guess I wanted to check if you were okay? And I guess I should be more specific about the apology. There was a pause, and Kuda got the impression he was collecting his words. I'm sorry for disclosing personal information to the rest of the class, and for not consulting you about it earlier. I'm sorry for trying to be showy about the reveal, and for not letting you know what had happened as soon as it did. And for the way I made you feel, and for not making a good enough plan that we could have avoided it entirely, and for everything, I guess. His voice had a funny little wavy sound to it, and Koji couldn't quite place it. Silence arrived again, until Koji heard a bit more sliding and an almost whispered, I'm so sorry, Kuda, from Midoriya. Koji stayed silent, and so did Midoriya, for the most part. Except Koji kept hearing tiny hiccuping sounds, and Koji didn't know what they meant until he did. He hadn't heard anyone cry in a while. But that made things even worse, somehow. Why was he the one crying? What reason did Midoriya have for feeling bad? It was Koji's life he'd ruined, not his own. He jerked his head up from where it was and punched Midoriya in the shoulder, hands moving sloppily and quickly. Why do you care? He signed, tears streaming down his face. But his hands faltered for a moment. Just leave me alone. Avoid me. I know that's what everyone else is going to start doing the moment I get back to class. It wasn't much of an outburst, but suddenly Koji was feeling every drop of exhaustion he'd accumulated all day, and he slumped back down. They both sat in silence for another small while, and Koji kept his gaze stubbornly stuck forward. It was Midoriya who carefully broke the stillness. "I know what it's like to be avoided," he said. "And I know what it's like to wish to be avoided." And suddenly Koji remembered the news segments he'd seen with Midoriya's face plastered over a red, damning quirkless banner, the articles complaining about how he was too soft and couldn't take a joke. He swallowed. But UA is different. People are different. When you left the room, people weren't scared or upset. They were worried about you. I was worried about you. I know it's hard to get used to, but there are people who care about who someone is more than what they are, and our class is full of them. Koji uncurled slightly, letting his legs straighten out in front of him. Finally, he glanced at Midoriya, eyes red and face still slightly wet. "I don't want to use my quirk that way," he offers as a truce. "I don't want to use my voice." Midoriya looked surprised and conflicted. He noticed Koji looking at him and switched back to sign. "I'm not sure I can understand that," he signed, "but I can respect it." Koji appreciated the honesty. By the time their tears had dried and the conversation had dried up, class had long been let out. They walked to the train station in a silence much more comfortable than it had been earlier. And the next morning, when Koji sat down at his desk, two of his classmates, three, he supposed, after being introduced to the sentient shadow, looped him into a conversation seamlessly. Maybe Midoriya was right. "All right, class, settle down." It took a minute for the murmur of conversations to die down, and Shoyuta sighed. Yet another thing to work on, and yet another small reason today, specifically, was terrible. The blonde buffoon joining the school was one thing, but the horde of vultures he brought with him? Despicable. Normally, I'd take this class to go over how you all did during your first heroics lesson. As per usual, he kept his voice monotone. However, I've been told you already went over it with all might, so repeating it would be illogical. Not to mention Nedzu had him on temporary probation, whatever that meant. His eyes swept over the swarm of hyperactive gremlins. Not that the kids need to know that. So instead, he continued, we'll be dedicating this class to something different. Speculative whispers broke out immediately, and he let it build for a short moment before briefly raising his voice. Today you'll be electing class president. The whispers broke out into vaguely muffled cheers, some of them inexplicably grateful for such a normal activity, and Shoyuta groaned slightly. I don't care how you do it, he said, voice still a tad louder than normal. Have fun. Without waiting to see if anyone had heard him, he slipped back into his sleeping bag, immediately resting his eyes in the comfortable darkness. He rummaged around for a moment before finally finding a jelly pouch and lying back into as comfortable position as he could manage. Outside of his cocoon, as Hizashi called it, the noise had yet to die down. People, especially his students, tended to assume his sleeping bag muffled sounds. It made them, in a way, more comfortable, more willing to speak their minds. This, in turn, made it easier for Shoyuta to decide who to expel. He was, unfortunately, banned from expelling anyone at the moment. But he was still getting to know these kids, and he wouldn't pass up this chance. Eventually a voice broke through the noise. Fellow classmates of UA, I propose we put this up to a vote. Shoyuta wasn't sure this was an improvement. The rest of the class finally began to quiet down, and Shoyuta gave a small sigh of relief. That had been Ida Tenya, he was pretty sure. Tensei's brother. A decently commanding presence, and a loud voice, but a bit stiff. Ida continued to speak once the silence grew slightly larger. Each of us will write a single name on a slip of paper. Once we tally the votes, those with the two highest amounts will get the positions of president and vice president. But wouldn't everyone just vote for themselves, then? Kirishima Ijiro. It would have been a logical statement, but Shoyuta knew there would be students allergic to responsibility or simply too lacking in confidence to take the role. Several came to mind off the top of his head. Shield piped up next. Judging by an aborted choke from Ida, she just barely beat him to it. We should have candidates. I'm sure not everyone will want the position, so a few people can present their case, and the votes will be limited to them. Noise broke out once again and Shoyuta groaned. Several voices announced their immediate candidacy, while others tried to volunteer others for the position. Midoriya should run. You do not want me as president, Turu, and the rest tried to do the opposite? Shouldo no? Shouldo yes. Shouldo no. Shoyuta shifted slightly in his sleeping bag. Had they no urgency? He supposed it was partially his fault for giving them so much time in the first place. Eventually, however, they ended up with 5 candidates. Unsurprisingly, the first one to make their speech was Ida Tenya. Fellow UA alumni, he started, and Shoyuta allowed himself to tune the rest out, focusing instead on stifling his yawn as best he could. At least by now his eyes had stopped aching. Having to spend so long looking out over a crowd of children with powerful quirks could be taxing, especially when his eyes felt a near-constant itch to smother them. It was bad enough he had to keep his quirk in check constantly. So many children competing to give him a headache did him no favors, and it made him slip often. After a few minutes, Shoyuta heard Ida shift slightly and was willing to bet he'd bowed. "I thank you for your time and consideration." Shoyuta felt like scoffing. It had sounded like an average of every similar speech he'd heard in his time as a teacher. Not terrible, he supposed, but nothing special. Who's next? Feet shuffled over to the front as soon as Ida had returned to his desk. Judging by the length they traveled, it could only have been Yayorozu Momo, the only candidate with a seat that far back in the classroom. Midnight's kid. As someone with years of experience in similar leadership positions, Shoyuta groaned softly. Another long one, it seemed. It took a solid 8 minutes to wrap up. Shoyuta could hear several yawns come from the rest of the class body in that time, and couldn't help but empathize. Had these kids really written so much down in the last half hour? Had they already had speeches prepared, somehow? Scattered applause woke anyone who'd been taken by either of the previous speeches, and Shoyuta hoped the remaining 3 candidates weren't as passionate. He wasn't quite lucky in that department. The next student to pass to the front filled his walk with spins and elaborate bows, and Shoyuta idly thought that Aoyama Yuga may be the biggest challenge he'd faced as a teacher. Still, as passionate as he was, at least he kept it short. Shoyuta was grateful it was over, even if he still didn't quite understand what fancy cheeses had to do with the topic of conversation. Or fashion. Or sparkles. Or anything else he'd brought up, really. He sat down with a flourish, and next up was Kirishima Ijiro. Vaguely surprising, Shoyuta supposed, but not extremely so. He could practically hear the face-splitting smile as he said, "I've got no idea what this entails, but I know I'll do my best if you all choose me." Almost disgustingly sincere. The last one was Shoji Mezu. His voice was surprisingly gravelly for someone his age, yet it still sounded young. There was a noticeable chuckle in his voice as he repeated what Kirishima had said. "It's a challenge," he said, "and I enjoy tackling those. I won't let any of you down." Ida took quick charge of collecting votes, and noise in the classroom was finally limited while everyone put down names. It wasn't long before the scratch of chalk filled the room, and Shoyuta almost felt like laughing at how tense the silence was as votes were tallied. Eventually the last mark had been tallied and Ishido, the one responsible, turned, a quality in her voice giving Shoyuta flashbacks to the media training he'd done back when he was a student. "As you can all see," she said, clearly enjoying the showmanship, "with a total of 8 votes our winner is our very own Yamamo. Give it up for her." Applause filled the room, and Ishido continued. "Our runner-up was Ito with 5 votes, Shoji with 4, and Kirishima with the remaining 3. Great voting, everyone. I give the floor to our new class president. We hope we can depend on you from now on. Class 1A is in your hands." The class hooped and clapped, the noise dying down very slowly. When it finally did, Shoyuta heard Yayorozu clear her throat from the front of the classroom, and Shoyuta groaned again in disbelief. How reasonable would it be to bet she had a thank you speech prepared? "I'm truly honored to have been chosen by all of you, my peers, friends, and future colleagues, to represent, lead, and take care of our affairs as a group. This is a responsibility I will not take lightly, and dash." Shuda's grumbles were only slightly muffled by the jelly packed now in his mouth. This was ridiculous. Why had he gotten into teaching again? But as you may know, the duties that come with this position are many, and the burden is heavy. For this reason, I would like to invite Ida Tenya, my opponent in this race for election, to join me. Together I am certain that we could accomplish much more. And so, if you'll accept the position, I'd like to give the floor to Vice President Ida Tenya. Even the applause sounded wary of what followed, and when Ida started his speech defining the word responsibility, Shoyuta took it as a sign to silently wriggle away. He didn't see any of his students exit the room for another 15 minutes, and felt vaguely guilty. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. By the time both Ida and Yamamo had wrapped up their speeches, Melissa was sure that the strain from keeping her eyes open was the hardest thing she had ever done. She didn't even notice when they ended, really, until applause filled the room and she was startled into joining. Both presidents thanked the class, and finally people filed out. Melissa yawned and stretched on her way to the door, meeting Uraraka, Pony and Tsu right outside. Ida joined them soon after, and Ashido bounded her way over from where the redhead was. "Way to go, class prez," she said immediately, giving Ida a light punch on the shoulder. He didn't budge. "Thank you, Ashido," he said, adjusting his glasses after her light punch had shifted them. "Though it is important to remember that I am not, in fact, class president. That honor has gone to Yayarozu, an incredibly capable individual dash." Yeah, Ashido laughed, dodging Ida's sudden chopping arms. "You're still up there with her, though." "Speaking of being up there," Uraraka said, "that was quite the speech, Ida." Pony jumped. "Yeah. So many words. Quite impressive, Karo." "Thank you, Tsunatori, Uraraka." "Tsu," he nodded. "It was rehearsed." Melissa snorted. "Of course it was." Ida glanced over at her, puzzled. "What is it?" "I'm just glad we have such a dedicated vice rep," she said, and it wasn't a lie. All the responsibilities they were supposed to have were well beyond her. They turned down a corridor towards the cafeteria, and Melissa stopped abruptly. Uraraka turned to her questioningly. "Sorry guys, I just remembered I was supposed to go check out the support department today," she said. "I've heard great things about their lab, and I want to see what I need to do to get access." "See you later, then?" She nodded. "I should be back pretty soon. I'll meet you in the cafeteria." They simply nodded, continuing through the now slightly more crowded halls to reach the food. The last thing Melissa heard from them was Ashido coming to the realization that rehearsed meant Ida had been ready to accept the position for a long time already. She chuckled. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. "Are you sure about this, Izuku?" "You already agreed to it," came his cheery reply. "It's too late to back out now." The hallway seemed much darker than usual, a few dim lights just barely managing to cast long shadows at either side. Momo shuddered slightly. Was this some sort of purposeful intimidation? Initiation of some sort? The door at the very end of the hallway loomed over them, almost seeming to grow bigger by the step, and Momo swallowed. They finally reached it and at her side, Izuku gave her an encouraging nod towards the door. It would have been comforting if not for the demonic grin fixed on. She turned back to the door, raising a hesitant hand to knock, only for it to wrench open violently and suddenly. She flinched at the sound of its impact against the wall. A lone chair stood in the back of a deceptively large office, and as both she and Izuku stepped fully into the room, it began to slowly rotate right as the door slammed shut behind them. Principal Nedzu's smile was unsettling when the chair finally completed its rotation, but it softened when he saw her vaguely frightened and openly apprehensive expression. "My student says you have potential for strategic thinking," he said. He spread his arms. "Let's see what you're capable of." Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. The door to the support department looked strong, something Melissa knew from experience was a good idea. Things tended to escape from you sometimes, and it was always better for the damage to be contained. Tentatively she knocked, and the sound reverberated loudly, echoing down the hallway. It opened to a man who, despite his face being covered in machinery, still managed to look exhausted. "Oh hey there, Shield," he said. "Nedzu told me you'd be stopping by sometime. Come in, I could use a break." She was almost scared to ask. "Break from what?" she asked. He sighed long and loud. "We have a particularly enthusiastic student this year. She's been trying to get me to let her in the lab ever since she figured out she couldn't just explode her way in." He gestured to a corner of the classroom where a door stood, scorch marks surrounding it in a radius that was frankly impressive. She chuckled. We have some of those back on Island. They're some of our best workers. She decided to leave out the fact that her dad was convinced she was one of them, too. She wasn't. At least she took breaks, sometimes. Occasionally. Until her fingers itched to work and her mind whirred with ideas, and eventually her dad found her passed out surrounded by circuitry in a lab that was supposed to be locked. Speaking of which, she hadn't gotten the chance to really build anything in a long time. Training with all might had taken up most of every day, along with her studies to pass the exam, and her uncle didn't know of any places she could get tools. So even though it was only her third day at UA, she felt that this was long overdue. While she wasn't the quirk genius Izuku was, her classmates had already given her dozens of ideas for gauntlets and armor and gadgets that could replicate or boost their quirks. And she knew she wouldn't be able to make all of them, sure, but she could start small. She normally found it meditative, really. A way to relax amidst exams she was sure would stress her to no end. Figuring out ways to achieve specific results, building circuits with such a small margin of error that a single tremble of her hand would break it, and the testing. She shook herself out of her thoughts when she realized that the teacher, had he given her his name? She'd have to ask, had opened the door and was beckoning her inside. She gave him a smile and stepped through, eyes drinking in the view immediately. If she hadn't been spoiled rotten by the custom labs on Island, she was sure this would have been the most impressive workshop she'd ever laid eyes on. It seemed to go on endlessly, rows and rows of benches and tools and testing rooms and machinery and… What do you think? It's amazing, she breathed, already buzzing around to check out a few different stations. What caught her attention, however, was a pile of scrap metal in the far corner. The teacher followed her gaze and chuckled. That's a fairly recent donation, he said. All might mention someone was cleaning Dagobah, and that some of the garbage might be of use here. She started slightly, eyes wide. Had she really cleaned all of that? The pile was massive, taking up a significant corner of the workshop and somewhat precariously reaching up to touch the ceiling. She was pretty sure she recognized the old car frame poking out near the bottom, and a refrigerator she'd spent days dragging through the sand, sometimes with her uncle as a passenger. That's wow, she said, at a loss for words. The teacher chuckled again. As glad as I am to see you oohing and ahhing at the workshop, there's a couple things left to do before you get an access badge, and some rules to go over. Right, yeah, she said as he shut off the lights, following him back to the classroom and then into a small office connected to it. No sooner had she done that, however, when she heard the sound of cackling coming from the workshop they'd just left. The teacher stopped in his tracks, letting out the most resigned, exhausted sigh she'd ever heard. He flicked a switch under his helmet thing, and his voice could suddenly rival present mix. Atsum, he said. Get out of the workshop. You'll be allowed entry on your third week. There was no response, and he sighed again, marching back towards the door. It was slightly ajar, a tiny piece of metal wedged at the bottom to stop it from closing. It clattered loudly once the door was fully open. Melissa was vaguely apprehensive of entering the room again, but she still followed the teacher through. The lights were still turned off, but she could hear occasional clanging and rustling further into the lab, followed by the occasional curse. Hatsum, he called again, though thankfully not as loudly. Like I said, you'll get your pass in a couple of weeks. What will you even be able to do with the lights turned off, anyway? The only answer was more scuttling and the faint sound of deranged muttering, and he turned to Melissa. Do you think you could wrangle her for me? I can't just leave her in here. Sure, she said, and he gave her a relieved nod, swiping a hand over the switch in the wall. Immediately the room flooded with bright light, and as she blinked to readjust her vision she saw a pink-haired girl in the back of the room stumble at the sudden shock, straight into the towering, unbalanced pile of scrap metal in the corner. The lighting that coated her body left a faint blue afterimage, tracing after her path around cluttered workstations and random debris. Thankfully, the entire pile didn't fall, but enough of it did that she was still glad she'd grabbed the other girl out of the way in time. She panted slightly at the sudden movement and looked down at the girl, who looked just as bewildered as her. The strange shapes in her eyes contracted for a second, And she said, in the most confused tone of voice Melissa had ever heard, "When did you get here?" Her teacher's sigh echoed off the walls of the cavernous room. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. In the end, she thought, her visit to the support lab was a success. She'd eventually gotten the teacher's name. "My hero name's Power Loader, but I'm not really a hero when I'm in the lab. You can call me Maidama-sensei, and, somehow, a lab partner, but why is it fair that she gets access to the lab so early? She's proven she doesn't need supervision dash, then she can supervise me." Maidama-sensei had looked at Melissa, looking almost hopeful, and she gave a hesitant nod. Immediately it looked like he'd regained decades of his life, and he and Hatsum hooped, for very different reasons. It would be nice to get tinkering again, and she planned to make full use of the permission she had. She was sure Hatsum would too, especially considering the device she'd already set up to notify her whenever Melissa was in the area. It's funny, she thought as she navigated her way back to her friends in the cafeteria. This is the second friend I've found in a pile of scrap. She held on to that thought, to tell Izuku later. She could already imagine the look on his face at being compared to scrap. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. Shudo had an ominous feeling. It wasn't the usual endeavors in a bad mood feeling, but it was strong nonetheless. But the weirdest part was that it hadn't been there earlier. Not even the seemingly never-ending speeches had gotten him this worked up. Was it? His inner monologue trailed off as he saw his friends laughing over at their table, nearly doubled over. Shudo's stomach sank and his cheeks heated. It couldn't be. "Can we see your old design? What are you embarrassed?" "Yeah, it could." He took a preemptive bite of soba noodles to calm down, and to have an excuse not to speak the moment he sat down. He sat down, ready to be mob. Only to instead have a picture shoved in his face immediately. He looked over it once, twice, eyes widening, before he snorted so hard he felt noodles start to come out of his nose. He swallowed as quickly as he could without choking and asked, "Is that Dash Izuku's original costume design?" Setsuna said, holding back tears and laughter. "Yeah, it is." Shudo finally noticed Izuku on the side of the table, struggling to swat phones out of people's hands unsuccessfully. "Come on, guys," he said, not sounding more than what they liked to call dramatically upset. "It's not even that bad, you should see the previous designs." He realized his mistake and backtracked, instead launching upwards again to grab the phone. He failed again, hands not even approaching Momo's reach. He pouted slightly. "You're not being fair," he said, laughter almost breaking out. "It's your fault for being short," Toru said, significantly shorter than Izuku. He gaped at her, offended. "And for introducing me to Nedzu," Momo said before he could retort. "You really should have seen this coming." Izuku snorted, sinking back down and digging into his katsudon pho angrily. "I've been betrayed," he said, mouth full of food. Shudo snorted again, digging back into his soba. As soon as he did, however, Izuku's head swiveled over to him. He swallowed his food. "You think that's funny, Shudo?" Shudo froze. He grinned, raising his voice and bringing his phone out. "Hey, are you ready to see Shudo's first costume Desi Dash?" He was cut off by ice encasing his entire arm, from shoulder to outstretched phone. Everyone turned to stare at him, while Izuku kept glancing between him and the now solidly frozen evidence of Shudo's horrible crimes against fashion. He only broke the silence to slurp more soba noodles. Dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. If she was being honest, Setsuna didn't really want to leave her friends quite yet. They had been working on thawing Izuku's phone before she'd left, and Shudo was trying very hard to act like he didn't care. It was hilarious. But Shoji had offered to help her manage multiple visual inputs from her Quirk, and it was really nice of him to offer, and she wasn't going to turn down help just to joke around with friends. "You need better control over your Quirk, Setsuna, or you could get hurt. Please focus." She found him in the classroom, sitting with Tokoyami, Dark Shadow, and Kuda. When he spotted her, he nodded, eyes crinkling slightly in what she assumed was a smile, and excused himself from the room. "Thanks for helping me out," she said as soon as they were outside. "I really need it." "Of course," he said. "Can't say I expected it to be this soon, though. Any particular reason?" I have to get better." The sooner I know the basics, the better I can practice, and the sooner I can get to more advanced stuff. You know? It's more efficient. Shoji shrugged. Fair enough, he said. Now, what's the main problem you have when you split your eyes? It's mainly the headache I get, she said. It's like I'm still subconsciously trying to consolidate everything I see into one image, and when that's not possible it just kind of fucks with me. He hummed in consideration. Honestly, he said, it might be that the only thing you can do is practice it until you get used to it. Brute force it, I guess you could say. Just, not the way you did back in the battle trials. That'll just be painful. She titled her head. What do you have in mind, then? I think you should start small. See this tree? He gestured to a tall, twisty tree, one of the ones she used to love to climb. Try keeping each eye on just the tree. Don't move them, don't focus on anything in the background, just the tree, one eye up front and one from the side. That sounds simple enough, she said. Then what? Then you could try sketching both sides of the tree. It'll help you practice committing both sides to memory. He eyed her idly. Just start with the staring though, he said. It'll be tough to make the jump. Try going gradual. She nodded, eyes splitting out and reaching two somewhat different sides of the tree. She could do this. It was simple. Even something she could practice at home, if she wanted to. The headache didn't take long to arrive, and she was so focused the sound of the blaring alarm didn't even register in her mind until Shoji shook her out of it. She was just grateful her eyes hadn't been anywhere inside when the lights started to flash. *******. Melissa had only just gotten back to their table when Ochako spotted All Might's head and twin tufts of hair poking out from behind a corner. His eyes roved over the sea of students for only a moment before finding hers, and he seemed to perk up, a hand beckoning her over. She was tempted to laugh at the bounce the gesture provoked in his hair, but her confusion won out. "I'll be right back, guys," she said, interrupting Ida as he gave Melissa a careful summary of the conversations she'd missed while at the support department. She received a few questioning looks, but she smiled back, nodding her head in All Might's direction. It didn't ease much confusion, but they seemed to accept it, and she ducked through the crowd of students to reach her teacher. "Hey, All Might," she said when she reached him. "What is it?" As soon as she asked this he froze, as though he hadn't thought of that before beckoning her over. He started. He dipped a hand into one of his pockets and brought out a small book, the title reading Teaching for Dummies. She had to take great care not to snort. After a moment he nodded to himself and gestured behind him. "I just wanted to speak with you briefly," he said, walking down the corridor. "It's about the battle trials from yesterday?" So that's what this was about. She trailed behind him, sighing. She already knew her performance had been less than ideal. Did they really need to go over it again? He opened the door to a vacant room and nodded at her to sit down, 2 cups of tea already set out. She reached out for the one closest to her, breathing in the steam. It smelled nice. He sat down across from her, nursing his own cup, but didn't speak. Was he waiting for her to start? "I've already thought of a few ways to improve," she said, "and ways to practice. If I get better at being weightless myself, I think I'll be able to do much better than last time, and Startled slightly, All Might quickly set his teacup down and splashed himself a bit in the process. "No, young Uraraka. I didn't bring you here to go over your mistakes or ways to improve. We have plenty of time to work on those in class. I merely..." He paused again, and Ochako now realized he was probably searching for words. "I merely wanted to reassure you that you, all of you, are still students. Mistakes are a natural part of learning and, well..." He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "I'm sorry I didn't prepare this more. I'm still quite new to teaching, and I saw you were a bit upset after we recapped the fights yesterday. I may not know much about teaching quite yet, but I at least know it's my job to help my students if they ever doubt themselves. You are an incredibly intelligent, resourceful, and dedicated young woman, and I cannot wait to see your career develop. So don't doubt yourself too much, or get hung up on your mistakes. They are as inevitable as they are temporary." She smiled, a genuine smile wide enough to make her cheeks strain. "Thank you, All Might Sensei," she said. "I'll do my best." His smile softened into one that seemed more natural than the one he wore as All Might, and they finished their tea in idle conversation. That was, of course, when the alarm decided to scream loudly enough to startle one teacup onto the floor and the other onto the ceiling. *******. The alarm was everywhere. It was everywhere, and Quirk hated it. It's not as bad as it could have been, she chanted to herself in her head. I'm outside. Inside would have been worse. It's not as bad as it could have been. Still, this fucking sucked. Her head was tucked into her knees, jacks clenched in her hands, but it still felt like someone was hammering her skull directly, chiseling away at her sanity chip by chip. She gritted her teeth. Could someone stop it, already, Gyru? A voice somehow cut through the ringing alarm, only barely, and she felt herself be lifted slightly and led away. She couldn't really protest, not without taking her jacks out of her hands and opening her eyes, but that would be too much input and maybe she should check anyway, but cracking her eyes open revealed nothing but air in the space there should have been hand on her arms, so she screwed them shut again. She stumbled occasionally, what felt vaguely like roots and rocks making everything much harder than it needed to be. And everything still sucked, but the noise was quieter now, and she almost felt like she could unwrap her jacks. And then suddenly she was being sat down against a tree and she cracked her eyes open definitively. The floating, empty uniform was confusing to her for only a short moment before she remembered who it belonged to. Thanks, Hagakure, she said, voice only a touch above a whisper. Her uniform shifted in an exaggerated gesture that Quirk took to be an acknowledgement, and she shut her eyes again, relaxing against the cool bark and damp grass and calm breeze. Quirk had no way of knowing exactly how long it was, but eventually the alarm cut off abruptly, and she slowly unfurled herself from her spot at the base of the tree. At her movement, Hagakure startled, then stood up to walk back with her. Thanks for helping me out. Really? Of course, Hagakure said, and Quirk could practically hear her smile. That's what friends are for, right? At the word friend, a smile bloomed on her face, unbidden, and she ducked her head. Yeah, she said, half focusing on the sound of their footsteps on the dry leaves, the whisper of wind through the trees, her own breathing. She tended to miss the smaller sounds whenever she was someplace loud. They kept walking in relative silence for a short while, until Hagakure broke it again. I've been meaning to ask, she said. Why'd you come back for me in the battle trials? Our plan was for you to beeline for the bomb. And what was Quirk supposed to say to that? You're my first friend in years? I didn't think I could do it alone. I saw you get slammed on the ground and couldn't ignore you. My body moved on its own, she settled on, and it was the truth. She hadn't really meant to. She did. Anyway. Plus, I don't exactly have a lot of friends. I couldn't just leave you hanging like that. Hagakure paused for a moment, then chuckled. Guess that makes two of us, huh? Quirk looked over at her, surprised. Didn't she have a lot of friends? She must have noticed the look Quirk gave her, because she clarified. Having good friends is an experience I'm pretty new to. But I mostly meant that I saw you after the alarm went off, and I couldn't really let you just sit there until it ended. Wouldn't have been very heroic of me, wouldn't it? Quirk snorted softly, then turned to her again, moderately confused. What were you doing outside anyway? I thought you were eating lunch with your friends. I was actually going to invite you to join our table, she said. Guess it was lucky I did when I did, huh? Quirk pulled a face, and Hagakure leaned over. What? I just invite me to your table? That's too many people, I think. Too much extroverted energy for me. At least right now. Hagakure laughed softly. Yeah, they can get pretty loud. I'm sure they won't hold it against you. Quirk let out a relieved sigh, and they lapsed back into silence as the main building reappeared into view. They might be too much for her now, she thought. But eventually. She could get used to them eventually. ******. Tenya was ashamed to admit that when the alarm blared, it caught him off guard. One second he was passionately discussing a podcast he enjoyed listening to on his runs to an audience that seemed fairly shocked. If I have to deal with that man speaking one word in person on voice in podcast, not only will I close the tab, I will delete my bookmark out of spite and have to rewatch the entire series again for the experience of being able to skip all the times when he is mentioned or alive. I don't even know why I hate him so much. I just dash out of the corner of his eye. Ishido and Tsunotori exchange a worried glance, and so maybe he got carried away. Sue him. And the next the cafeteria was filled with red lights and blaring noise and stampeding students. For a small moment, panicked and confused as he was, he almost followed. He almost joined the flow of students, rushing to the nearest exit, away from some unknown danger, clearly, because why else would everyone be so desperate? Ida! A hand wrenched him away from the crowd, shaking him back from his stupor. His eyes met Melissa's, lightning wreathing her irises, and he breathed. "Thank you," he said. "Does anyone know the reason for the alarm?" He could barely be heard over the babble of students, but everyone near him shook their heads, and he stood straighter, eyes scanning over the heads of students. Where was Yaoyorozu? He yelled, finally spotting her distinctive ponytail. "Have you discovered the source of the alarm?" Her eyes met his and she shrugged helplessly, pointing at the window. The answer must be visible, then, but they hadn't managed to reach it. Already what he recognized as a megaphone was materializing from under her shirt, and behind her, Midoriya had climbed onto the shoulders of Kaminari and Todoroki, neck craning to look out the window. He was, unfortunately, too short. He turned to Tsunotori, then Azui. "Tsunotori," he barked. "Do you think you could lift Sue with your horns?" He accompanied his words with gestures to hopefully get his point across easier. Her eyes widened slightly, and her nod was determined. "Azui," he said next. "You seem to be the lightest in our group. Could you use Tsunotori's quirk to reach the window and investigate?" He ignored Ishido's pretend gasp of offense at being called fats in favor of seeing Azui's nod, a brief reminder to call me Tsu, the last thing he heard before she balanced carefully on a set of 4 horns. Tsunotori squinted slightly in concentration, and slowly she was lifted over the heads of the other students. She passed by Yaoyorozu's group right as the stop sign pile, Midoriya's green hair, Kaminari's yellow and Todoroki's red. "See? He was funny sometimes," Tensei collapsed, and only wobbled a little bit to catch the megaphone tossed into her hands by the class president. When she reached the windows, she let go of the front 2 horns in favor of pressing her hand to the glass, the other holding the megaphone, and she only spent a few seconds looking outside before she put it to her mouth. "It's the press," she announced, and several students startled. The press managed to get through the gates and the alarm went off. "Please calm down, Caro." Even after the news had been relayed, and Tenya was sure it had been heard. How had Yaoyorozu made it so potent? It took the stampede a moment to calm down. If this was what Aizawa-sensei felt when he told them to settle down in the mornings, he could see why he hated it. It was illogical, frustratingly so, for people to continue thrashing after discovering the reason for the alarm. Still, soon everyone was tense instead of frantic, and when the alarm finally stopped blaring, everyone got back to what they had been doing prior. Still, the amount of trampled food and occasional papers that littered the floor made Tenya intensely uncomfortable. He turned his gaze to the table, avoiding it. "If you can't see it, it can't bother you," was a phrase Tensei loved to say. And even if it wasn't true, sometimes it helped to repeat it. Soon, Uraraka rejoined their table, and Ishido filled the rest of the time left in their lunch break with a dramatic retelling of the previous events. It was ridiculously exaggerated, but Tenya still felt himself growing a smile at the fearless decision-making from our industrious leader line. He had promised he would be the person his class needed him to be. This had felt a lot like his first step.